open chat.
Yeah, if you need to run to the toilet or anything, or if I need to, you type it in there, and then if you've got to run to the toilet or something, just type it in there, we'll see it, so you have to say it.
Yeah.
Good evening, good afternoon, or good morning, wherever you are across the world. Welcome back to the European Sports Car Championship. It is round number 5 of this fantastic season, and we're at the home of British Motorsport. Silverstone is our destination for today. In the heart of Northamptonshire, we take on one of the world's most iconic circuits, and where it all started for the Formula One many years ago. I'm Matthew Duffin, joined in the commentary box this afternoon by a very special guest with us, Dan Davis, making his debut on the professional broadcasting scene. Dan, good afternoon. The home of the British motorsporting arena, Silverstone, an iconic circuit. Looking forward to this one.
Good afternoon, Matthew Duffin, and it's a pleasure to be here and looking forward to an exciting day's worth of racing here at Silverstone. And yeah, what an iconic circuit this is. Silverstone, home of British motorsport, and some iconic corners here, iconic racing that's been happening over the years, and such an awesome circuit to start my first broadcast, and looking very forward to this.
The European Le Mans Series in real life go there, or in fact all there this weekend. Their races tomorrow, the 4 hours of Silverstone there, in which has been many a year since we've seen the European Le Mans Series back on British soil, but it is great to be back. We're coming to the end of our current qualifying session, in which there is a few moments left for the LMP2 Pro drivers out there currently on the grid, on the track, taking their final moments of flying laps. You can see that NOP are currently the leading car in that category, followed by the Iron Lynx team, who had a great outing last time out at Imola. Iron Lynx and the GazX car all looking pretty strong at the moment. But we can speak with one of the drivers in the Alpine team. You can see second in the Pro Am LMP2 Pro Am category. We can speak with Fabian Elbers now from the Alpine team. Fabian, welcome to the commentary box. It's been obviously a couple of weeks now since Imola. Are we looking forward to Silverstone?
We've been preparing very thoroughly for this event. So yeah, it's a nice track. It has a good flow to it with all the high-speed stuff, and then some low-speed overtaking opportunities. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Could be a cracking day. Weather looks a little overcast, doesn't it, at the moment? Is that going to play a part in these next 4 hours?
I mean, we'll have to see. The weather's always plays a part at Silverstone and in Spa usually, but this time it's going to be in Britain where we get the bad weather. I mean, maybe it'll be dry, but we'll just have to see how the race unfolds.
Now currently sitting second in the Pro-Am classifications, looking to bounce back after Spa last time out. What can we do today? What's the game plan? Obviously, you've got to try and keep yourself in this championship hunt.
I mean, the plan is to go one up. The guys at Veloci, we've been battling all season long on track, and very good friends off track as well. So it's always nice to have a battle with them, but to see us 600ths apart and then 7/10ths clear of the rest of the Pro-Am field is pretty special.
How's the nerves? How are you both feeling for today's event? Obviously you and your teammate, how are we feeling?
I mean, the good nerves, if that's the right term. Just always you feel that something's about to happen, but it's always it's a good thing to be nervous, I think, because that means you care about what happens. So just kind of stay out of trouble into the first few laps, unlike last time, and then let's have a good race.
Fabian, thanks for joining us for a few words in the commentary box. Best luck in your race today.
Thank you very much.
And we can also speak with car number 29. That is the McLaren car of VR Racing driver Connor Swain. Connor, welcome to the commentary box. You're live on the ESCC channel. Silverstone, home of British Motorsport. Brilliant venue for what should be a fantastic race today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's it's a fantastic track. Pretty fast and flowing. And by the looks of things, certainly in our class in GT3, it's pretty tight, and should make for some good racing.
Currently qualified P8th in the category at the moment. Real chance to get your championship up and running, isn't it? Really, it's not been the results you'd have wanted this season, has it? A chance to put that right.
No, absolutely. It's been, I think, by our own admission, it's been a very frustrating season. We feel that we have the pace to have done a lot better than what we have done. Even from my point of view in qualifying there, I felt that I screwed up the first sector. There was a few tenths there that I could have made, but and that would have lifted me up into maybe the top 5. But that's how it is, that's how it is in this series. It's small margins can cost you a lot. So yeah, we're geared up. We're hoping for a good run, and if we can get that, if we can stay in our lane, as it were, let everything fall into us, then we feel confident of a good result.
Weather looks a little overcast, a little gloomy at the moment. How much of a factor is that going to play into the GT3 category this afternoon?
Absolutely. For us, there's a bit more of a window for playing with tyre strategy in terms of if it does rain. I think we're not quite as it's not like with the prototypes where the temperatures can be a bit more of a problem with getting tyre temps in. It's hard to see. Well, certainly from the forecast, I see it in a minute. But certainly for the first couple of hours, it doesn't look too bad. So we're just hoping, naturally, as clean a run as possible. But we're prepared for anything. That my teammates and I, we're pretty prepared for anything that's to come. So, rain or shine, we'll give it our best.
Well, Connor, we wish you the very best of luck. Enjoy this one, and we'll hopefully get to speak to you at the end.
Yep. Thanks very much, guys.
Cheers. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Connor Swain there from the VR Racing team. Very gloomy day down here, overcast conditions, and Connor saying there that rain around. We know plenty about the wet weather in England at the moment. That can play a big factor in today's racing this afternoon, can't it?
Oh, for sure. The weather here in the United Kingdom is about as crazy as it gets. Sometimes 1 minute it's beautiful sunshine, next minute it's absolutely hammering down with rain. So these guys are really going to be on their toes. Just keep an eye on weather conditions, keep an eye on what's ahead of them, because as you see in many motorsports that's been here in the past, it's completely hammered it down, and it's all about just being on the right tire at the right time. And with being such a high downforce circuit with loads of high-speed corners, it's really going to pay dividend to the drivers who put the time in, know the knowledge of the circuit, and know how to drive their cars around this incredibly challenging circuit.
Indeed it is. The championship standings we can bring up for you look as follows, and there can be, depending on certain results, championship winners this afternoon. We'll get more into that as the programme goes on, but NOP lead the way on 77 points in the LMP2 classification from Impact Sim Sport. Tri-State Racing a little further back in P3. They're trying to fend off the World of Sim Racing team. The Myrmica MA70 Academy or P5 with the Iron Link Sim team in P6. Then it's Gaz X and No Limits Academy in the Delta Racing. Turn 1 round out the top 10 in the LMP2 standings. In terms of LMP2 Pro-Am, looked pretty easier for Delta V at the moment. 10-point gap back to Alpine Esports and the Velotti Racing team in second and third, who are tied on 55 points. They've got to watch out for Prismatic and the Fury Simsport team, though, because they've had a good few runs recently. Impact Simsport are back in sixth. They've got a fight with the AITT Revolution Racing car and the VGTR Esports team as well. And then you've got the W2E Pro Group Pro GP team and the East Block Racing rounding out the top 10. LMP3, Velotti Racing. What a championship this is in LMP3. Velotti, 2 points clear of Kitsune. And then the Simitok cars are only 6 points behind the leaders. 3 teams battling it out before we head to Algarve in just over a month's time. No Limits Academy at P4. Ahead of the Tri-State Racing team, tied on points with the Cool Camella racing car as well. Unity Racing by Venom is P7. Prismatic Motorsport, Team Rex and Velotti down in 10th place. And if we look at the LMGT3 category, a huge gap for Vortex, who lead by a good margin at the moment. Quad Ash tied in second place with Impact Sim Sport. The Acura went well last time out at Spa and at Imola. Can the Acura do anything today, or will that Mercedes-Benz be the one to watch? It's had the pace in free practice. Delta Racing by Tri-State, a P4 from the Dynaco Racing Team. Team Frida Sport is P6 from Fisher Motorsport. The Rising Pandas are P8 ahead of Project 91, and then the Screeching Mooses are P10. As you can see, the rest of the teams down the bottom of the order. So what a day for racing we have today. And if you are new to iRacing, or if you are new to this European Sports Car Championship and feel I fancy a go in that for Season 6, well, you've got to make sure your iRating is of category, because we have here the 4 driver categories: the bronze, the silver, the gold and the platinums. So bronze driver iRating is 1,500 to 2,249. It then goes from 2,250 to 2,999 for a silver driver, 3,000 to 3,999 for a gold driver, and platinum is 4,000 and above. So a lot of work needs to go in to become a platinum driver, that's for sure. It is a lot of grinding iRacing there to get this one going in this one. We've seen the free practices, we've just seen qualifying, we're getting ready to go into that race. I'm expecting a lot of dramas. Dan, one thing you wouldn't have noticed, obviously, with this being your first one, we've pretty much had a full course yellow or virtual safety car at the end of lap 1 in the last 3 rounds of the season. And when you think of the first corners at Silverstone, going through Abbey into Farm and then Village, it's not the easiest place to be all jumbled up and mixed up in the grid, is it? This could provide some carnage in that opening laps based off what we've seen in recent rounds.
Like you said, I've not been able to tune in due to obviously just coming into now. But like you said, there's been carnage in the first couple of laps, and obviously that's the fun of endurance racing and the fun of long races as well, especially on circuits like this. The first corner is a very fast right-hander, followed by then another swooping left-hander into a heavy braking zone into the hairpin. So it does offer opportunities for people to make places, but it does offer opportunities for people to make mistakes, and that is when mistakes happen and contact's made. So as long as the drivers keep themselves aware of who's around them and what they're doing, then I'm pretty sure we should be able to clear through it. I'm hoping that, being my first broadcast, we can get through it with no carnages whatsoever, but there's me hoping.
A few penalties to go through as well. We've got 4 cars on a pit lane start. That is car number 56, car number 21, car number 88 and car 37. Them cars on the pit lane start. I will try and get you which ones they are in just a few seconds time. But yeah, what we can see though is a gloomy day in which rain was forecast. We heard Connor Swain speak about rain around this circuit. It's going to be an interesting one to keep our eyes on what the weather will do and how the weather will play a massive role in this race. But penultimate round, Dan, Algarve is the finale in a month's time. Beautiful circuit, the Algarve.
Oh, yeah, fantastic circuit, beautiful. And a circuit that's, again, it challenges you in very different ways, with the fast-flowing circuit, with the elevation changes as well, with blind corners. And Algarve is arguably, to me, one of the more iconic circuits that we don't ever usually see in other championships, especially the top championships. So it sounds like a great final decider for the championship, and people have to put their hard work and time into that, because it's not the easiest of circuits to get right. But when you do get it right, it is a circuit that does reward you indeed. And regarding the Silverstone circuit, this is also a very nice penultimate round of the season. Nice open wide circuit with many opportunities to overtake. And obviously, with being a multi-class as well, all drivers have to be aware of just obviously the LMP3s, 2s, and also GT3s. So it's definitely an exciting way to end the season, with 2 iconic circuits rounding off the season.
It is indeed. I believe we can get you the grid order for today's race on the screen right now, so we can talk you through the grid for the penultimate round here at Silverstone, as we just wait for it to appear on screen. But beautiful circuit. We've got a great penultimate race decider here, just awaiting a couple of minutes for the grid order. But the interesting as well, we've got the tyre limits for this series. If you're new to the series, the LMP2s and the LMP2 Pro, they only get allowed 4 tyre changes throughout this race. The LMP3 have 5 tyres, and the LMGT3s have no limit on the tyres they can use. So that is the tyre changes there if you are new to the series. We're getting ready to go here, though, in a couple of moments' time at Silverstone. The qualifying has come to an end. Don't forget, though, we will go through full course yellows, virtual safety cars and safety cars. For anybody who has questions, just get them in the YouTube chat and we'll be able to see and try and answer as best we can. But there's a lot of support going on in the chat as well. Some support for Project 91, the Quad Ash team as well. Go Bravo Snow, P91 for the win, VR Racing. So a lot of cars, Go NOP as well, a lot of cars are looking at having some support in that chat at the moment. Okay, we've just been given information that car number 27 in LMP2 Pro-Am, that is Velotti Racing, have been given a pit lane start for an incident in qualifying. So we haven't seen this incident. Qualifying takes part before we go live, but Velotti Racing, car 27, will have a pit lane start. So already, Dan, drama's on the grid.
Dramas indeed, and pit lane start, and you don't want to do that in qualifying. Like, you just really hurt. If it was a good qualifying session, then it really would definitely be a sting in the tail for sure. But I'm sure it's not the worst thing in the world, probably starting from pit lane. Depends how long the hold is. Not a massive knowledge of iRacing from myself, but if they're able to pretty much go out straight away, then they might miss the carnage. They might be able to make a few places out of the incidences, but you never know. But already, like you say, drama already, and we haven't even got racing yet
at all. And there is confirmation on the screen of that driving that pit lane start for the Velotti team in this race. Let's go 47 Team Rex in the chat as well. A lot of support. The Alpines got some support in there at the moment. We are just moments away from getting this race underway. We'll have obviously the formation lap to start things off. The safety car will then pull into the pit lane and we will be green in getting ready to go. The marshal on the gantry with flag in hand, ready to wave. Not the checkered flag for the time being. That'll come in a few hours' time at the end of this one, but he'll be getting ready to wave the green flag to start this race. Obviously, world-famous corners around this circuit, none more so than the Beckett's Chapel section of this track. A beautiful section coming through onto what would be then into the international circuit. The second half of Silverstone, down through Stowe and into Club, and down through Vale into Club, and then down the Sir Lewis Hamilton Straight with the beautiful facilities here at Silverstone. The new pit lane, it's been around for quite the years now. It's not so new anymore. Just keeping an eye on the chat as well at the moment. Sad to have to sit this one out. New lineup for this round for the number 6 Impact LMP2. Best of luck to the boys. That is from Corbin Lenaway in the chat. And a bit of support for the TSR team as well. So a slight delay at the moment as we are awaiting the drivers to take to the grid. And this must just be... Talk us through it from a driver's point of view, Dan. You have these slight delays. It must be a little bit frustrating as a driver to be sat in the cockpit of a car, getting ready to go, and then you get told there's a little bit of a delay.
Yeah, obviously from past experience racing in other leagues myself, when you do have yourself and you've hyped yourself up through practice, you've hyped yourself through qualifying, you probably put the best lap you've ever done around here, and now you're sitting in the car, and you're still running high on adrenaline. That adrenaline is pumping through the system, and you're just waiting to get going. But we've got a slight delay here, but hopefully we'll be able to get things underway very shortly, and they'll be able to go flat out from then onwards.
Well, the grid order for today's race. It is Marcus Byfeld in the LMP2 category for Team NOP on pole position. Liam de Kock for the Velotti 27 team qualified second place overall in terms of overall category. So he was the pole sitter in Pro-Am, will now have to start from the pit lane. So he had an awesome qualifying, and that has all been put to bed, and he will start from the pit lane. Nathan Walter was P3 for the Iron Lynx, Fabian Elbers for Alpine P4, Trustin Gross P5 from Eric Taidu in 6th place, Lucas Lager 7th from Thomas Gallius in P8, Pedro Marquez P9 from Troy Stevenson in 10th, Aria Best P11 and Laszlo Giori in P12. P13 then for Dan de Ruyter and Gabriel Pesley in P14. Down the order once more, Bourbon Kmo in 15th place from Joseph Yang, 16th place. From then Adrian Sibella in 17th from Julian Goffnet in P number 18. 19th place for Peter Hermisch, and then it's Piers Soundrup in P number 20. Christian Pereira P21 and Zachary Leibold will be P22, your pole sitter in the LMP3 category. Danny Bunchu is 23rd in the Simitok car. Watch out for him. Great pace at Spa from Paul de Prenta. Then it'll be William Lincoln from Daniel Goff, Paul Garney, and then Amy Grime P28th. 29th for Piers Berry, Evan Waslam from 30th place. Harley Byrne is 31st with Michael Poole in 32nd. Gianluca Donzi is 33rd from Leandro Toledo, the pole sitter in LMGT3 for Delta Racing. Nathan Edwards for Project 91 in 35th. You're in England, championship leader, 36th for the Vortex car. Francois Brandt in the Old Firm Ford Mustang, 37th. The Quad Ash Mercedes-Benz set the pace in free practice. Ryan Stringer will be 38th. Lucas Santos for the Screeching Mooses, 39th, ahead of Delta Racing by Tri-States BMW, Jesse Molina. Connor Swain for 41st. Nicholas Gabriels in 42nd. Then it'll be Aaron Beaver from Ronnie Richer, Mike Hawkstra in P45, Richie Chownan in P46, and then Guillermo Dal in P number 47 down the order there. That then is your grid for this afternoon's race. Car number 16, your number, Dan, actually, is the Acura this afternoon, and me and Dan know each other personally away from European Sports Car Championship. Not a Honda fan, obviously the Acura being the American name for the Honda, but his number is number 16, so I'm sure you'll love to see that this afternoon.
I'll be cheering for the number 16 now. I'm cheering the number, not the manufacturer. More Volkswagen man, so if there's any Audis, Lamborghinis or Porsches out there, then I'll be chanting for them.
Indeed so. So the red lights are on. Can't quite see the safety car at the moment. We are getting ready to go underway in this race. Red lights are on screen. And I believe they're just pulling up to the safety car now. There it is. They catch the safety car for the first of the warm-up laps. The pack will start to slowly bunch up. There is only 3 of them that we're seeing out there at the moment. Not sure where everybody else is. They're all coming through. It's just the top 3 have absolutely pulled away at the moment on this formation lap. And everybody's going to start to catch back up at the back of the train. Although I'm not seeing them in the background at the moment, so they're not quite there just yet. So not sure where everybody else is on this grid order. But there is
this is giving me Indianapolis vibes. This is
Formula One, yeah. It's going to be an interesting one. There we are. Everybody's coming now through the pack. The top 3 must have just quickly gone off to get some temperature in the tyres. It's 19 degrees here at Silverstone, 23 track temp at the moment. And we have got 4 hours of racing coming your way. They are about halfway through their formation lap now into the Brooklands and Luffield section. There you can see the Old Bridge corner just in the foreground as they come through Luffield. Great section of circuit. It's very tricky and technical to get right. Also an overtaking opportunity. Come through the Woodcote corner onto the National Start Straight. The pit lane still there. Still used for all the support series that we have on in other races across Britain. Don't know if it's going to be used this weekend at Silverstone. I'm sure they're just going to be using the Grand Prix pit lane for this weekend. If anybody is at Silverstone tomorrow, hopefully you have a fantastic day and enjoy your time there for the European Le Mans Series. But we are now into Copse Corner, famously, where once Christian Horner said you can't overtake. We've seen plenty of overtaking at Copse Corner. That could be a crucial one. See if cars go side by side through there today.
Oh, indeed. Cops Corner is a brave circuit, a brave corner, and you know how to negotiate it. You can make it work. It does take two to tango, so it does need both drivers to be compliant. If you've got one driver that's a little bit more stubborn than the other, then you know there's going to be a recipe for disaster. So it can be done, but like I said, is both drivers have to be compliant in making it work. But like I said, there's many opportunities around this circuit to overtake as we go through Maggots and Beckett's right now, and then heading down the back straight and then into Stowe. For me, is probably one of the more better opportunities to overtake. You try and get the run through Maggots and Beckett's and get into the slipstream, and then try and send it up into the right-hand side of Stowe, which will then give you a good opportunity in the final chicane as well, where you go into Vale and then Club as well. But it looks like we're all starting to get lined up real nicely here as we're about to get underway racing here. I'm sure it's only just the one formation lap, or is there more than one?
The safety car will pull into the pitch. Just quickly to run through, if NOP win this race and Impact finish P5 or lower, they could be crowned champions. Obviously, all results are provisional. Nothing can happen in LMP2 Pro-Am or LMP3. There is a lot of ramifications in LMGT3. We'll get into them a little later on. But the safety car should pull now into the pit lane, and it does not. So we might be going round one more time in this one then. So while we do, if Vortex are to win this race, they will be crowned as champion. If Vortex finish P2, Quad Ash would need to be P4 or lower. Then it starts to add other teams into play. If Vortex are P3, they'll be champion. If Quad Ash and Impact finish P5 or lower, and then it just keeps on from there. If Vortex are P4, Quad Ash and Impact need to be P7 or lower. If Vortex are P5, then it's P8 or lower for the Quad Ash and Impact. P6 is P9 and lower for Quad Ash and Impact. And if Vortex are P7, Quad Ash and Impact need to be P11 or lower. If Vortex finish P8 or lower, we will go to Algarve. So Vortex are in that sort of area and that zone where they could win the championship, but at the same time, you know, there's a lot that needs to happen for them to do it. If you're NOP, the current car we're sitting on board with at the moment, the LMP2 leader, you've just got to win the race with Impact finishing P5 or lower, and you could be champion. So less for them to do in the LMP2 category, more for Vortex to do in LMGT3. We come through what is classed as the loop, the link, the interchange from the national to the international circuit, through then that of Aintree onto the Wellington Straight. Stevie in the chat, thanks for the broadcast. Not driving TSR 23 this weekend, rooting for them to place high. Jamie in the chat says, go Prismatic, let's see if we can get a great result after the MUSK 4 Hours of Silverstone win last weekend. It's a good start for them. Good afternoon to Hypertech in the chat, and Luke Gigich says Mimica for the win in the chat as well. So we'll find out now whether they're using the international or the national pit lane, because we're approaching that of Luffield now, and we'll see if the race is about to get underway. Does the safety car pull to the right into the pit lane? It'll be a sharp pull to the right all of a sudden. No, so we keep going. So it will be the international pit straight, the Grand Prix pit straight, the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight. For those of you at home, we're getting ready for this fantastic 4 hours worth of racing here today. It's going to be an absolute belter here at the home of British Motorsport, Silverstone, for the penultimate round of this European Sports Car Championship. Remember to join us live in the commentary box on YouTube on the 25th of October for the finale. 4 hours of Portimão at Algarve will be the finale of this 2025 season. Yeah, what a calendar it's been. We started back in April at Barcelona. We then went to the Nürburgring. We've done Imola. We had a break between Nürburgring and Imola with June off. We then did Spa last time around. It's now Silverstone and Portimão to end it. What a season it has been. But it is that car once again, the 89 of NOP, with their driver of Marcus Byfeld is in the car to start the race this time around, and we'll see Sundstrom in that car at some point, no doubt. Marcus Byfeld, both silver drivers actually that drive the NOP car. It's Iron Lynx lining up alongside them, so that's going to be an interesting one. See what the Iron Lynx team can do in this race. It should be a good start for them. Velotti, obviously, as we know, was put to the pit lane, so they are starting from the pits, as are a couple of other cars, the Mercury Racing Team, the Italian Job Group, the W2E Pro Group GP, and the Kitsune Racing Team. Bad for Kitsune to be in the pit lane. They'd have loved to be out there. They're in a championship fight in LMP2. We come to Stowe for the final time in this formation lap before we get underway here at the home of British Motorsport. What will happen? Safety car pulls in to the pit lane now. We've just got the club chicane to get through. And we will go green in just a few moments' time. The leader's got to make sure he jumps this right. Remember, you can get that early jump before the lights actually turn green. Don't want to go too early, as otherwise penalties will be given out. But when will NOP decide to drop the throttle and start this race? They're probably going to go as they get towards that line. Not gone as early as expected. We are green and go here then. The 4 hours starts now, and NOP get a good launch off the line. Iron Link's already coming under pressure from that of the GazX team. Up the inside and towards Abbey. There you go. Leading on the Iron Link's car. Spinners in the background. 2, 3, 4. Off, I think, in the background there. That is one of the LMP2 Pro-Ams and Pro cars. Off as well. There's carnage through the first couple of corners of Village and Farm, and already the meatball flag being shown to that of impact. They could have some big damage on their car. That is not what they needed in this championship fight, but NOP got the start they needed, and onto the Wellington Straight they lead by some 2 seconds over the Iron Lynx car already. Overall in this category at the moment, it is NOP from Iron Lynx in the top of LMP2. Alpine have taken the lead in LMP2 Pro-Am. LMP3 is led by the Simitok car, and Project 91 Porsche leading the way. Not anymore. Delta Racing just took that lead back in LMGT3. But NOP are doing what they need to do for their championship to be decided today. This is down with the GazX car. The No Limits Sim Racing Academy car. We can see side-by-side action coming in towards Abbey Copse corner just there, and that is a nice move done, overtaking through Copse. Difficult. Well, 10 track limits on the outside. We've got a full course yellow potential virtual safety car. Nothing showing on screen at the minute. Everybody has just come to an abrupt halt. Virtual safety car. There we go. So, Dan, the form continues. We've got another virtual safety car on the opening lap of the race.
Yeah, a little bit chaotic from the start of that race there. Unlike some of the guys saying in the chat, cold tyres, hot heads, and people trying to make it an advantage while they can at the start. But it's a 4-hour race. You can't win the race from the beginning. So, a little bit chaotic going into turn 1. I was hoping at least we could get into a few corners before the carnage begun to happen, but it seems like people were eager to get racing here. But the NOP car, what a start from them. Got exactly what they needed to. Got the jump, got into turn 1, and then hasn't looked back since. I'm guessing there's a 6.2 gap to the next closest car, obviously with the Delta now slowing everyone down. But you can see on your screens those guys. But the NOP has really done brilliant there. As we look back to the replay going into turn 1, and you can just see rear end just going around, a few bit of contact here and there, and obviously cars spinning, people trying to avoid incidences, and it just causes a little bit of carnage. Everyone doing particularly well to evade the cars in the middle of the circuit, but they have managed to get going. But a little bit messy there, Matthew, as these guys just, like I said, a bit hot-headed at the start of the race.
Thomas Gallius there, he was having a moment, think he was avoiding one car and got tapped by another. So at the moment, we are under virtual safety car, and if you are new, virtual safety car is brought out for, to just secure the interventions and used for an approximate duration of 2 laps before the full safety car comes out and backs the pack up. We're now under full course yellow, it's saying, so not sure, and it looks like they're actually back to racing, so we may be back to green. So not seeing the VSC come out before then, that of the safety car not being deployed, so we must have just been a full course yellow, not the virtual safety car originally. And already we've got VGTR Esports into the pit lane. That'll possibly to repair some damage. A little wiggle and a flash of the lights from one of the LMP2 Pro-Am cars coming out here. This is on board with car number 38. That is the Bravo Snow LMP2 team at the moment, being driven by Gabriel Peckley in this one. Currently sat 5th place overall, 5th place in LMP2, and another spinner coming into what is Village. Another dramatic moment for, that is, who's that down the order, tumbling down at the moment. That is the Myrmica car. in that championship hunt as well. And he's had a moment through Village here, then picks it up back through the loop and in towards Aintree. He carries on his way. There's the Project 91 green Porsche leading the way back up to the front of the pack, though. This is with the Revolution Racing team, car number 52, just trying to fend off that of SimSport. The LMP2 Pro-Am category. The Pro-Am is shown by the light blue colour on their car number on the car. And yeah, currently doing rather well at the moment. All Revolution in second place. That's the Alpine car just in front of them, trying to get onto the back of Alpine by XRL for the lead of this one. But we're only 4 minutes in. We've already had a full course yellow. Track limits through Cop Corner. Maybe worth watching. A few slowdowns maybe given there to a few of the drivers as we go. But in towards Maggots and Beckett's for the second time at racing speed, for the first time actually at racing speed. We all come through nice and clean. Bit of a moment, a huge moment on the curb, keeping out the wall. Does just that in the Impact SimSport there, Dan. A big, huge snap on the curb at Beckett's.
Yeah, classic dirty air kind of feel there. Obviously the car going into the right-hander, following another car behind, and the rear end just couldn't cope and ended up going round. We've got a close fight between the two green cars here heading into the chicane. Number 63 leading that category at the minute, P3 at the moment, and doing a sterling job just to keep the car behind at the moment. I believe that's the NL Academy car just behind them, and a good little scrap here, but these guys at this stage of the race just need to get themselves into a flow. They do not need to be pushing too hard. Get themselves into a nice little rhythm and allow the car to do all the work, especially the downforce with these cars. Pretty much will do all the work around this circuit, but a few guys here just pushing a bit too hard with the cold tyres. Hopefully they'll start to get up to temperature, but a very, very big moment there as they come through the exit of Maggots and Beckett's.
That is the Gazette car of Markino Jordanovsky then in P3 at the moment to fight further down in LMP3. This is the Sahara GT team of Paul Garney, currently in second place in LMGT3 at the moment, looking to capitalise on a run, though. Is the car behind? That is the Velotti Racing pink car, I do believe, just behind, trying to get on the rear of the yellow and black car around the outside of Brooklands. He's going to be able to have that inside line, and that is a bit of a silly error there from the Sahara GT moment. Went in too hot into the side of the Velotti car. He's come off worse, was up on two wheels for a moment, and that'll be a bit of damage on the side of that car. Too hot into Brooklands. Round he goes. The black flags being shown on the timing screen. Remember, that does not indicate a disqualification. That is a potential penalty their way. Basically an under investigation or a penalty coming their way. So we'll keep our eyes on what race control decide there. But here is your LMGT3 leader. It is Nathan Edwards in the Project 91 Porsche. A flash of the lights from the prototype car coming through on its entry to Maggots and Beckett's here. And the Project 91 isn't going to fight that one too hard. It's not about overall positions. It's about points per class, and we know the GT3 cars aren't going to be able to stick with the LMP2 or 3 cars in this race. So we'll see around the 40-minute mark for pit stops for the LMP2s in this one. This is a replay then. This was Paul Garney in the Sahara GT, just too hot into Brooklands and into the side there of the Velotti car, Dan.
Just again a bit optimistic, trying to keep hold of that position. It looked like that it was already done, and just ended up the inside, ended up making contact to the side of him. And again, early start of the race, really not needed. It could be caught back later on, and now he's dropped himself to the back of the pack and into the GT3 class, which will definitely hurt. But we can see now your P2 man, the Iron Lynx guys, are really starting to become under pressure from the Gaz group and now the NRL Academy as well. So these guys are going really racy as they head up towards the far end of Brooklands and now into Luffield. So your top two guys, well, obviously NOP way out in the distance, 5 seconds ahead, but your fight for the podium positions is starting to hot up right at the early start of these races, and you can see how much concentration these guys have to focus here. And even with these moggy conditions, it's really, really starting to show how tricky these conditions are.
Good onboard shot there of Markino Jordanovsky in the Gatex car. They're being followed by the NL Academy, as Dan's just said. Iron Lynx not had ultimate outright pace all season. They've got a few good results. They'll be looking for that podium today to back up what they had at Spa a month ago. Into Maggots and Beckett's. You just saw the gloominess, though, Dan, of this circuit at the moment. Really does feel like a mid-September afternoon at Silverstone at the moment, but we've got 3 for second place. Iron Lynx got a better run out of that of Maggots and Beckett's, and now the NL Academy, Lucas Lager coming onto the back of the Gaz X car. Can't make the slipstream work in towards Stowe Corner. They come for the third or fourth time of asking. But NOP, what a start out front in their category at the moment. They are absolutely a cut above the rest at the moment. They are flying so far, 4.8 seconds in the lead of this race. And for Nathan Walter, is he just possibly preserving his tyres, maybe even saving a little bit fuel to go a little longer in his stint? This is the battle, though, for second in the class between IRL, GazX and the NL Academy, as Alpine set their fastest lap of the race in LMP2 Pro-Am. They are currently running 7th overall as well, so a good start for them in this race today. As we can see, GazX there, Markino Jordanovski, doing what he does best at the moment. Move, though, for 4th place, potentially. That is Bravo Snow in the blue car. The NL Academy of Lucas Lager coming under pressure out of Aintree, side by side. Down the Wellington straight they go. Here comes Gabriel Paisley in the blue LMP2 Pro car up the inside at Brooklyn's. Lovely move to start things off. So now the Bravo Snow team looking to come into play here, Dan, for this fight for the podium.
Yeah, it seems like they've just been a little bit more cautious with their tyres and been able to build the temperature, build the pressures up nice and easy. And obviously with the NRL Academy car really pushing hard at the start of this race, possibly one little mistake in those tyres needs to just get themselves back into the window. But NOP, by the way, lapping nearly a second a lap faster than anybody else on the circuit right now. It is monumental pace from the guys at the front. They're absolutely flying and leaving everyone else. It's not how you start, it's how you finish, and we'll see how it all pans out. But I do think the Academy boys will have to try and regroup, try and get themselves back under pressure, as they seem to have a great run through Maggots and Beckett's. They seem to be fantastic through the middle sector, and they're right under the rear wing once again of the Bravo Snow cars, heading up towards Stowe, but not quite close enough to really send it up for an opportunity. But if he can stay close and head into the chicane, there could be an opportunity going into Vale and Club.
It could, and like you say about the NOP car, nearly a second a lap quicker. The problem is NOP have had problems in the past. They've been not really screwed over, but the virtual safety car, or full course yellow, has came out at the wrong time for them. Speaking of a fast driver on the circuit, Danny Bunchu, my days, has he had some pace as this season's gone on. Currently your leader in that LMP3 fight at the moment in that Simitok car, and him himself is near enough. Sorry, his last lap was a little poor actually compared to the Velotti pink car, but he's lapping pretty well. Danny Bunchu has been a driver this season that has had immense pace throughout the year. Again, a guy that has fell a little foul to some of the full course yellows and the safety cars at times, where he's just pitted at the wrong time. That's the beautiful thing about endurance racing. When your car needs that pit stop, your car needs that pit stop. You just fall unlucky with the yellow flag. So the Simitok car, Danny Bunchu leading the way in LMP3 at the moment. Prismatic are 8 seconds behind him in their category, so not what Prismatic will want. Still a long way to go, so obviously 8 seconds is nothing at the moment. But when you look at them championship standings at the moment, Simitok are 6 points behind that of Velotti. And where are Velotti? Number 74 Velotti. Well, they are a little way down the order. Let me just check on my timing screen where they are. The 74 Velotti car, no, sorry, the P2 in category is what I'm seeing here. P15 overall, so ignore me, they're not way down in the order. Just reading the timing tower up. Because they're right behind them, Dan. There we go.
There you go. Going into the first 12 minutes of this session, and these guys are going to be, obviously, like I said, a bit warm, ready to go, and wanting to push as hard as they can right at the beginning. But as I keep saying, it's an endurance race, so they really do have to keep their minds focused on what's going on ahead. A 151.7 from your leader, NOP. Like I said, they are absolutely flying at the minute, and like I said, a 151.7 they said, so they're lapping a half a second lap faster than the rest of the categories. So serious pace, and obviously with that in hand, they can really use that to allow them to just control the race and see what happens from here. Obviously we're on board with the 20 car leading at the minute of LMP3, but they have got a little bit of pressure right behind them, and we'll see if they're able to keep it together. But the Swiss driver at the minute keeping them under control at the moment, and seeing what he can progress through this stage of the race.
He is. Not sure.
Is it looking?
Yeah, making
moving up. Sorry.
Towards, yeah, sorry, go on up.
just to move up the inside, and you can see there the number 20 car just running too wide and allowing the leading car to work his way past and gain that advantage. So the 20 car losing out there in a critical opportunity. Can he get himself back into the right head game and try and get that position back? He's back into the slipstream and looking to make a way through. I'm not sure if it is a lapped car or not, because it doesn't seem like the tables have updated. So it's still race leader according to this.
Just noticed the same thing. According to the timing screen we have on our other monitors, that is Velotti Pink Racing, the 74 car, that has just taken the lead of this category in a 14th overall. But on our, yeah, there they are, they're 14th overall when we change the screen to that. I'm not sure why it's not showing on the other one. So Velotti Pink, I believe, are in the lead of LMP3 now. That is what I do believe. The timing tower is saying that. So Velotti Racing Pink are in the lead of this one. And that is huge for the championship, because they are the championship leaders. This is back down in LMGT3 though, your Porsche leader at the moment, who has a comfortable margin of nearly 4 seconds to Delta Racing at the moment. Vortex currently sat in P3 in this race. We've got Fisher Motorsport saying that they are in the pit lane and have been in the pit lane for over a minute. The Unity Racing team as well, by the way, had a 7-minute pit stop. Nearly 8-minute pit stop. That is huge for them in this race. Fisher's still in there. The Rising Pandas have just passed them. They was also in the pits for over a minute. So a few drivers in the pits, and obviously you're looking at nearly 2 minutes a lap in the LMPs around here. You're looking at just over 2 minutes, maybe just touching under the 2 minutes if you're in LMGT3. So a minute, 2 minute loss of pit stop here is a huge pit stop at the moment. But Fisher Motorsport, the only car left in the pit lane as of yet. This is Vortex P3, currently on the back of the Delta Racing BMW M4. Did I just see the wipers going a little bit there on that Audi? Not too sure. But either way, no, I don't think they are. So no rain around at the moment. Not sure what the forecast was looking like for Silverstone today, but a little bit of weather would throw that up an absolute gem here. Obviously rain was new to iRacing's features last year. So we've had a year of learning this weather, and these drivers I'm sure would have tested in all conditions, ready for this race and ready for this huge occasion. But Vortex know what they've got to do. If they finish third, remember, if they finish third and Quad Ash and Impact finish 5th or lower, they will be the champions. Well, Impact's a 6th and Quad Ash a 7th, so Vortex at the moment with Maiko Van Luck on board the Audi there, it's currently going to be your champion. Remember, results are provisional. There will be penalties given at the end of the race. There is not enough time for race control to get them all done during the race, and there will sure be, liking any form of motor racing, penalties coming at the very end. Just going through the chat at the minute, the Cool Camel Racing, why do the race 4 hours events like a 40-minute sprint? I suppose that's a question you'll have to ask the drivers. So many teams so nervous on the track, not the best way to start a race, says Sebastian. Indeed, so that's been the way it's looked like, as we're seeing here. One of the prototype cars just unlapping himself, or maybe even passing himself from the LMGT3. He's got to be cautious, Dan, through some of these corners, that you don't make contact with that slower category in front, especially with it being a GT3 car.
Yeah, if anything, the GT3 cars probably have the hardest job of them all, because they've obviously got their own race. They're obviously focused on what's going on, especially this intense fight between Delta and Vortex at the minute. They really are focused on one another. And then you have a couple of the prototypes coming through. You can see here the prototypes trying to clear the GT3 class, and obviously the Corvette there, or the Ferrari, I'm not sure, I can't quite see what it is, but it's just staying to the inside of the circuit. And then the prototypes have to find a long way around, and you can really gain a massive amount of time, or you can lose a heck of a lot of time, and it's all just being patient and smart about how you work the traffic. And obviously this is the fight for your I believe this is 4th and 5th place a minute is Bravo Snow and NL Academy working their way through, and now they're coming up to the GT3 leader of the Project 9 Porsche. So working their way through Maggots and Beckett's, and you can see that it just seems to be coming backwards and forwards between the two as we go on board with the we go on board now with the NL Academy car heading up towards Stone. and you're just looking to the board to the left-hand side, brake in just before the curb and get the front end turned in and try and gain as much as you can. You see the back end of the Bravo Snow looking very, very twitchy, and obviously the downforce will keep it sucked to the ground as best it possibly can, and then you can see the traffic just ahead of the Porsche. So they're slowly working their way through this traffic, but it really does pay to just be patient sometimes. The Porsche is going to stick to the outside of the circuit. You can predict where it's going to go, and you just allow the cars to just come naturally through. But at this minute, the Bravo Snow doing everything they need to do to hold on to this P4 position. Can they start bringing the gap down to the Gaz cars ahead?
One thing to mention there then, Dan, that Bravo Snow and LL Academy have really lost out to Iron Lynx and Gaz X. They've really started to pull away. Second place in the LMP2 Pro-Am category, Revolution being driven by Boban Kmo in the Revolution number 52 car, just putting a lap there on the Italian job Ferrari. As we can see coming through there, 3.9 off the back of the Alpine Esports car then, and a bit of work to do. There's Danny de Ruyter in the Fury Simsport P4. He is on the back of the Prismatic 59 car, just in front of Aria Best there. So this is for third place in LMP2 Pro-Am. Good afternoon to Audio Sport as well, and Corbin Lenaway is saying that personal things come up. He will be back for the last round of the weekend, so that's great to see there in the chat at the moment. But a lot of action happening in the first 19 minutes. We will eventually get into that little lull of the race where the pit stops start to happen. But at the moment, if you've been a follower all season, you'll have noticed that the last three races, the last three rounds have all gone down to the final half an hour, where battles have been happening absolutely everywhere. Will we get that again at Silverstone? The Italian job Ferrari stays that right-hand side, allowing the Prismatic and Fury Simsport LMP2 Pro-Am cars to go through the inside of Maggots into Beckett's and Chapel. They go now. Sebastian in the chat, low temps, very high humidity and wind. I can smell rain. It's got that look about rain, hasn't it, Dan? We've obviously been to British tracks a lot, living in the country. When it kind of goes like this, rain is always in the air.
Yeah, for sure. We even ourselves are running an event where we had unpredicted weather, and you couldn't predict what was going to happen. And obviously, a massive avid viewer of the British touring cars that we watched. They're racing at Donington not long ago. It was completely beautiful blue sunshine, and then they got to the far end of the circuit, and it absolutely hammered it down with rain. So British weather is about as unpredictable as it gets. So we could see rain. We might not see the rain. We might see sunshine in a minute. But as we swap and change through drivers at the minute, we're heading to the SMM boys at the minute, leading ahead of the VR Racing Group in the McLaren just behind. So everyone just seems to find their rhythm, get into a flow, as we see there's a prototype in the middle of this scrap as well, as it's trying to work its way through the order. So again, very, very risky opportunities to come through, and just behind them as well is the Acura chasing down the McLaren as well. So the prototype cleanly working its way past the cars.
Spotted the Acura there in the background. Yeah, the Screeching Mooses, the Canadian team driven by the American Lucas Santos. There is the beautiful number 16 Acura, just for Dan, on the screen. Bear in mind, folks, he will absolutely kill me off air after this one. But the VR Racing
for sure.
the yellow McLaren that we've just seen, in between the Screeching Mooses and the Impact Acura, that qualified P8. We spoke to Connor Swain in that yellow McLaren in the pre-build-up to the race. He was saying that wants to stay out of trouble, drive his own in his own lane and get towards the front. Well, he's done so far pretty well, from 8th up to 5th on the back of the Screeching Mooses in towards that of the club chicane. And there'll be no through-goes Hamiltons today, but Connor Swain doing a fantastic job, the Irish driver, on the back of that of the Screeching Mooses car. And this is all for 4th, 5th and 6th in this race. The Delta Racing by Tri-State car, number 12, P18 LMGT3, just done its fastest lap. Where's the Screeching Moose? Has gone as the Acura goes up the inside in towards Village. Can't get it done there. A little bit of a connection moment there, if you will, for the Screeching Moose. Has briefly disappeared and came back. Hopefully that's not a bigger internet blip for them. But that's put the Acura now is right on the back of the VR Racing McLarens. They head down the Wellington Straight. There goes your race leader, the NOP LMP2 car, putting a lap on the LMGT3s. The Acura tries to follow him through up the inside into Brooklands. Connor Swain gives him plenty of space. That gives him the inside line, then coming into Luffield, and the Acura looking very, very racy at the moment.
Yeah, they are indeed, and the Acura right on the back of the McLaren, try and get a good exit, a good run, heading down towards Cobb. Meanwhile, your race leader flying his way through the NOP, trying to avoid these incidences as they're going along, but the McLaren and the Acura going at it, wheel to wheel, heading into Copse, and we're only into 22 minutes of this race, and flying through Copse we go, heading down towards Maggotts and Beckett, and the flash of the lights by the looks from the Acura saying, look, come on, it's time to get a move on, or I'm coming through either way, and the VR Irish driver really trying his very best to keep the Acura behind, but that Acura looking very, very good at this minute and trying to catch up to the Mooses. And I have to say, some of these names are absolutely brilliant, but the Honda / Acura gets the great run out of Maggotts and Beckett, and then heading down towards Stowe, looking to the outside, and you can see a couple of the prototypes further back. Could they get involved in this as the McLaren defends heavily into Stowe? It goes a little bit wide. That's the door opening for the Acura to come up the inside, going to be on the outside then, heading into Club, and they're going wheel to wheel. Great couple of corners here, but at the minute the McLaren holds off the inside of Club, but will run a little bit wide and allow the Acura to get into the better traction zones, but no go through Hamilton here, just both of them sitting in their lanes at the minute. And here comes the flying pack of the prototypes. That's the Iron Lynx car and Gaz car that's really close to one another. Gaz has really brought the gap down to them and is hustling them at the same time as they clear these cars.
Acura's running towards the opening couple of corners on this next lap. Iron Lynx squeezes in between the McLaren and the Acura there as they come through that of the Link in towards Aintree now, and Iron Lynx just trying to put a couple of cars between itself and GazX, but the GazX car probably done the best thing there, and that is to wait for the Wellington straight, not be impatient and try and barge his way through. This is dropping down to Dan de Ruyter in the Fury Simsport car, now on the back of Prismatic. I'm not sure what has happened actually to the time screen. It says that a lot of cars in LMP3 have all of a sudden are out of this race, so hopefully we'll get that sorted in just a moment's time. I don't think they have are out this race. Is Fury Simsport there looking to attack the Prismatic car, taps the rear through Brooklyn into a slide, and Aria Best in Prismatic held on to it, and Fury Simsport will have to have another go. Just confirming for you all though, nobody is out of this race, so whatever it is saying on that timing tower, ignore that. They are not out of this race. Everybody is still on the track, including the Impact Simsport that had a 9-minute 46 pit stop that had some huge damage, but Aria Best here, Dan, did very well to hold that through Brooklands.
Indeed, the back end really stepping out as we now fly through into Maggotts and Beckett's. Downforce working brilliantly through this sector now as they try and get as much of an advantage as they possibly can and try and then slingshot past the car in front. A number 30 car, the Fury Racing car, looking to make the move. He's in the tow, he's in the slipstream. Can he try and send it up the inside going into Stowe, or use the downforce to go around the outside to have the inside for Club? But up towards Stowe we go. A little bit later on the brakes, the Fury car looking for that opportunity. But the 59 car doing the best it can to hold off. But we got a GT3 car also in the way. And this is really going to hurt the 59 car as he tries to get a good run out of the final corner and try and send it through past the GT3. And you can see just a little bit of a hesitation there. But he does manage to clear and hold on to position. And instead, the car behind ends up being hampered by that. The 30 Fury car just struggling to clear the GT3.
Just the Fury car there had a yellow flag next to its name as well. The yellow flag is basically a slowdown penalty. He's exceeded the track limits and will have to just yield a bit of time back before receiving a penalty. So probably did it at the best place because he got it coming out of the exit of Stoke. So that yellow flag popped up just entering Club where he could really slow down there. Dan de Ruyter though at the moment is that driver in the Fury Simsport car at the moment in this race. This is looking like a incredible battle. That was the Rising Panda McLaren that stayed out the way for the time being. Here we go, a fight in the GT3s. That is the Delta by Tri-State Racing BMW with the Quadash Mercedes. Quadash need a result to stay in this championship hunt. Looks left, looks right, comes back in behind the M4, and I'll have to wait once again to come through Copse corner as they are fighting hard. We've got the Prismatic and the Fury Simsport trying to put a lap on them. Well, out there having their own fight in towards Maggotts and Beckett's. This could be absolutely dicey. Fury Simsport on the inside of the Delta Racing by Tri-State BMW. That's opened the door for Quadash, who cannot capitalise. But my word, there was the Fury Simsport car, just a little too impatient.
Very much so. That's a very, very risky place to overtake. And with cars racing as well, the Mercedes looking like it's got a little bit more grunt at the minute than the BMW, but it was incredibly risky going through there at this part of the circuit where it's easy for the GT3s just to have a snap of oversteer, and that is it. They end up hitting the prototype cars and ruining their race. But yeah, very, very, very nervous there for them.
Coming to club once again, it is the P6 for Jesse Molina in the Delta Racing by Tri-State BMW, and then the Quad Ash Mercedes-Benz race winner a few races ago back at Imola after that fantastic fight it had back at the Nürburgring earlier in the season. The Quad Ash car has been involved in a lot here, and don't forget, for Quad Ash at the moment, with Vortex being in P3, that would require Quad Ash and Impact to be P5 or lower. At the moment, Impact to P4, so that'll keep the LMGT3 battle going. But as it stands, don't forget, if NOP win and Impact finish P5 or lower, they will win the championship. Well, where are the Impact car? Because they're not registering on the top 5 on the timing tower. Is that the Fury Simsport car being overtaken again? What's happened there, Dan?
Yeah, sorry, the Fury car just is a little bit impatient here. It looks like it's really desperate to try and work its way through the order there. And yeah, just a little bit impatient as he's clearing these GT3 cars. You can see the two cars are racing heavy and hard right now. The BMW having to go very defensive because of it, and now looking to defend the inside of Copse, but the Mercedes looking to try and get the run through. The BMW should naturally understeer wide, but instead the Mercedes does, and you can see he's left, right, looking for any opportunity. The 94 of Ryan trying to work his way through, but he just cannot find the gap at the minute. Heading back down through Magnus Beckers, and more prototype cars are coming. So this is going to get really juicy in a minute.
This is the beautiful thing about endurance racing and multi-class racing. That is the prismatic car.
Oh, they split them.
They have split them. Coming down the hangar straight, they split Quad Ash and Delta Racing by Tri-State. Is that the prismatic car, I believe, who has been passed by Fury? Them two had lapped these two just a moment ago, coming into Maggots and Beckett's. So if these two had a moment somewhere, we'll try and bring you a replay of that, because they've now fell back behind them and have been lapped by them as Quad Ash nearly hits the side there of the, I'm not sure which LMP2 that is. That is car number, I can't quite see it, but it's the red and black car just in front there. That was almost contact coming into club. This is nervy moments for the GT3 and the prototype drivers. They are absolutely all over the place. And like the comments in the stream earlier on, Dan, this feels a bit more like a sprint than it does an endurance race.
It does indeed. These prototypes are not being patient whatsoever. They are keen to clear the traffic, and here we go once again clearing some cars. This is the McLaren being lapped by the Iron Lynx car, and they're once again under pressure from the GazX cars behind, and you can see the pace that the GazX cars have at the minute, going through Copse absolutely with more confidence and grip, and right under the rear wing as they head down towards Maggotts and Beckett's. But yeah, just as you say, Matthew, this is just absolute carnage at the minute. I thought this was going to be a 4-hour race. It seems like it's going to be a 40-minute race.
It's got that feeling of it, hasn't it? At the moment, we'll be approaching the pit window. I say pit window, the pit stops in a few moments' time, because they've gone half an hour. A very brief full course yellow window that did appear. But Markino Jordanovsky in the GazX car hunting down the Iron Lynx. They're 12 seconds behind NOP. NOP have just been dominant in this race at the moment. Last time around was they actually lost a bit of time. They lost a second to these two, but that could have been because of traffic. And this is the beautiful, beautiful thing of endurance racing. There will be cars absolutely everywhere. Ignore cars coming up saying out of this race. They aren't out of this race. They are still in it. Nothing is showing on our timing screens that anybody is out the race, because they would have been greyed out, but they haven't been. So everybody is still circling at the moment in this one. This is down with Bravo Snow back in P5. They've lost out to NL Academy at some stage of this race. And yeah, they're back down into 5th place, but still following the NL Academy through. They've just put a lap on the Rising Panda. McLaren just behind. And onto the Wellington Straight they come once again. This has got the feeling of a sprint at the moment. These drivers are giving it their absolute all in this race. Yet to see any penalties pop up on our screen. I've just refreshed the report sheet. There are penalties for cars, but we've not seen any pop up on the screen at the moment. I'm not going to say what, just in case they've only just been given out. I will hold off until they pop up on our screen, but there is a few showing as penalties on the incident report form we have in front of us. We've got about 4 or 5 different screens to look at. or different pages to look at, as well as this main broadcast. It is all happening. And here come Iron Lynx once again, still fending off that of the GazX car at the moment. And they are doing everything they need to do in this race to keep it going. But so far, so good in this one, if you are the GazX team at the moment then.
Sorry, Matt. I feel like the Iron Lynx guys are really starting to struggle with some form of pace here, because they seem to be going incredibly defensive as they're trying to run through. GazX is looking much more racy at the minute and wanting to clear them as quickly as they can, but yeah, it's looking like the Iron Lynx guys are struggling at this minute. NOP still quite a fair distance ahead, and you got that really tight fight between NL Academy and Bravo Snow as well, who are being caught by the 6th place car as well. But for the Iron Lynx boys, it's really starting to show that they're just under a little bit of pressure from the guys behind. But NOP still way out in front, but anything can still happen in this race.
Anything can happen in this race. Yeah, anything can happen in this race, and anything will happen in this race. So just having another look, yep, nobody's out of this one. We're all good to go at the moment. So if you're NOP, you're currently leading by a huge 13-second margin over these two. And they're not really having a fight at the moment, Dan, are they? The GazX car is there, but it's not really putting the Iron Lynx under enormous amounts of pressure. It's being a nuisance, but without troubling them.
Yeah, they're just being patient. You can just see where... the longer this goes on, the Iron Lynx guys obviously will learn very quickly where they're stronger, where they're more confident, and where the pace is coming from. While on the other hand, the guys behind is still, we're only 30 minutes into this race. We still got 3 hours and 30 minutes left to go, so anything can happen. Obviously, the weather possibly could play a factor into this. Safety cars or virtual safety cars. There's so much still to play for. It's not like it's like a Formula 1 race where it's an hour to 2 hour race. This literally could be any opportunity at any time, and you just got to be on the ball, and teams have just got to be checking the delta, checking the car, checking everything right to capitalize as best they can, and just really focus on what they got to do. But GazX are in a prime position there just to get that P2. They got the gap down to the P4 guys as well, so they are well out in front as we now look to the Alpine car. The 48 leading the category at the minute, 7.3 ahead of the next car behind, the 52 car, but they're looking quite good at the minute, and I think they are chasing a car in front. But I believe that might be a leading LMP2 car that they're on the back of as well, so they look like they got really strong pace here as well, Alpine do.
Yeah, that's one of the LMP2 Pro drivers. You can tell by the dark blue number on the side of their car. Nice little touch on the fin of that Alpine this week. They've got the Union Jack flying on the back of the Alpine car there. Fabian Elbers, who we got to speak to at the top of the race as well. They've got a good 8-second gap at the moment in the lead of LMP2 Pro-Am. So for this one, we are being told that the 74 leads in LMP3. There's a problem on the timing tower at the moment, so I'm just going to have a look on our timing screen. So the 74 is the Velotti Pink Racing Pink. We'll hopefully going to get that one sorted and get that up to date for you, but it is the Velotti Pink racing team that is leading the way in this one at the moment. They are the leaders there, looking P number 19 so far. So let's see what will happen as we go through this one then. We are, as Dan said, 36 minutes through this race. NOP, 12 seconds they lead. And now that they've cleared a lot of the traffic, look, last lap, half a second quicker than that of the Iron Lynx team. This time round, they're a little slower through Sector 1, so maybe just having to fight with a bit of traffic at the moment. But it's been a great start to this race here at Silverstone today. It's really been a fantastic start by all these cars and all these teams out there. And Paul de Prenta in that Velotti Racing Pink car, which is obviously your championship leader in LMP2, in LMP3, sorry. So they are the ones that we need to keep an eye on, because at the minute we need to make sure, as we do get a penalty pop-up saying that 74 LMP3 leads, problem with scoring. I've not seen any other timing penalty come up on screen, so hopefully they'll start to come up. We can catch up on them at the moment, as we've got a car in the pits. That is the 55 DSDF Racing LMP3 car. So pit stop starting to happen for the prototypes, it looks like.
The pit stops are now taking in place. Obviously, the weather looks like it's not really raining at the minute, so this is probably just a routine tyre and fuel stop as well. Possibly a driver change if...
Yeah, that's a drive-through penalty. Sorry, Dan, that's a drive-through penalty.
Oh.
That isn't the Sahara GT car. I'm not sure who this one is on screen, the red and white. But
a couple of GT3s in pit lane as well.
Yeah, they've got the black flags. Remember, the black flags is a penalty to their name. So I'm wondering if Project 91 and Delta Racing, your two leaders, as well as the Acura, the 16
Vortex
Acura,
lead
with a drive-through penalty as well. But Vortex do lead here, and that is huge for the championship, because if they lead this race, or win this race, should I say, they will be champion. From what I've got written down in front of me, they have such a huge gap. So Vortex now, huge for their championship. They lead.
They do indeed, and the Audi, good old Volkswagen Group, leading the way at the minute, and looking quite comfortable at the minute, but they're ahead of the Mousses at the minute, and anything can still happen. We are still in the early stages of the race, so it's looking good for them at this moment in time, but you can never count your chickens too early, because anything can happen. You could just take a prototype just to come into quack, as NOP meanwhile set the fastest lap of the race with a 150.9. They are absolutely soaring out in front. They got a 14-point-second gap to the next car behind of the Iron Lynx guys, who have still got they're 3 seconds, near enough 3 seconds a lap faster than anybody else at the minute. Absolutely on pace, and Marcus Beifeld has been rapid all season. Wait for his teammate to get in the car, because he's just as quick as well. This is Paul DePranti, your leader in that LMP3 category. Let's not forget, that is, I believe, the Scimitar car just behind him that is second place. So we just saw a couple of the LMGT3s in the pit lane. We saw the number 16 in. That was a drive-through for a race start violation. We saw, excuse me, there. I can't remember the other numbers of the cars. Project 91, they was also in the pits, wasn't they? With a drive-through penalty. That was for a full course yellow speed violation. We've had a couple of them for car number 4 and 94 as well. So a few drive-through penalties for drivers there. The Revolution car is into the pit lane. It's saying, have we had any pit stops yet? We've had the Revolution racing 16 seconds in its spot. No, sorry, that's still going up. So at the minute, it is giving us the time it takes. But just an indication here, the Fury Simsport car has been into the pit lane, I assume for a drive-through of some sort. And it's car number 30. Let's just take a look. Car 30, yeah, it drive-through for an instant with car 76. They've served their drive-through. The drive-through penalty is 43 seconds. No, sorry, 30.6 seconds at the moment. That is a drive-through penalty. So a lot of time lost in the pits for a drive-through at the moment. I believe the Revolution Racing are on their way out of pit lane, because the timer has stopped counting up. They have been in the pits for 1 minute and 12 seconds, only stationary in their box for 38 seconds there. So that's what it's taken to get the car fueled up, and maybe a fresh set of tyres. They only get limited tyres, don't forget, in LMP3 and LMP2. No limits in the LMGT3. This is the Myrmica car, currently P5. Into the pit lane they come. So around about the 40-minute mark, as we said, for pit stops in the prototypes. So you've got the NL Academy. They're in the pits. Myrmica's in the pits. So are Bravo Snow. And actually, Dan, the Myrmica car got ahead of Bravo Snow before the pit stops. Yeah, they did. And looks like a lot of the guys in the pack behind NOP have really have come into the pits earlier to them. Obviously the NOP cars carrying much more pace, looking a lot faster out in front, but a lot of cars in pit lane at the minute, and yeah, a lot of cars jumping one another. This is key now. This is where opportunities can be made. Pit stops can be an opportunity where positions can be changed and allowing other drivers to work in their advantage. You see a car being dropped in the background, and they should be all about to get underway very shortly once again. But we go back to your front end, your P2 driver at the minute, the Iron Lynx. P number 9 car heading down towards Cops now, and still got the company of the Gaz X car just behind, but seems to have pulled a little bit of a gap and got a little bit more comfortable and seem to have found a rhythm, and the gap seems to be maintaining between a 4 to 15 second to the leaders out in front by NOP. So drivers seem to be getting into the flow of things now and looking like pit stops coming in and trying to keep themselves cool and under control here as they head down towards the famous corner of Stowe. We've had our 40-minute sprint, so now it's time for the drivers to have 3 minutes 20 of nice calm driving. Let's see what happens. So Vortex leading LMGT3. Pit stops have happened. It is the Velotti Pink team that's still leading LMP3.
At the moment, it is Alpine that still lead in LMP2, and it is NOP that lead in LMP2 Pro. Now, NOP have gone for an extra lap, while Iron Lynx and Gazex have both came into the pit lane. So they, with their pace, must have been doing something right, because they are flying as well as being able to extend their first stint here. So a good chance at the moment to see what is happening. Ivory Balfour in the car there that's just been dropped. We've also got Evan Waslam in the Velotti car, and here's a bit of action. This is Delta V of Julian Goffnett looking around the outside into Stowe, but can't get that done. And that's an LMP2 Pro-Am and an LMP2 Pro fight there with what looked to be, I think no, it can't be the Delta Snow, they've just been in the pit, and in come Delta V now. It was Impact there, it was Impact in the LMP2 Pro-Am, so that was a change there for LMP2, second and third place between Impact and Delta V. Alpine in the pits, they lead, and they'll be getting ready to go. What has happened here then? That is the NL Academy. Oh, they was having a good first stint to their race. Does that front left look a little bent? I'm not sure if he's just waiting to go. Something doesn't quite look right.
Yeah, the rear wing looked a bit wobbly, and I think there's a bit of damage to the rear end of that car. Very strange to part of the circuit to be at, unless he's had some form of, and that's crabbing quite badly. Wow, I love the effect of a crab. Look at it, the car's just not looking straight at all, and we're going to get a replay here as they head up towards Coppice. Goes in quite comfortable, and it's not on the back end, just stepping round, and car going very, very quick and into the rear end of the circuit. You can see obviously on our screen the rear wing comes back on, but he has no rear wing whatsoever, and the back end is completely ruined. And I think he might add another moment as he gets going. Yeah, you can see where the car is crabbing, and he'd gone round again. So major damage, and we got a lot of cars in pit lane, including your race leader into pit lane as well, as the 27, I believe, will take the lead of this race unless they decide to pit as well. But a big moment there for the NL Academy car.
Shame as well, because they was fighting for the podium early doors. Marcus Byfeld is in the car. Velotti Racing yet to pit in this race at the moment. Will we see them come in, or what is their plans to stay out? They are the leaders in LMP2 Pro-Ams at the moment, so we'll keep our eyes on them. And there is the Velotti Pink, what was the leader in LMGT3. We are down to, this one has to be, I think, a virtual safety car. Normally for damage like that, we get a virtual safety car out. You can see they are on the slow at the moment. We'll bring you the graphic of either full course yellow or virtual safety car in this race. But we are at the minute.
Sorry about this. I was just saying this is going to be a great opportunity to drivers to get those pit stops done, get them in, get some fresh tyres, get some fuel done in. Obviously, the guys who decided to pit earlier on have been hurt by this strategy quite a bit. And then for the NOP cars, you were saying earlier in the broadcast, they've kind of been a bit unlucky regarding strategies. But this time round, it seems like the strategy's fallen straight into their hands, and they've not managed to lose out. And I think we are back up to speed and racing once again. And like I said, a prime opportunity for those guys to start really finding those good opportunities to come in and get the gaps done, as he looks to make a move on the car in front, around the outside, coming the 74 car, and is looking a bit racy here, the LMP3 car catching on the back of an LMP2 car, and looking to go around the outside of the LMP2 car, and probably won't have the run going down towards Cops, but a very nervous setting there, and there was a Porsche in the middle of all that as well, so a lot of cars trying to get up to speed after the pit stops, and a little bit chaotic. The Virtue car, although is in pit lane now, and that's really hurt them as everyone gets a free stop.
Lotte's now in the pit, so that again, look, that's the way it swings at times, isn't it? The full course yellows came out, so we didn't quite have the full virtual safety car. Full course yellow came out, and at the moment this has not been what Velotti needed, because now everybody's back up to racing speed. Although look at this, GT3s, LMP3s and LMP2s absolutely all over the hangar straight, trying to all get through. This could end in disaster in a moment, because the Project 91 car has got to avoid so many. This is your leader in LMP3, the Velotti Pink car at the moment.
And watch this.
Just going to keep our eyes on that timing screen. It is still Velotti Pink who are in the lead of this race, and there are cars absolutely everywhere. And that poor Porsche 992 has just got to be careful here that he doesn't get involved in any of this prototype fighting.
I'm not sure if the Porsche is in lead of the category at the minute, but either way, it's just gotten absolutely mugged by all the hype, the prototypes coming through, and the BMW just managing to stay out of trouble there. But again, you can just see the different classes. I believe we've got 3 different types of classes. Oh, there we go, contact!
That is the Delta Racing by Tri-State BMW that is now dropping down the order. I'm not sure who the other 2 are in this one at the moment. And the Delta Racing team nearly at the back of the Velotti Pink. That's allowed the VR racing car to get through and up into 4th place in LMGT3. And at the moment, the Velotti Pink team are doing what they need to do and staying out of all the trouble, flashing the lights. It is carnage at Silverstone at the moment.
It's absolute carnage. The 91 car managing to skate through that, but as you can see, the prototypes there, the BMW gave the racing room, but it was too little too late, and the prototype going up the inside and causing a little bit of contact there. The Virtue Racing Pink just staying out of trouble as well, but absolute carnage as we go back onto the 91 Porsche going through cops, and finally a little bit of calm is restored after, and that's all just due to the virtual safety car that we had. Everyone all bunched up, pit stops put into effect as well, just absolute carnage. And like someone in the chat said, it's not even raining yet, and again, just treating it like a sprint and not a marathon once again.
Indeed, it seems to have been since the pit stops for the LMP cars that it has been a bit chaotic on the restart after the full course yellow and rain in the air. It's you've got to wonder for these teams who's keeping an eye on everything at the moment. This is another look. This is Jesse Molina in the Delta Racing by Tri-State. Like Dan says, given the room there to the LMP3 and then collected the 51 LMP2, and really a desperate move by the LMP3 car there. And that was a WOSR of Adrian Sabila who was caught up in that one. And having to stay off the road before we rejoin Marcus Byfeld then. Look at the trainer cars behind him. He's in the lead of this race by 1 minute 4 seconds according to the timing tower, and I can confirm that it is 59 seconds he is in the lead of this race by. The pit stops worked out an absolute treat for him. He is absolutely, Marcus Byfeld has stayed in that car, and he has absolutely done what he needed to do in this one so far. He's on the back of the Project 91, who's in 3rd place after their drive-through penalty earlier on. So I can tell you the cars that did a drive-through penalty was the Project 91, the Delta Racing BMW, the Impact Sim Sport car of the Acura, and the Quadash Mercedes, as well as the Fisher Motorsport, all had drive-through penalties. We are seeing one car in the pit lane. That is the Unity Racing Team Blue, are in the pits and have been for well over a minute. We've also got the NL Academy still in the pit lane. They've been stationary in their box for 4.5 minutes. This is absolutely killing their race as they go another lap down to the race leader, Alf NOP, who are absolutely charging at the moment here. They are absolutely flying in this race.
She said earlier on, anything can happen here. We've seen multiple times in different disciplines how it's easy for the race to go all your way. One stands to mind is the Canadian Grand Prix back in 2011. Vettel had it all under control and looked set to win the race, and next thing you know, you had a Jensen Button come flying up behind him right at the end of the race. So anything is still possible here. The NOP guys just got to keep their head down and focus on exactly what they're doing. Marcus knows what he seems to be doing at the minute and keeping that pace up, and for once the luck has gone on their side, not against them. So we'll see what they could do. The 89 leading the way at the minute as down on the first hour of this race, and Silverstone has already produced some great racing, and we still yet to see any weather coming through. The Bravo Snow guys, we're currently on board with Gabriella coming out of the tight right-hander and heading down towards the old pit straight, and so just trying to work their way onto the back of onto the 70 car. Pretty close between these guys. This is all relatively close to the LMP2 cars, other than the NOP car. This just seems to be light years in front, as all the classes now separating out quite significantly, and this is obviously where it's just about clearing traffic, staying out of trouble and not hitting anyone, as you could easily just clip a GT3 or a prototype accidentally, and that is it. Your race is over. But the Virtue Racing Pink here in the 74 car is about to get lapped by the race leader, holding off the leaders at the moment and trying to stay within the touches of their category as well. And the NOP going right around the outside, and a little bit more calm now in the start of this race.
Looks like it's brightening up a little bit out there, especially through Copse Corner. But yeah, Velotti then doing what they need to do in the lead of LMP3. A team that's lost out massively down through the pit stop. GazX was fighting with Iron Lynx for second place. They're down in 7th overall and in category at the moment. So they have really struggled to I suppose the full course shallow has probably not worked for them, but they are down in 7th place at the moment. Paul de Prenta then is that leader in LMP3 so far in this race. This is on with Bravo Snow on the back of the Myrmica car just in front of them, and up the road is Iron Lynx. I don't think it's the Iron Lynx car directly in front of them. No, that's going to be an LMP3 that they're going to come past and put another lap on.
The Bravo Snow guys here, the Bravo Snow guys here just seem to be, at the start of the race, they did not look incredibly fast at the beginning of this race. But as the race has gone on, it has come to them bit by bit. They slowly worked their way up. They're up to P4. They're looking now knocking on the door of the podium. And again, the Iron Lynx guys aren't massively far ahead. They're only 7 seconds up the road from them. So the Bravo Snow team just slowly seem to be working their way. And Gabrielle doing a fantastic job at the minute to just bring the gap down.
Yeah, indeed they are, and there was a couple of tenths quicker on the last lap than Iron Lynx as well, so just chipping away at the moment. It is currently Gabrielle Pesley in that car still for the Bravo Snow team. The Myrmica car's got that of Radovan Zankel now in the car, and Tobias Heckman is in the Iron Lynx machine at the moment. But I tell you what, the pace of the leaders, we've got these three here at the minute lapping in the 53s. You know, a little bit of traffic fine, but the NOPs are still lapping in the 51s. They've got huge pace over the rest of the field. This is Fury Simsport down in 5th place in LMP2 Pro-Am, and they are right on the back of Revolution in front of them, 4P4. Remember, Fury had a drive-through earlier on in this one, so the Fury Simsport team are going to have to try and come back towards that podium in this race. But so far looking good for NOP Alpine, that of Velotti Racing Pink in LMP3. I'll tell you their gaps, it's not on screen at the moment. They have a 9.6 second lead over the Cool Camella Racing team. And then in LMGT3 it is Vortex who lead by 18 seconds over the Screeching Mooses. Don't forget though, bar drive-through penalties down in the LMGT3 category. We've not seen them make their pit stops yet. They'll go just over the hour mark, so we'll get to see them in the pits very soon. We've still got NL Academy in the pits, Impact Simsport, are in the pits, and VGTR are also in the pits. The 3 LMP2 cars sat in the pit lane, and Revolution here having to defend from Fury Simsport. The Fury Simsport cars look pretty quick, pulls to the inside at Brooklands, late dive up the inside, gets it done. Revolution want nothing to do with that one. They clearly know that Fury Simsport's got the pace over them, and it's not their race at the moment, with only 55 minutes on the clock. So Fury Simsport move up to 4th, and they've got about 2 seconds just under to get onto the back of Delta V. But a nice clean move into Brooklands.
Indeed, and now they've moved their way forward. They're looking forward and looking quick at this minute, and look on board with the 52, being caught out by the Fury car there, and it's definitely, you see there's some of the guys, if they switch drivers, they'll just start to get themselves into a rhythm, try and find where the car is. If there's any of the guys carrying damage, they might be obviously suffering with a little bit of damage. Again, I'm not a massive expert in the iRacing world, but I know if there's the damage on the car, it can make a dramatic effect throughout the race, and obviously hurt the downforce and the tyre wear. As we now move back to your fight for the podium positions here, as the number 70 still trying to maneuver its way through the GT3 class, and once again Bravo Snow looking very racy here, and the patience is paying off for them.
Yeah, that is the Myrmica car of Radovan Zankel on board, just about to put a lap on the Italian job Ferrari. As they come through, the Italian job Ferrari not had the best of races today. We saw them do very, very well at the moment. Back at Imola and at Spa. It's not having a great Silverstone. Bravo Snow are having a fantastic one so far in this one. As they go through, they are currently running 3rd and 4th in the LMP2 Pro category. As they come through Woodcote now down towards Copse Corner on the National Pit Straight. And yeah, so far so good for everybody. at the minute. It's running a little wide there. Although one thing with iRacing that we don't see on other games and other platforms is that track limits are a little bit more extended, a little bit more lenient, which I quite like about the iRacing platform. It just allows you to be able to run them curbs like you'd see in real life. We know that other platforms will be very, very harsh for certain limits, but iRacing...
Well, get me signed up then.
Yeah, exactly. iRacing, these limits. You should see some of the lines through Watkins Glen that I've seen in the past. Trust me, they are well off circuit there.
NASCAR?
In the NASCAR, well, geez, NASCAR, Porsche Cup, whatever it's been at Watkins Glen, they're all over the place, and the track limits there do not ping up for them. This is on board then with Bravo Snow at the moment, coming through Club Corner, and it has now, Dan, just settled into a nice rhythm.
I mean, a little bit of the chaos of the first half of the first hour has really come to an ease now. The pit stops are now all spread out as well, and you can see the gaps are all opening up. Other than the Pro-Am class is looking very tight there with 2 to 6 and then to 8 seconds between the top 5. So all still relatively close there. But every other class, also you got the GT3 class, the Project 91, within less than a second of the car in front of them. But here we've got a tight battle between the Delta V and the Fury car, and I said the Fury car was on the run here, and it's absolutely flying. 53.4 from them. They are a second a lap faster than the Delta car. The Delta car seems to be in a lot of trouble at this stage.
Indeed, and there's the Delta Racing by Tri-State BMW trying to unlap itself, I believe, from the Project 91 Porsche, because where are they? They're down in 10th place, yeah, so they're down the order after they was caught up in that instance. They're trying to unlap themselves from one of the leaders in the LMGT3. The Delta Racing BMW is the white BMW M4. The Delta Racing by Tri-State is the black BMW M4. So they're trying to get onto that lead lap of the Project 91 racing car. And just as I said, it was about to calm down. There is LMPs everywhere once again. But at the moment, this will be an interesting one for you. At the moment, NOP are closer to lapping Iron Lynx than Iron Lynx are to passing NOP for the lead. So absolutely flying are NOP out there at the moment. This is Tri-State, car number 3, with Troy Stevenson piloting that machine now on the back of the Revolution LMP2 car. And Tri-State there moving up a place. That is obviously LMP2 Pro and LMP2 Pro Am. So that is overall position, not position in class. Obviously it's points per class at the moment. Quadash are saying they are in the pit lane, as are VR Racing and Team Frida Sports. We're starting to see the pit stops just on the hour mark for the GT3 cars now, so keep your eyes on that gap, because you've got the Screeching Mooses, Project 91 and Delta Racing in a good little squabble at the moment, all trying to go for honours even in the LMGT3 category. And Delta V are in the pits. They actually haven't pitted yet, so the 25 car has gone an extra 20 minutes. We've only had 2 full course yellows. Maybe this is why it was looking a little slow. Was it saving fuel, Dan? Because Julian Hofnet here has gone an extra 20 minutes compared to everybody else. That's going to surely pay them dividends at the back end of this race.
Definitely so, if they're able to extend the gap as long as they can. Yes, you're going to be slowed initially and you're going to be taking that pain very early on in the race, but if you know you can make the car do the distance, if you stay out of trouble, you pick your fights cleverly, then you are able to extend the stint and try and cut another pit stop. I don't know how long the stops would have been with fuels and tyres, but here's the lead. Is the battle for the leaders. The Mooses versus Project 91, and the Porsche looking down the inside, going to send it through into Stowe, and a beautifully done move there. With the penalty they had earlier on, the Porsche has really come back to its stride, and now we've got the BMW close behind as well, the Delta car, as they all come flooding into pit lane, flying into the pit. They need to get that stop before the pit limiter, but in traditional endurance racing, the GT3s are absolutely entertaining to watch, and usually the ones to keep an eye on, but the Mooses, they're just losing out going into pit entry.
Corvette of the Screeching Mooses, first one into its pit box. It was overtaken by the Porsche, and then the BMW of Delta Racing. Cars disappeared. I believe that is because the driver has changed. It is now John Jones in the Screeching Mooses car. So we'll see what the Corvette can do. Nice to see the Corvette being used out on the grid. There's Nathan Edwards in the Project 91. And the Delta Racing team, I believe, have just changed their driver as well. They've been dropped. The tyres have been changed. They're now going to be continued to be refueled whilst they are sat in their box. Marcus Byfeld then, here he is, 1 minute 1 second ahead of that of Iron Lynx in second place. absolutely flying is Marcus Bidefeld in this one. The fastest lapping, only man in the 1 minute 50s for LMP2, and that goes across Pro-Am and the Pro category there. But Marcus Bidefeld in the NOP car is a machine this afternoon. He really has been fantastic to watch. Vortex retake the lead in LMGT3, but Vortex did do their pit stop. Now, according to my timing screen, it's saying that the Italian job lead in LMGT3, so not 100% sure on that one, but they do lead. Look, you see there on the overall timing screen that the Italian job do lead actually in LMGT3. They're yet to pit. Vortex have came out, now retake their lead after their pit stop, and the Screeching Moose Motorsport, I believe, jumped Project 91 in the pit lane, so they got their pit stop better than the Project 91 Porsche. Porsche's got to do it again.
All the hardware that they've just done have to be redone, but the Italian job got out in front as I think the time has updated. The Moose is behind the Project 91, so yeah, the Italian job guys are looking to try and extend their stint as long as they possibly can, but they've got a heck of a lot of prototypes coming through now, and this is really going to start hurting the GT3 car, and also for the prototypes as well. The position 6 car of the LMP3 class, they're trying to maneuver his way through. There's more prototypes coming through as they finally get to the straights. Maggotts and Beckett's a really difficult part of the circuit to get through, but they have managed to finally negotiate as they split the poor GT3. The Italian job guys must be thinking, oh my god, we need to stay out of trouble. We need to not get caught up in all this because this is really going to hurt their strategy. But yeah, a little bit chaotic there, and you can see how frantic that he finally gets into pit lane and into the safety of the pit exit entry.
Yep, so the Italian job team all into the pit lane. I'm just going to run through everybody still in pit lane at the moment. NL Academy, I think their day could possibly be done because they are still being registered as in the pit lane. I can't see a car in there, so that could have been them out of this race. They was running high up on the order. We'll just see as they come down towards the pit exit, but I'm not seeing any other car in there, so NL Academy could be out of this race. Don't worry about NOP, they're not actually out. I'm not sure what's happening on the timing tower today, but NOP are still out there circling the circuit, and this is P number 5 in LMP2. It's turn 1 versus that of Delta Racing, just sat behind them at the moment, having a good little scrap in towards Copse Corner. There you go, Pedro Marquez is the driver aboard that screen. Aboard that car, sorry, just as the timing tower updates itself. And yeah, Project 91 did get ahead of the Screeching Mooses. Screeching Mooses have actually dropped down a heck of a amount. They're down into 6th place now, so either a poor stop or a poor start to their second stint in this one. But they've been passed by VR Racing and the Delta Racing and Delta Racing by Tri-State then in this race so far. They're now back up to 3rd, so we'll keep you up to date with the gaps we've got with the timing tower that we have. Eagle Speed back into the pit lane. Team Frieda's just got past them, and here's a move. Pedro Marquez, turn 1, having a move made on him by Delta Racing. You saw the yellow flag pop up for Delta Racing. Again, done at a decent time. He's just got that slowdown penalty, which, as you can just see there, cost him a little bit. They put a lap on the LMP3 car, and at the moment, all is going according to plan for Pedro Marquez as he stays ahead for turn 1. We've just done over the hour mark, just under 3 hours left to go in this race here at Silverstone, and it is so far looking really good. This is Delta Racing by Tri-State, P4 in the class at the moment. They've got the VR Racing of Connor Swain just behind them as we go back. As we go back now to car number 11. That is the turn 1 car, not the Delta Racing by Tri-State car, as it says on the bottom of screen.
So everyone is just still finding their feet, still finding where they need to go. We're still on board with the turn 1 guys at the moment, and currently sat in, I believe, the 5th in class at the moment, and just trying to get themselves into a rhythm and a groove here. Try and go through Copse Corner as quickly as they possibly can. Try and bring the gap down to the car in front. But again, strategy is going to be key, and we'll see how it all pans out. Some of these guys looking to possibly 5-stop, maybe 4-stop for some of these if they've managed to extend the gap as best they possibly can as we go through the fast-flowing Maggotts and Beckett's section. But All's a bit calm here now, Matthew. We seem to have got a kind of a rhythm going here at the moment, as we see the car behind the turn 1 car trying to hunt them down is in the tow, and have got a great tow at that and looking to go make the move up into Stowe, but not quite able to capitalise there. Possibly the car behind carrying a lot less downforce as we now move to the 97.8 in class, as they currently now have the car chasing behind them. And that is the 88 of Aidan trying to run onto the back of the car in front, looking for an opportunity in this LMP3 class to fight for the 8th place position.
It is the Mercury machine of car number 88 doing a great job just to catch onto the back of the Sahara GT car. Early on, when we saw that Sahara GT car just have an incident at the very beginning of this race coming into Brooklands, but this is for 8th and 9th in the LMP3 battle at the moment. The timing tower is now updated. We've got Velotti at the top of the timing tower for LMP3, so we are good to go there. And this is currently an inter-team battle. The Delta Racing by Tri-State BMW, the black one, just trying to gain on its teammate of the Delta Racing white BMW. As he pulls out now to have a look up the inside in towards Stowe. And Delta Racing not going to fight that one too hard, as they don't have an inter-team collision between themselves there. Nico Loikkanen is the pilot of that car, and Delta Racing have actually going to be jumped here with what looks to be VR Racing going up the inside in towards Club. Lovely little move. And Rafael Acosta in the white BMW there, just losing 2 places, let his teammate go. And the VR Racing fully capitalised. Here's back with Richard Tunin now in the Impact Acura, coming down the back straight. He's side by side with the Screeching Mooses. There's an LMP2 on their inside in towards Abbey. There you go. Great move from the Acura, getting past the Screeching Mooses for 6th place. And car number 16 makes its way up another position past the Corvette. And the Acura can continue on its way here. Up into 6th. What is it now? It is about 5 seconds off the back of Delta Racing. And look at the gap that Vortex has got back to 3rd place. Remember, in this race, for Vortex, if they win, they will be champions. They will only need Quad Ash to be P4 or lower if they get P2. So going the way of Vortex and NOP at the moment to be crowned champions today. Obviously, all results will be provisional. The race control will be looking at everything at the end of the race. Any late steward inquiries that they will have to face. Speaking of steward inquiries, just going to give the instant report page a quick refresh. Not seen any pop up on screen, but there have been drive-throughs for several other cars. Car 97 got a drive-through for a collision with car 29. Car 4 had a drive-through for an incident with car 94. Car 4 had another drive-through for an incident with car 91. And then drive-through for car 52 for a full course yellow speed violation. I think car 4 was the incident we saw at Village with the BMW, the LMP3, the LMP2 and the GT3 car having their moment. This on board with John Jones in the Screeching Mooses, coming through Maggots, Beckett's, through Chapel now onto the hangar straight. The Acura just stretching its legs a little bit, and the rear of that NSX looking absolutely mighty as it just pulls away bit by bit down the hangar straight, breaks in towards Stowe. Oh, a lot of understeer there on the entry in towards Stowe there. The Corvette just did not want to comply and turn in.
It did not, and the Screeching Mooches there just struggling to stick with the back of the Acura at the minute, as we now switch to the 51 car of heading up towards the left-hander, the WOSR car, looking to try and capitalise on the car in front. This gap's come down bit by bit. The 27, so that's the Pro-Am car going against a Pro car at the minute, and they're looking to try and gain a position here. The Spanish driver looking for any opportunity. Guys taking a lot of the inside of the right-hand corner, heading down towards Cops now, and swoop the car in, try and get the car settled and balanced, and heading down towards then the famous sequence of corners of Maggots and Beckett's. But right now, 13th place overall for the WSR car, trying to work their way up the order once again. 8th in class at the minute, and just seems to be on a bit of a back foot here to try and clear the Pro-Am car.
Yep, this is the battle for 12th position on track overall. Obviously, battle for class. It's no points for overall. It's points per category in this season. And at the minute, they're doing okay, I'd say. It's a bit early to tell. Delta Racing then in 9th place, yellow flag. That'll just be a bit of a slowdown for them, a little further up the road. So we're on the World of Sim Racing. They are about. Tri-State car number 3 is the next car in front of them, which is 3 places on track ahead. So yeah, interesting to see if they can gain on them. But somebody who's not being gained on at all. And in fact, if you look at the first sector from this lap alone, because Iron Lynx haven't completed it, nearly NOP have taken 1.4 seconds out of Iron Lynx in the first sector alone. They then took we'll see what happens in the middle sector. But at the minute, Marcus Beifeld is a machine. He's on a mission. Delta Racing, black flag next to their name, car number 4. So we'll have a look at the penalty records. At the moment, that is the drive-throughs for car number 4 for an incident with car 94 and 91. We're also seeing the 52 for the drive-through for their full course yellow or VSC incident as well. So a few drive-throughs coming up for drivers there. Don't worry, the black flag does not mean disqualification if you are new to the European Sports Car Championship, and it's just there to say and let us know that they have a penalty. Here's a car we've not seen for a while. It is the Alpine car. One car we've not seen at all in this race. Normally seeing the Kitsune car running at the front of the LMP2 Pro Am. Of LMP3. Oh, the Italian job Ferrari was on 2 wheels coming through club in the background. Has he managed to hold on to it? 'Cause I don't think so. He's not appeared as the Italian job Ferrari. So hopefully we'll get a replay of that. Revolution in the pit. So Alpine's just put a lap on Revolution. Alpine are doing a great job. Fabian Elber's doing exactly what he needs to do in this race at the minute.
Yeah, just keeping everything under control, keeping their noses clean and working their way forward. But they are looking very, very confident here, leading class 7, about 8 seconds ahead of the rest of the pack of Impact and Fury. And they're having their own little squabble as well. So doesn't really have to worry about the cars behind it. Just keep his head down and focus on moving forward. So the 48 car, as Fabian looking fabulous at the minute, and looking to try and capitalise as much as he possibly can in this stage of the race. 1 hour and 15 minutes into this race, and still a long way to go. Anything can happen at this stage as we go to the Impact car sat in P3 at the moment, and now onto the back of the Fury car as well.
Fury have looked pretty pacey, but here's Piers Sundrup then, who's trying to get into second place in LMP2 Pro-Am for the Impact Sim Sport team. Remember, no championship ramifications today in LMP2 or LMP3. That will go to Algarve. Oh, just been hampered by the LMP3 on its entry to Maggots. Fury got that done right at the precise moment there to just make sure that the Fury Simsport car stays ahead of Piers Sandrup in the Impact car there. Car number 7, he'll get it done down the hanger straight now using as much slipstream as he possibly dare. And that gap has just opened up a little bit in that one then. Right, we are an hour and a quarter into this 4-hour race here at Silverstone. Still looks a gloomy afternoon here. The track has stayed at around the 19 degrees. Track temp's up to 24 now, so the track temp's not ramping up like we've seen it in recent weeks. We'll keep our eyes on what will happen in this race. Team managers or drivers that are watching on in this race and helping the drivers and working with the drivers today, they're going to be having one eye on that weather radar as well as having one eye on the pace. It looks like, Dan, that it's going to be a busy day for all the team managers.
Indeed.
Sorry, Dan, we've just gone, all of a sudden, we've again gone slow. So there's been an incident somewhere on circuit. It's Velotti Blue are into the pit lane. Yeah, we've gone to full course yellow. Velotti Blue into pit lane. So I can only assume, have they had a moment somewhere? Because that seems too early for a pit stop. 40 minutes in. We'd be expecting maybe within the next 4 minutes, I suppose, for these LMP cars. Interesting, though. Full course yellow. Not sure why.
Yeah, I'm not sure why either. Obviously, regarding virtual games, you wouldn't think it would be debris or any other reason. It's got to be a reasoning for maybe a car going off or maybe a little bit of contact somewhere. But yeah, it should be interesting to see why we've got this full course yellow. And this gives another opportunity to any of the drivers now, if they need to get into pit lane, if they need to just calm down and get themselves going. But I've just been keeping an eye on the NOP car, just the leading car of this race, and obviously its fastest lap was a 150.9. It's pretty much got a pace of like 0.6 to 0.7 faster than any other car on the grid at the minute, and it's just lapping between 1.5 to nearly 2 seconds a lap faster than the rest of the pack. That is how comfortable NOP is currently at this stage of this race.
Fantastic. Rob Ramsell in the chat saying he can't wait to drive something other than GTs in the chat. Well, there we go. Another driver looking to drive anything but GTs. Yeah, full course yellow. Not sure why Velotti have pitted from the lead of LMP3. Now, I'm going to, unless the Velotti car has been towed, which for an iRacing term, Dan obviously new to iRacing, towed is basically being towed back to the pit lane, and you'll have a wait time there for your tow time as well as then your pit stop time. Pit lane is closed for full course yellow. So
I see. I didn't know that. So
yeah.
that again is unless I don't know, Matthew, regarding possibly damage. Is it still closed even if you got major damage to the car?
I think it's still closed. The only thing I can see, CCR have just come in as well. So interesting there. Interesting there on if this is full course yellow. Virtual safety car is 2 laps, then we end up behind the safety car to get the pack going. But a full course yellow, car slow down to 80 kilometres an hour, pit lane is closed, and obviously overtaking is obviously forbidden. But 2 cars just been in the pits. Velotti was only in the pits for a short time, so yeah, I'm wondering, and I don't think he'd be able to serve any penalties during this time as well, so that may be investigated in this race. It's now virtual safety car, so that changes everything. Pit lane will remain open. So this is why drivers are now taking their pit stops. It is a virtual safety car. Pit lane is open. And is this what happened? So it's the VGTR Esports car coming through Copse Corner. Oh, huge snap. Big impact into the wall. Oh, and that is huge damage. I don't think he's driven that back to the pit lane. I think he's probably requested a tow there back to the pit lane. And that is why we've got the virtual safety car. Not seen a car go off that quick there since Max Verstappen back in 2021. Huge moment for them. We have got, I believe, every driver running bar the no limits at the NL Academy car. That has been in the pits for over half an hour. I believe they have retired from this race. But the VGTR Esports car that's just had that moment bringing out the VSC has been in the car for over 3 minutes. So the pit lane remains open for these drivers, and we get ready to go.
Yeah, and like you said, this is an opportunity for drivers to just collect their thoughts together, find out what their strategy is doing. This is also a great opportunity to the drivers and the team managers just to communicate with one another, just tell them what's going on, especially for the NOP guys. They know exactly who they're racing, what they're up against. And it seems like a lot of the LMP2 cars coming into pit lane and exit of pit lane. So Bravo Snow currently in the pits as well, as is Turn 1. And yeah, a lot of cars now coming into pit lane. And as you see a slow-mo of the incident up at Copse Corner, very easily done, turned into the right-hander, back end steps out, you try to correct it and it just snaps on you and through into trouble you go. But your race leader now coming into pit lane, Matthew, and possibly a possible fuel and tyre run here. Maybe a driver's swap. We'll see if Marcus can carry on at the minute, but they have got quite a comfortable lead at the minute and can pretty much do what they need to do. But yeah, it's all going their way at the minute.
It is indeed. We've come to that second set of 40 minutes, haven't we? So it was around the time for these cars, the LMP cars, to pit. They'll do so under the VSC. We will be expecting safety car to take us through. Although, is he pulling? There we go. I thought he was having a drive-through penalty there. I was going to say, what's NOP got a drive-through penalty for? We've not seen them put a foot wrong all day, and they are. There we go. NOP. I'm just going to check the driving timing screen on our page, and it does now say Mikael Sundström. So they have changed their driver, and they will continue on their way. So Sundström now getting the chance to step into the car as they all quickly flood out of the pits. Tyres have been changed on the race leading NOP car. Fuel is being finished at the moment, and away they go. Oh, so we can just breathe for a moment while we're under this virtual safety car. We are expecting that then of the safety car to be out in a moment or two's time to then take the pack round. And obviously under that safety car there will be the pass around the class leader. So there's cars that's a lap down not multiple laps, even if they're multiple laps, you'll gain a lap back. They will get the pass around to go back to the back of the pack to try and get the order of the race back in its ideal position at the moment. So we get a bit of a breather, 1 hour and 20 minutes into this race here at Silverstone for the 5th round of the European Sports Car Championship at the moment. Sebastian saying in the chat that Mikhail is in for NOP, and indeed he is. Out the pit lane he has came, and he's on the back of the train already. So we assume that when the safety car does take to the track, goes VSC to full safety car, that he will be the man right behind them. And yes, our first full VSC of the day at the moment.
It's indeed, and definitely been an intriguing race nonetheless. What's been going on 4 hours of Silverstone has been giving us some great racing so far. Obviously the gloomy conditions hasn't really been stopping NOP at the minute with that comfortable lead they've been having, and the way the GT3 class has been going, it's anyone's race at the minute other than Vortex, looking quite good in that leading spot at the moment, but it's all still to play for. NOP though leading their class in LMP2. We've got Alpine leading the LMP2 Pro-Am class. The LMP going the way of Virtue, and then we've got the GT3 class of Vortex leading the way of that one. They are your class leaders. And we now look at the 38 car coming through the, I believe that's the Maggots and Beckett section. So it's definitely time to gather your thoughts, get things sorted, and focus on what's to come in this latter part of the race. And we are slowly working our way to the halfway stage of this race, Matthew.
Indeed we are. And it's been a dramatic first hour and a half here at Silverstone. And if any of the last few races we've seen are anything to go by, we could be in for just as hectic at the finale of this race. And Algarve, Portimão in just over a month's time to round the championship on the 25th of October. We'll be back live for that one on the ESCC YouTube channel. I'll be here. We'll see if Dan's back, or it could be Ashley, or we'll see who's in the commentary box that day. But at the moment, we've got an interesting virtual safety car period for the time being. And as it stands, we'll continue to repeat this throughout the day. If Vortex win, they are champions. So this could be huge at the moment. If NOP win, they will need to win with impact P5 or lower. Well, if you look at impact, they are lower than P5 in LMP2. They are 8th place. So at the moment, going the way of Vortex, going the way of NOP. All results, don't forget, are provisional until we get final confirmation from race control in this one then. So interesting race. In fact, sorry, it's the number 6 impact that is the one second place in the championship, and the number 6 impact is down in 43rd place in this race overall. So it is really struggling in this one to keep this championship alive going into Portimão. Interesting race at the moment. We'll keep our eyes on what is to come. And yeah, for Impact Simsport, car number 6 struggling. Gazx back into the pit lane then. So they're in for their stop. Now's the time to make the pit stops, isn't it, before the safety car comes out and everybody starts to queue up one behind another, because you'll lose that bit more track position there than what you would under the VSC. Here is the Alpine esports team leading in LMP2 Pro-Am. Having a good race today, strong race by the Alpine team. We've not seen them look this strong all season. They've been in a good fight all season with the teams around them, Delta V and Velotti. But this is a real strong performance from the car, the number 48 car.
It's indeed a very, very strong performance. And virtual safety car is what we are currently in at the minute. And very, very strong performance from a lot of these guys as well. And quite a long hold here. Obviously that contact in the cops corner has caused a lot of drama here and a lot of patience now to be held for these guys, and it's definitely looking interesting to go on as we got a bit of voice chat going on here. Race control coming in there.
Yeah, race control coming in there, just letting us know that we possibly now will go to safety car. So we'll hopefully see the safety car out on track in a moment there. Race control is doing what they need to do. I believe we'll get the safety car out on circuit at the moment. There is NOP, look, amidst all of the prototypes and even a couple of the GT3 cars in the background. Good day so far for certain teams, isn't it? The Fury Simsport car that we're on board with now. They've had pace today, haven't they, Dan? They've had some good pace in the early stages of this race, just not been able to get to the front as quick as they'd have liked in this one. But they've made some overtakes.
No overtaking.
They've slowly been working their way up the order, slowly, you know, picking off cars bit by bit. But again, that's the love of endurance racing. It's not how you start, it's how the race progresses on from there. And we'll see how the rest of the race goes for the Fury cars, and we'll hope to see some more great action coming towards the further end of the event as well. So you'll find sometimes, especially endurance racing, that well, I've experienced it myself with other commentary jobs, where you start off, everything is happening, and then you get into the lull of nothing happening, and then once again all the strategies start to pan out and go back to how they should, and then you eventually have a massive offset, or you have cars going at it wheel to wheel. So there is still a lot to come yet from this race. An hour and a half already into the event, and another couple hours still to go yet, but everything is still on play, everything is still available for every driver currently on the grid at the and as long as they're still on track and still running, that's all they can really ask for at the minute.
Indeed it is. Just going to check the timing screen once again. Again, we have only lost the NL Academy car. The VGTR Esport car that had that huge incident is still in the pits. It's been in the pits for 12 minutes, 45 seconds. So, yeah, huge bit of time in the pits. We'll see if they return back out on track, the number 17 car. So far, so good. Safety car's obviously going to neutralise all of this, and we'll get queued up behind that very soon, I'd imagine. We'll see what is happening in this race as we get ready to get back underway. NOP lead from Alpine in LMP2 Pro Am. It's Velotti who lead in LMP3, and then it is that of Project 1. There's a car that's smoking at the moment. Who is that? Is that the... I think
that's an LMP3 car.
Is that the Sahara car? I believe it is.
I'm not sure.
It's a Sahara GT car that has got a lot of smoke pouring out the back of it under the safety car here.
Oh, that looks very terminal, that does.
That is not a very fit LMP3 car at all. And the driver's obviously doing their prep, but that is pouring out black smoke from the back of it. That has got to be something terminal. They've got to get that back into the pit lane, surely, to see what can be sorted there. But at the moment, yeah, this is...
They've been sorry, they just dropped a message in the YouTube chat, and apparently they've been smoking since 3 laps ago, so... I'm not sure exactly what's going on with that LMP3 car, but apparently it's been smoking for at least 3 laps, and it's really got to be off-putting for the cars behind as well. I mean, obviously, games these days seem to be a lot more as realistic as possible as we start to see the gloom of the sky clearing a little bit. We're looking like, I think, get a little bit of sunshine. Looks like the cars are a lot clearer at the minute from that view, but I've never seen anything like this from a game, but other than the early stages of the Formula 1 games where you just randomly see cars just blowing up. But new to iRacing for me, and this is a new thing, and to be fair, I'm quite loving it. It gives a bit of drama here, but I don't know if it's really hurting the car or not. I'm not really understanding that, but hopefully that car, and look at it, it's very, very dramatic.
Just said in the chat that the pit limiter has blew the engine. Wow. So That is incredible. We've seen cars upside down on a tyre wall at Spa a couple of weeks ago. The leaders there, look, now are behind the safety car. And I'm sure that was the Sahara car. Will it peel into the pit lane? Has to. Well, we've spoke about rain. It definitely looks a lot brighter. You're right, Dan. It does look a lot sunnier coming through Abbey there. We spoke about the possible chance of rain. Well, at the minute, we've got the only cloud coming out the back of a car is not the mist of the water on the circuit that hasn't arrived yet. It's the smoke of the LMP3 car. It's just come through the final couple of corners. Has that gone into the pits? No, the Sahara car is still out on track. I believe it was car 97 that it was, ahead of the Kitsune car overall. And yeah, well, okay, right. Interesting. We'll keep our eyes on what happens with that car.
I believe Corbin in the chat said probably got the limiter on while going too fast. He said it's happened to him. It's the only thing that makes sense. But if that car's been going around it for 3 laps, but it's not really served.
It's got the meatball flag now, Dan, on the screen.
It has.
So that has to surely come into the pit lane. I mean, Corbin, you'll probably be able to tell me as well. I'm pretty new to iRacing myself as well. So surely that, Corbin, has to come into the pit lane. If you can let us know in the chat. He was going too fast just on the pit limiter and eventually blew up. He wasn't really feathering the throttle, but it blew the engine. Well, that's why at the moment. And he still looks like he took the limiter off to catch the safety car train, and he's going full chat with the smoke pouring out the back.
I'm not obviously a massive iRacing knowledge myself, but I do know enough about racing, and from what I understand, if you blow an engine, that thing will not go, it will not move. So I don't think it's obviously we've got another incoming message there, but I'm not sure how it all works out with this on iRacing, but obviously that engine, if it was blown up, it would not be moving in real life. But obviously, games are a lot different. It's probably something about to give way. But yeah, it's very, very strange. Very strange indeed.
Very strange indeed. Well, we wait for the fly around from the cars a lap down. They are now into the pit lane with that meatball flag. So let's see what kind of a stop this is. And I'm sure the drivers behind will be quite thankful at the fact that they have pulled into the pit lane, so that smoke is now cleared. So, yeah, Leib comes into the pits for the Sahara GT team, and that'll be a pretty big fix. Haven't saw any other cars in the pit lane, so I'm just wondering if VGTR, the guys who brought out this virtual safety car, are back on the circuit. A 16-minute pit stop they had. They're back out on the track in this race. Right. Dramas at Silverstone today. Unlike Spa, we haven't seen a car flipped or upside down like we saw a couple of times at Spa coming through Blanchimont. But we've now got cars smoking. We've got big impacts into the wall at Copse Corner. And we are under safety car procedure. The drivers will be able to listen in now to race control and get the message to do the fly around in a moment, I'd imagine. Safety car not coming in yet. Lights still on or above the top of the safety car for the time being, and this is why, look, the drive around is now. So huge for Project 91, because they've now got to get onto the back of this train and hopefully get onto the rear of Vortex, wherever Vortex are in this train. Now, it's only the one car that has done the drive around at the moment, so are they only allowing the one Porsche through? Not sure. Either way.
Sorry, man, the 91 has got more race control in.
91.
But the 91 is only 3 seconds behind, I think the 91 is still got a good opportunity to catch, obviously, the race leader. But it was another Porsche, another green Porsche. I'm not sure which green Porsche it was, but that's the only car that's been released at the minute. A very wide LMP3 car there. I don't know if it's slow, but the Vortex car currently still leading the GT3 class at the moment. But what it does help, who it does help out massively and hinders the most, Iron Lynx get closer to NOP. I know obviously the gap is still 21 seconds, a lot of cars in between them, but the gap is a lot shorter than it was earlier on. And they're able to see at least the race leader coming down the straights, and with 22 seconds and a lot of cars to clear, it's going to be difficult to get behind them. But now NOP are at a stage where they have to be cautious, they have to be careful, because the pack is back with them again.
Yeah, indeed it was. It was the 84 Fisher Motorsport car that has just done the drive around. So that is where they are in this race. I believe they're 2 laps down on the Eagle Speed car in their category. They're actually, as I'm just going to update the timing screen to LMGT3, yeah, Fisher are 2 laps down on the leader of Vortex. They're a lap behind Eagle Speed in the Italian job. So this should put them back on to that same lap to keep them a lap down at the moment, as they've just come through Sector 1. They're approaching Sector 2. But yeah, we are under safety car conditions, and it will at least be 1 more lap here today in this race. So who's the Porsche there just behind NOP on circuit at the moment? I think that is Frida Sport, who is the Porsche behind NOP. So it's control, come on again. And at the moment, everything is going the way they need it to go. If you're in NOP, if you're in Alpine, if you're Velotti, and if you are Vortex, especially for Vortex and NOP, championships can be decided today in this race. We are DNFing 38 minutes of repairs. So that was the Sahara car. They've just put in the chat, they are DNFing 38 minutes of repairs. Well, with a blown engine or whatever it may have been, I'm not surprised. So that is their day done. There'll be no points for them. Very bizarre. We don't even know that you could blow the engine whilst on your pit limiter. It's a shame, but we're ready for Portimão. So there we go. They'll be back for Portimão. Dan, that is the second retirement of the race. So the Sahara team are done, and we now get a few more cars just doing their drive, their fly arounds. Now, you see all the leaders staying to one side. The safety car is, I don't believe, controlled by anybody. I believe that's an AI-controlled safety car, so that is why it's not following the same line as the others. So we're down to NOP to sort of control the pace while people do their fly-around. And we can get back underway in a few moments' time. So who was let go just there? A couple of LMP2s, LMP3 and an LMGT3 as well. We're getting the Ford Mustang just coming through as well. So everybody trying to get back a lap in this race. It will only be 1 lap that you get. As they're coming through, the safety car nearly turned in on the Rising Pandas, and this is the problem when you're trying to get through as quickly as possible to get the race back underway. Here we go then. Going to be a crazy restart with everybody now coming through to do their drive around.
It is indeed, and obviously, like I said, this is just going to help the guys who are just a little bit further back. This gets them a little bit closer to NOP, and NOP must be absolutely hating this right now after a very, very comfortable lead has been just sliced down. And yeah, it's they're going to be having their wits about them now, knowing that the cars are getting closer to them. The number 9 especially now 10 seconds only behind, obviously with more cars to clear. So there is more opportunities for people just to catch them out, but they haven't got that buffer now.
Yeah, indeed. Same for Alpine. They've got Impact early and Fury Simsport pretty close to the back of them. So they've got to be careful now in their race as well. Velotti, they've got CCR within 5 seconds, and Vortex have got 5 seconds to Project 91. The Porsche of Project 91 has looked a very strong car at Silverstone today.
It has indeed, and the Porsche, obviously I don't know how it works with the GT3s on iRacing, but I know from experience from other GT3 games, the Porsche, not the overall strongest in a straight line, but it's very, very good in the corners and has great traction, so it's definitely probably paid in the tight, twisty sections of the track that's allowed them to be so good, but the Vortex Audi, though, looking strong as we got another race control.
Pit lane remains closed, irrespective of what iRacing is telling you. We anticipate 1 further safety car lap.
And I bet you're loving this as a VW fan. Audi from Porsche, then it's a McLaren, and then it's the Acura down in P4 from the BMW in P5 at the moment. So cars on the fly around in this one, gaining on the back of the train. And we'll go one more for the safety car at least. Light's not out, it's still on the circuit, so still under safety car conditions now, Dan. Again, this throws up another bit of strategy work for these LMP drivers. Obviously, the GT3s pitted around the hour mark. They are now going to be able to extend their stint to well over the second hour mark because of how many laps have been under virtual safety car and now safety car. And for these LMPs, they're coming up to about 18 minutes till their next round of pit stops. They might be able to eke out a bit more on this, which is what is now their third stint, because they're saving fuel as they're going as well, aren't they? So fuel and tyres going to come into play with strategy now as well.
Yeah, indeed. And I think we're starting to come to the end of the safety car as well, because you can see a lot of preparation going on. Earlier on, the cars were just rolling around, but you can see a lot of weaving now and a lot of preparation put into this. So, yeah, strategy is going to be key now. Obviously, a lot of the drivers probably extending their stints now, and obviously where the LMPs were just quite under the hour mark of running, they're going to extend obviously this stint. And I can't remember exactly which car earlier on, but managing to extend their stint has really hurt them now, because obviously they had that advantage earlier on. Everyone else has been able to fuel save and go further now, so the extra stop that may have been required has now pretty much gone, and allowed the strategy just to work into the leading car's favour at the moment. But with this safety car, obviously NOP still got that gap of 12 seconds to the car behind, but all the others have bunched up quite significantly. GT3 has now got a 4-second gap.
Will resume at the end of this lap.
And a bit of race control there, but Vortex obviously about 5 seconds between the Project 91 car for them, and then in the LMP3 again another 6 seconds between them, and then obviously your Pro-Am class is another 4 seconds. So the other three classes, there's still close racing between the leader, but obviously NOP with that advantage at the minute really look comfortable at this stage going into the final half of this race.
Yeah, indeed they do, and you have to say, safety car or not, NOP have looked so strong today. They've looked really prepared and up for this one, so they are going to be the ones to watch on this restart. Can they take it to the field once again, or what will happen on this restart? A lot of tyre preparations happening now, so a lot of work coming down to the wire.
A reminder, no overtaking before the finish line.
Get another message from race control. We're about to get things back going here, because the safety car lights are off as they enter Maggots and Beckett. So the safety car will pull into the pit lane this lap. Everybody is back on the train. It is NOP that lead LMP2. It is Alpine that lead LMP2 Pro-Am. Velotti lead in LMP3, and Vortex lead in LMGT3. And we are now about to get ready as we see the snake coming down that of the Hangar Straight. We will be preparing to go once again. Green flag racing here at Silverstone for the 5th round of the European Sports Car Championship season of 2025. Benedict Varga in the chat, the best commentator pair ever. Well, thank you, Benny Varga, personal friend of ours. Thank you for the kind words there. I still can't get over the smoke we saw pouring from that Sahara car that's retired from the race with 38 minutes of repairs. But the safety car pulls into the pit lane, and we're about to get going in this race. It is 2 hours and 15 minutes left to go. It is NOP that lead. That is not the car behind. That is a WOSR car in P8, a lap down right behind NOP. They've already chosen to drop the hammer and leave the pack for dead as they get going. Green again at Silverstone for the restart with 2 hours and 15 minutes on the clock. NOP are wasting little time getting underway in this race. VR Racing have already got... We found what's happened to Project 91. They've tumbled down the leaderboard. They're still tumbling down the leaderboard. So something's happened to the green Porsche, who was looking very, very good. A few cars, 2 or 3 abreast, coming through Village and in towards Aintree they come now. In towards Village they come now, and very, very sketchy driving again. We get underway. GT3s, LMP3s and LMP2s absolutely everywhere. but the Project 91 Porsche has lost out massively. The Eka has been a bit slow to get away. What has happened to that one? As there's carnage coming onto the Wellington straight yet again, Dan.
Yeah, it's a little bit frantic as we get racing once again here at Silverstone, and just you can see the Acura there being caught up in some form of incident, and we, like I said, LMP2s and LMP3s and GTs all just trying to find a way through. And you can see here 2 LMP3 cars going at it wheel to wheel, and they're not even fighting position either. They're trying to find their way past the number 16 Acura, who's just getting mugged left, right and centre. There's another car off there. Who is that? That's a LMP2 car class. Is that the Bravo Snow car? I'm not sure. It doesn't look like it. But it looks a little bit frantic, and there's more contact there going into Cops.
Oh my days, and there's still
sideways.
Sideways coming into Cops corner. The Alpine's going up the inside of the Scimitar car of Danny Butchu. Now it's the Bravo Snow car, Dan, who's off at Cops corner. It is an absolute chaotic restart here at Silverstone for the European Sports Car Championship. And what has happened? Let's take a replay then. On board with Angelino, with Lucas, who gets all out of shape, contact with another car, and how he's not been collected, I do not know.
Was very, very lucky, and the flash of lights to the GT car ahead and ended up making contact with the LMP3 car instead. So a little bit frantic once again. We see another LMP car sending it up the inside of all of these cars, and the Moose is under some real pressure from prototypes, and you can see another BMW in the middle of this as you see the Italian job car coming into pit lane. A few cars coming into pit lane, so obviously trying to get out of the chaos, out of the trouble. But I just see further back as well the Project 91 Porsche right down in the pack, and yes, still frantic movements happening. You can see here is the Porsche. Was that second? He's now 7th in class. What on earth has happened to him? He's now getting mugged left, right and centre by prototypes.
Dropping down the order in this race. The Screeching Moose is a penalty coming towards their name. There's the black flag next to them, so that's a penalty coming for them. I believe it may have been the Tri-State LMP2 that we saw off at Woodcote, Dan, because he's got a meatball flag showing on his car in the LMP2 Pro category. But Project 91, Nathan Edwards, this is what happened then on the restart. Had a coming together with an LMP2 Pro-Am car, did he? Or has he had a spin on his own on the outside curb? Nothing there. So just a little instant maybe of touching doors, but the Tri-State cars into the pits, and here comes one of the LMP2 Pro cars. The Gaz-X of Trust and Gross nearly into the rear bumper of the Delta Racing BMW there, and it is absolute chaos once again. Revolution in LMP2 Pro-Am putting a lap on the quad-ash Mercedes-Benz as they all stay to the left-hand side, and the LMPs come flooding past. The W2E Pro Group's got a meatball flag next to its name as well in the pit lane. It is chaos at Silverstone. The home of British Motorsport is providing some fantastic entertainment, and they're nearly 4 wide on the exit of Cops Corner in some places.
Prototypes. Oh my God! To seeing the blue car fling it into Maggots and Beckett's, and then you see another one going onto the grass, and the poor BMW and the Mercedes really in the middle of all this and nowhere to go. The Mercedes probably actually gaining on the BMW because it's so frantic. Then you've got the Moose car staying out of the way, and look at all these prototypes just barging their way through. Another replay once again, and you see the blue car just fling it through, and whoa, the 25 car absolutely sending it past the GT3s. They must be having their hearts in their mouth moments at the minute. It's absolute chaos here, Matthew, as we got cars in pit lane and then more slow cars coming into the final section of the circuit.
It's Velotti in the Fury Simsport. What was it?
Contact!
Sideways, it's Fury! The Fury Simsport car is sideways through Woodcote. Big carnage on these opening laps of the restart. And the Fury Simsport car has gone off. That's Gaz-X. They was fighting for the podium earlier on. What is it Senna once said back in the day? If you no longer go for a gap, you're no longer a racing driver. There's all about a gap, but geez, closing on a corner of Maggots and Beckett's is very dodgy. And I tell you what, this has been another sort of sprint race moment. Let's see what happened here then. Crossing the Gaz-X car, such a run in towards the exit of the club, and the Fury car just kind of comes across him. Oh,
they didn't see him. Maybe the Fury car just trying to get through the slow car section, and the Gaz-X car trying not to lose as much time as they possibly can, and just sent it up the inside of Club, and really did not actually help him out whatsoever and cause more incidences here. And as we go now to back on board with some of these cars, Delta V currently 5th in category at the minute, heading down towards Copse now, and just a frantic couple laps once again, and sending it into Copse there, flying onto the back of the leaders here. That's an LMP3 car, also slow as well. The flashing lights, there's all sorts of flashing lights going on the minute, and yeah, swinging through Maggots and Beckett's and just trying to clear the GT3 class.
It's absolutely crazy at this restart of this race. We're approaching the 2-hour mark. The sun has once again gone. Thanks for all the kind words in the chat as well. But this is chaos at the start of this race. There's another LMGT3 McLaren. That is the VR Racing that are now second place. Remember, we spoke to Connor Swain before the race started. They said they'd be just happy to run their race and get as high up as they can. It's not gone their way all season. This has been fantastic at the moment. He is up into second place behind Vortex in this one. But what a Delta V there of Berry in the red and black LMP2.
Sorry, the prototype car being held up there. The prototype car got held up quite badly, and they're not even in the same class. The Pro-Am and the Pro car are getting closest. The McLaren, oh my god, this is getting frantic here as Connor sat in second at the minute for the VR Racing Group. Heart and mouth moments as the Vortex is at 12 seconds up the road. It's very, very difficult to keep an eye on what's going on left, right and centre, as we see more action going on. It's the turn 1 car at the minute, Pedro, kind of leading this group ahead at the minute, and a little bit more calm racing now, hopefully. But NOP, meanwhile, pulling away for ahead of the Iron Lynx guys, as there's still close racing between them. But turn 1 goes through his Copse, and yeah, absolute drama here, Matthew.
To agree with AG McDaddy's comment in the chat. I feel more for the stewards than the commentators, and I've always said the hardest job in sim racing is being stewarding, is doing the stewards, the inquiries that come in. That is the toughest job, not the commentary, not the driving, not the team managing. It is the stewarding, because my days are you busy when you do your race control work. The P91 spun on cold tiles when going green, so that is what happened to Project 91. Apparently they spun on cold tyres. Well, Radovan Zankel in the Myrmica car, P3 in category. That is now the car and the team that is putting Iron Lynx under pressure in this race. It is Iron Lynx from Myrmica, second and third, and it is really a battle for second and third, because nobody's catching NOP. Nearly 0.4 of a second quicker was Myrmica on the last lap compared to Iron Lynx, being held by an LMP2 Pro-Am car, and the Iron Lynx sends one up the inside in towards Village, runs a little deep, not too bad as you come towards the link, and there is Radanov Zankel through the link. They go, trying to get the up and under in towards Aintree, just hasn't quite got enough, but is now right in the slipstream of the Iron Lynx. Down the Wellington Straight they come once again. 1 hour and 54 minutes of pure drama at Silverstone, and Myrmica look for a move into Brooklands, but think better of it for the time being. Iron Lynx managing to hold on to second place. They have been defensively sound all day of Iron Lynx. They come under pressure from the Gazex earlier on, and now the Myrmica car. At the moment, this is chaos here at Silverstone for this 5th round and the penultimate round of the European Sports Car Championship, and Radovan Zankel is putting Iron Lynx under massive amounts of pressure. They gain on an LMP3, right, or is that an LMP2? No, it is an LMP3, I believe, right into the heart of Maggots and Beckett's. This will just hold these two stationary for a little bit, and we will see them come flying past down the Hanger Straight. But my days, what a few frantic laps since the restart. Do you know who's not found it frantic? NOP, Alpine, Velotti and Vortex. All the leaders have done what they've needed to do. They've extended their gaps.
Meanwhile, from what I've seen on the socials, on the Instagram, I've seen that they were fastest in one of the practice sessions, and they have got the pace, they have got the drivers to try and get the job done on the Iron Lynx car. But you can see here, once again, traffic playing into this, and the LMP3 car obviously staying on racing line. They don't really have to jump out of the way. It's down to the overtaking cars to find a way through, and through they go, and that's lost them time. The Iron Lynx have now pulled a bit of a gap, and this has now just hurt their run here at the minute. And like you said, the NOP guys long out in the distance. So we got more racing going on here. We got the number 1 Alpine 48 trying to hunt down. Is that the turn 1 car that he's coming onto the back of at the minute? But the Alpine car looking good at the minute and catching onto the back of a GT3 car of the Porsche, and try and clear him as quickly as he possibly can. But Fabian looking good in first and in his category and clearing the Porsche.
Indeed he is. What a day this has been for racing at Silverstone. It's not quite the incidents that we've seen in the past. We've been pretty clean so far compared to Spa, especially with cars on their roofs and on the tyre walls at times. But my days, we've seen some great dramatic racing here at Silverstone. And if you are at Silverstone tomorrow watching the European Le Mans Series in the real world, hope you enjoy a great day, and I hope the action's just as fun and frantic as this one. Harley Byrne now in the DSDF Racing 55 LMP3 car, gaining on the back of the 88 Mercury car in this race. At the moment, Kitsune are down in ninth. They have not had a good day here in LMP3. Normally a front runner in the LMP3 category, not in this one today at the moment. And we can just breathe once again as the cars have all escaped one another, and we can just kind of breathe a little bit before the pit stops start to happen. Back down to the beloved Acura on the circuit, chasing down the Delta Racing by Tri-State BMW. This is a battle for third place and for that podium, as Richie Tunen there trying to gain on the BMW as much as he possibly can. They've got Project 91 a couple of seconds behind them in the background. We know how quick the Project 91 car has been today, but the Acura has also looked a mighty machinery, giving him a cheeky touring car style flash of the lights coming through into Maggotts and Beckett's. I bet Dan would never see the day that the Acura would pull on a BMW M4. Well, today is that day. And Tunen at the minute doing a fantastic job through Chapel onto the hangar straight we go once again. And the BMW, not looked that strong all season, looks pretty good at the moment, but is fighting for third place. And look in the background, getting ever so closer. Project 91 are just looming. The Impact team in the Acura want to get on with this.
And obviously the longer they take, the more and more the car in front will be able to pretty much figure out where they're strong and where they're gaining and losing time. So really the Impact car really has to make an impact as soon as possible, while the BMW is under some stress at the moment as we head down towards turn number 1. The BMW still trying to extend the gap, relatively close lap times at the minute, but the Project 91 in the 2-minute class is at the man at Delta, just off the pace as well. But the Acura still putting the pressure with Richie in the hot seat at the moment. We now move over to the 60 car in the LMP3 class. This category has become very, very tight, and Amy in the car at the minute looking to try and make an opportunity to find a way through. P4 at the moment looking to capitalize as they go through into Copse Corner, trying to build that momentum pace as well. Very, very wide from the third place car as they head down towards Maggotts and Beckett's. Now use that pace, use that momentum, work their way through. As like we said earlier on, it's just seemed to have calmed down. No longer some crazy opportunities for cars to just send up the inside. There seems to be a nice little rhythm going on at the minute, and these LMP3 cars really, really pushing to the limits. They've probably got the most awkward job of them all, because you've got the much faster LMP2 cars and then the slower GT3, so they really have to keep themselves aware as we go on the rear view of the car being chased by Amy at the minute. And you can just see Amy has a little bit more confidence at the minute in that 60 car, as we now move now to the Delta V car, who's in P5 at the minute. And we are seeing some great racing happening here, and the gaps come down, and that's due to that safety car in the back end of the Revelations car. They're just struggling at the minute, and as they come through the tight twisty section and then back onto the back straight, this is really starting to be an interesting race with gaps coming down dramatically.
Yeah, indeed they are. Delta V there just flashing the lights towards Revolution. just up in front of them. Impact have just got, oh no, they've got past because they've come into the pit lane. So even though they've been able to save fuel and tyres, they have pitted on that hour mark once again, clearly feeling that that is the best strategy to be on in that Impact car. So they are into pit lane, and at the moment we're seeing a black flag for Delta Racing, so a penalty coming their way. Fury Simsport, and crucially for this fight that's P4 and 5 in LMP2 Pro Am, the Impact car he's also got one. There was a slow Ferrari there that's just held them. We're back to the LMP2 fight. Mermica round the outside of Stowe on Iron Links, just getting pushed out a little bit wide. Down the Vale, straight in towards Club now. And have Iron Links held on to it? No, they haven't. Mermica get through up the inside. Great bit of racing and a great battle. Mermica up into P2 over the Iron Links car.
They now build the gap. Obviously, like I said earlier, I've seen on the socials, on the Instagram post, they were fastest in free practice. Can they now pull away from the Iron Links now and try and do something about NOP? Because they're out in front. They've got a comfortable gap. Actually, the NOP car currently lapping a little bit slower than these guys at the minute. So NOP are a little bit vulnerable as the number 9 car of the Iron Links really started to try and get a better exit through there, come back onto the back straight and maybe have an attack back on the Merca car as they now head down towards the fast left-hander, and he's in the tow, he's in the stretch seam, he's got to know he's up the inside. No, he's not brave enough to do it there. And remember, we're only at the halfway stage of this race.
Both BMWs with a penalty coming their way. Impact are into the pits, and I believe that is for car number 7, a drive-through penalty for a virtual safety car speeding violation in terms of car number 12. They have got themselves a penalty. Unsafe rejoin. They've got a stop-go 30 of Delta Racing by Tri-State, and the Delta Racing number 4 car, I'm not seeing anything other than what we had earlier on. So unless it's another drive-through from one of them from earlier on that they've still got to serve. But either way, in the Cimatec car in P4 and LMP3, they've got the meatball flag next to their name. So that is going to ruin their race. They'll have a lengthy pit stop there as well. So Delta Racing by Tri-State in the pits. Delta Racing also in the pits. That puts Project 91 back onto the podium. And it puts the Rising Panda. But the Iron Links to the outside of Stowe. Can't get it done. Looking to get the up and under. Not close enough there. In towards Stowe. Mermica. Now they're hanging on for dear life. While Tobias Heckman in the Iron Links car trying to go at it once again.
These two having a great little scrap, but as they keep scrapping, it's allowing the NOP car, just looking on the times here, the NOP car, the first car to get into the 52s again, and these two still in the 53s. So the NOP, it looks like it was about to be chased down by these two. It's not now. NOP seem to be in a groove as a car leave there. That's Fury coming out of pit lane, and Iron Links, they're just losing a little bit of pace and momentum at the minute. And we go on board with the Iron Links car, and just seeing a tighter line through the hairpin, and that's going to compromise. You can see the back end just stepping out and just compromising their run, and that's allowing the Merca car just to pull away.
Not sure what's happened to the Cimatec number 20, but that meatball flag's still there. I'm assuming they're going to come into the pit lane when they get towards the end of their lap, which are approaching now. So we'll see if they come in. There's a spinner there at Brooklands. Well, it's not the Mermica car, so I'm not sure who that was, but a spinner at Brooklands then. And we've got Bravo Snow with a penalty coming their way, the number 38 car, who have had such a good race. They're now about to get a penalty come their way. So car 38 that I can see, drive-through penalty for an incident with the 55 in this race at the moment. So that is a penalty for the Bravo Snow team in this race. With Simitok now into the pits. Let's just have a quick look at them championship standings in LMP3, because with Kitsune not having a very good race, they're second. With Simitok now the 20 car in the pits with damage, it's Velotti the 74 car who led by 2 points from Kitsune going into today. Well, Kitsune aren't really in this race. Simitok are now in the pits. They've got a huge lead. The team in 4, No Limits Academy, that are 26 behind, they're not in this race either. They're nowhere in the top 5. So this could be huge for Velotti going into Portimão. What a race we've got on our hands, though, in this one at the moment. Project 91. In fact, where is the 16? Oh, the 16 pitted, didn't it, of the Acura. So Project 91 back onto the podium. They're heading down after VR Racing. And as we can see, Mermica, 0.6 of a second last time around quicker than the Iron Links car, as a bit more traffic plays its part for Mermica in this race. And it works its way around. That is actually the Kitsune LMP3 car. This is a replay of what has happened. This is Prismatic on the LMP3 in front. Oh, just pulls out and drops the rear and collects the LMP3 car as it goes backwards. What a strange moment for Prismatic.
Yeah, a very, very strange moment going on the entry as well. It's just the rear end just stepped out by the looks of things. And once again, traffic is starting to pay a little bit of an effect here as you got the leading LMP2 cars. And if the Iron Lynx are quite smart, they'll wait and wait and wait to try and get the better run. You can see the Murmur car just being held up by the BMW there, and through they go. The Iron Lynx not quite close enough at the minute to really capitalize on them. But either way, the Iron Lynx, they're still sticking with it. And even though they were losing pace earlier on, they are still sticking with the Murmur car and trying to go with them. And the pace from these two have gone up. They were in the 53s. They're now back into the 52s. Pace is coming.
Project 91 are back up into third place for you guys in the chat. And yeah, this is going to be an interesting one at the moment in this race, but they are allowing NOP to pull away ever so slightly. Mermica got the better run out of Maggots and Beckett's this time round. This is your leader in LMP2 Pro-Am. The Alpine car has 8 seconds back to Velotti. They are in a comfortable position in this race. They're about to put a lap on one of the LMGT3s, it looks like. LMP3, sorry, further forward. I think there was an LMGT3. Yeah, there was. It's the BMW of the Delta Racing with Kitsune looking left and right on the back of that for position on track maybe, but definitely to put a lap on it at least. And Kitsune still haven't got past that BMW at the moment. So Alpine just now stuck in a bit of traffic, lapping an LMP2 or fighting with an LMP2 for overall position, which doesn't really mean anything. A bit of a wiggle through Abbey there. There is the Kitsune car who will stay left. And oh my days, it could look to go up the inside of the Delta Racing BMW. They do squeeze to the curb. Don't hit the sausage curb, thankfully enough. But now the Delta Racing's got the inside line coming through the link. And Alpine have had to go so very, very wide. The Kitsune car disappeared and reappeared now. And that's on the inside of the Alpine car. And it's back in front of the Alpine car. So Alpine here, it is all about track position, have now managed to get the lap done on the BMW and on Kitsune. As Kitsune goes up the inside of the BMW. My days, it is frantic out there.
It's definitely frantic out there. Just like I said, just a little bit of impatience from drivers is really starting to hurt them. And yeah, it's just silly instances like that. It's just going to allow a contact to come in, and then other drivers will capitalize from that as the Alpine now starts to pull away, as Kitsune now starting to also build a kind of rhythm now going into it. But yeah, just a little bit unnecessary as through comes another car on the BMW further behind. So drivers just trying to negotiate the chaos that's been happening here at Silverstone.
First of all, that Alpine lost 2 seconds to Velotti in the timings. So Velotti managed to catch them. Look at the timing screen as well. Murmica nearly 2 seconds clear of Iron Lynx, so clearly running a better pace at the moment and are doing a stellar job. Or the Murmica team. This is then the number 3 car looking to put a lap on the Kitsune, and it does so. That is the Tri-State car, 4 laps down on the leader in category at the moment. It has been an interesting race to see. Quadash have actually just done the fastest lap in LMGT3 of a 2:03, so they've actually set the fastest lap in LMGT3. And Joran Engelen, the man at the wheel of the Vortex Audi, and has got 13 seconds back to VR Racing. Delta V in the pits from second place. So we said they could extend the 40 minutes. Is this the time now for the pit stops? They've gone 9 more minutes than what they possibly should have done. We're starting to see cars come into the pits for their stops in LMP and some in LMGT3 as well.
Yeah, pit stops starting to happen, and this is where strategy now starts to kick in. So we could see another complete change here as we are on the Vortex Audi going through Maggots and Beckett's, and with the lovely gap of 13 seconds, we now look to the cars in pit lane, and this is where opportunities can arise as Nico in pit lane. And it's a mixture of cars as well. It's not just GT3s, it's also, you can see some LMPs in there as well. So I think that the incident earlier on down at Cops has really kind of thrown strategy out the window, and people are having to kind of think quick on their feet, and just looking at the gaps now, and certain groups are starting to extend and build obviously a advantage, but it is very, very frantic out there as Nico now starts to leave pit lane, and yeah, it's just absolute chaos wherever you look at the moment.
Nico Leukkonen is the man in the Delta Racing by Tri-State BMW, the black one of the two Delta Racing cars in the BMW. And what a dramatic race it's been. There you see England in the Audi coming to put a lap on that car, and Nathan Edwards, Project 91, into the pits. So let's see now where the number 16 Impact car feeds into this, because he was the first of the pit runners. Just missed his box a little bit there. You saw him get pulled back a little bit. And then, Impact's going to be interesting to see where they feed out into this race at the minute. But yes, into the pits comes as well the Rising Pandas. And they've had an interesting race. They've been up and down the grid a little bit without troubling the podium too much. Dropped is the Project 91 Racing Porsche, and they're just getting their final bits of refueling out the way before they come back on circuit. There's the Quad Ash car, 33 seconds off the lead, but they have got to make their stop. I don't think they've been in for a while. Keep your eyes on Impact gaining on Project 91. Can they get the jump on them? There was a head before the pit stops. Project 91's on its pit exit. Whereabouts is Impact? Because they've passed Rising Panda. Where's Impact on the circuit? Because so far, Project 91 have came out and they've jumped the Acura by a mile at the minute. There we go, look. Impact's only just coming into Abbey now. And the Project 91 Porsche, extending its stint a little bit, has opened that gap up.
It has indeed. The 91 has really just seemed to got into a groove and into a rhythm. We did see earlier on how competitive they were. Obviously, they had a penalty as well earlier on in the race. So they really are starting to get into their stride here. I don't know how much they can really threaten the Vortex car out in front, but if they can start just chipping away bit by bit, as we say, we're only halfway through this race, or going into the latter half of this race. So opportunities still arise as the Polish driver tries to focus and get his head down, and it looks like he's in a nice clean area with no real cars around him other than the LMP car coming flying through of the 38, and that is going to kind of be a nice ease for him and just get back into a rhythm. P4 at the mini, as we see the VR racing car in pit lane as well. So we'll see where this all comes out. Connor currently still in the car at this moment in time, and we will see where it comes, as they've actually done a swap for Ivan Chambers going into the car. So we'll see what he can do for the last half of this race. And now we're on board with the 55 LMP3 car, and I think it's looking like it's trying to hunt down the P5 car at this moment in time.
Well, just looking at the timing screens, Dan, Project 91 are a minute 12 behind Vortex. They was in the pit lane for a total of 1 minute 4 seconds. 30 seconds stationary. So they have got the pace, I'd say, over Vortex at the moment, where they're able to catch them. They've just done a PB for themselves. That's their fastest lap of the race for Project 91, which was last lap 0.7 of a second quicker than Vortex. So the more Vortex stay out, the more Project 91 can keep this pace, the more that Project 91 could be on the back of Vortex after the pit stops. VR Racing came out ahead of Project 91 by some 5 seconds, but Project 91 before they pitted was at least 15-16 seconds behind the Audi. They could have brought that gap down to at least under 10 depending on Vortex's pit stop. So we'll keep our eyes on them gaps there. This is Harley Byrne in the DSDF Racing LMP3 car at the moment, and so far so good. If you're Vortex, if you're Velotti, if you're Alpine, if you're NOP. And here is Tobias Heckman, who is losing ground on the Myrmica car. In fact, no, he's actually gained a little bit of ground, just back under the 2-second mark. So he's just gained a bit of time over these last couple of laps. Not under any pressure, though, from turn 1 behind in this race. So can just now get some pace in that Iron Lynx car. And I assume we're going to see a flood of LMP2s come into the pit lane very soon for their pit stops in this race. Interesting, going back to the Impact 16 Acura there, though, Dan. They pitted on the hour mark. We saw in the first stint that it's roughly an hour that the LM GT3s pit. Interesting to see them not extend their stint. That's got to be down to team management and strategy and what their plan is for the rest of this race.
Possibly so, or maybe thinking that that's the best option for them at this moment in time. So they seem to have the pace. They seem to be able to come with a little bit of bad luck hindering them at times. As you now go back on the 55, as that gap has come down to the 23 car. This is your fight for the LMP3 class for 5th and 6th place position, and every position counts, every point counts in these series. So you've got to just slowly work your way through as the British driver trying to hunt down the DSDF racing team, trying to bring the gap down. But yeah, we'll see what the impact Acura could do later on. Obviously, you got the fight between the VR Racing and the Project 91. They are still relatively close at the minute to one another, so there still could be opportunities for the impact cars. We see here the LMP3 car really having a bad run through Maggots and Beckett, and here we go, move to the outside, but here comes an LMP2 car to go straight through the middle. That's brave. And then around the outside it goes Harley around the outside, and just a little bit too much speed has understeered the car wide, and Chris looking to try and come back around the outside. The United States driver heading into a club. Can he keep the outside to then be on the inside for the next part of the corner? They give each other fair racing room, and here comes the Iron Lynx car held up behind all of it as well, and Chris did his very best to try and fight that position off, but in the end not quite got the pace and the confidence of the car in front.
The Iron Lynx got massively held over Myrmica in that little battle. It was the Myrmica car coming through to make it 3 wide down the hanger straight, but great move there from Harley Byrne, moves the DSDF Racing team up into P number 5 at this moment. And what a battle this has been. Tobias Heckman in that Iron Lynx car now still needs to get past out of Byrne in the 55 LMP3 as they continue on their way at the moment, running through the Wellington straight. There you go, pulls out now, going to put the lap on the LMP3, and he's now got to try and regain all that time lost over Myrmica through the club chicane then, but it's taken him a little while longer than he'd have liked to get past the LMP3 cars. What a race this has been here in the European Sports Car Championship today. Great stuff. NOP 16 seconds out from Alpine, 3 seconds from Velotti. Velotti in LMP3 at 21 seconds clear of CCR, and Vortex lead by 32 seconds over Quadash. Project 91 have passed VR Racing for that 3rd place at the moment. Impact are close to VR Racing as well. They're only 2 seconds off the back. So the LMGT3 fight, huge one as well. Tobias Ekman at the moment is looking to put the moves to try and regain that pace and get closer to the Myrmica car in this one. What a race we've seen. This is your race leader in LMGT3. Joran England is the man out front in the Audi, but where will he be to Project 91 after the pit stops? 1 minute 4 seconds it was for a pit stop for the Project 91 team. That is in, stationary and out. 1 minute 4. The gap is currently 1 minute 13, so he'd come out around about 9 seconds up the road and choosing to pit now. So this is crucial for the Vortex team to get a good stop. Myrmica also into the pit lane as well. So the leader in and 2nd place in LMP2 into the pit. Joran England needs a good stop here to make sure that he gets in and out and have as comfortable a gap to Project 91 as possible. Remembering that if Vortex win today, they will win the championship. Provisional results till the very end when the race control have said it. Keep our eyes on our social media pages to find out the full race results in the end. But if they do lose out to Project 91 and get 2nd, they need Quadash, who are currently running P2, yet to pit for themselves as well, to finish 4th or lower in this championship. What a battle this is. Quadash take the net lead, and into the pits is the Mercury car, the 88 of Adrian, and the Bravo Snow car of Lucas also into the pit lane. This may be to serve a drive-through penalty with the black flag you see next to their name. Joran England coming out the pits in the Vortex car. Been in the pits for a little longer than Project 91, 11 seconds longer, and look at this down the Wellington, down the hanger straight. The Rising Panda squeezed through the middle, goes the 51, managing not to make contact, and the lead NOP car is also in this battle at the moment with all these cars around him. NOP are in this fight as well, and WOSR trying to reclaim a lead lap, get ahead, and NOP in the thick of a fight as they come through at the moment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I believe, cars coming through this pack, and NOP managing to stay out of trouble for the time being, but they are losing time to Iron Lynx, who have stayed on track. They're now 16 seconds. It was 19 seconds So Iron Lynx gaining a little bit on NOP at the moment, and Vortex are back out on track and are 11 seconds ahead of Project 91. So Project 91, 11 seconds to Vortex at this moment in this race. We've got a battle developing between the VR Racing and the Impact team down in LMGT3, as now NOP look to put that lap back on the LMP2 car of WOSR. And I believe they're going to try around the outside of Luffield. Yes, they are. Look, Delta V just watching on an LMP2 Pro Am. And NOP couldn't put the lap on WOSR there then. So NOP really being hampered and hurt whilst they're in this fight of battling really with the back marker traffic. There's a bit more back marker traffic further forward. This is not what we want to see for the lead car. This is the trouble that could cost him this race. That's the VR Racing car that has now lost out to the Acura. And into the pits comes Piers Sundrup in the Impact car, P4 at the moment. All happening out here at Silverstone. Piers Sundrup into the pits. The Impact car's got a bit of a slowdown to serve at the moment. And hopefully we can bring you the NOP car once again to see if it's managed to clear all the traffic. John Jones in the Screeching Moose is back into the pit lane. So there we go, back to the front. There's Ivan Chambers in the VR Racing car. Impact still with that yellow flag. That bit of a slowdown to take. Might take it now through Club. Just go a little bit slower, runs a little wide. That's going to allow VR Racing back through with that slowdown. And the Acura now then slingshots its way out of Club, runs over the curb, stays in front. That's Danny Buncher, I believe, in the Simitok LMP3 coming through to put a lap on the LMGT3 cars. And a penalty coming the way of turn 1 in LMP2. Black flag's just appeared next to his name. It's not a disqualification. It will just be a penalty. This is fantastic at the moment. There's Pedro Marquez, turn 1. There is the turn 1 car that has that black flag to its name. So a penalty coming its way. We'll see when it takes it. The WOSR car that was just holding NOP, by the way, has now pitted. So that'll be even more frustrating that it didn't just let the race leader go. And it has held NOP for a little while. Bravo Snow now trying to get past turn 1 before it takes its penalty. They've had a real up and down race, has Bravo Snow, but Lucas trying to get on with this one. Impact now 9 seconds off of Project 91, who were only 10 seconds off of Vortex. So a battle heating up in LMGT3 as well. Velotti and Revolution pit in LMP2 Pro Am at the moment in this one.
Looks like a lot of cars coming into pit lane now, as we see the 2 cars now coming into pit lane. That is Bravo Snow and turn 1, and possibly turn 1 with that penalty to serve. But it seems like a lot of drivers now coming into their own. In a minute, Iron Lynx now still 15 seconds off the back of your leaders of NOP. So those guys are still kind of in that range. If anything happens to NOP, they could still win the overall race. But pit stops now coming in thick and fast here.
Yeah, indeed they are. And Project 91's got the gap to under 9 seconds to Vortex. So really are having a good start here. The turn 1 car there doing its drive-through penalty that it received. Lucas still in the Bravo Snow car in P6. There's Evan Waslim in the Velotti car also in the pit lane. The Screeching Mooses have been in there for some time. They're still in the pits. Iron Lynx in, so they're choosing to make their pit stop. So is the Fury Sim Sport. The Alpine car is going to come around the corner into the pits as well. So it's everybody's into the pit lane. And the gap now is really between Vortex and Project 91, but it's also this one, DSDF, who got ahead of Mercury a few moments. Sorry, who got ahead of another car a few moments ago. Mercury wide out of Luffield, kicking up the gravel. And they've just cost themselves a bit of time in their fight with the 55 LMP3. But the fight really heating up now. 8 seconds Vortex to Project 91. Project 91 are charging at the moment.
Charging and trying to work their way forward. But you see that moment there from the Mercury car, just getting a little bit of a handful going through there. They're back on the back of the 55 car, I believe that is in front of them as well. And the 55 car just really has been struggling. They're in the slipstream, they're in the tow. The DSDF racing car about to become under some immense pressure, heading down to turn number 1. Can he send it in? Sorry, not turn number 1, up to Stowe, sending it up the inside. He's going to get the run, he's going to get the momentum, and the 55 car is going to just run wide, understeer, and that is job done for the Mercury car, moving up another position, and that is a P7 for them. So a great move from Adrian there.
Not sure what's happening to Vortex. Quadash are in the pits, but they've lost even another second to Quadash whilst in the pit lane. So Vortex just struggling a little bit. And Project 91 are going to be breathing down their neck on the timing screens at the moment. Project 91 was 1.2 seconds quicker on the last lap, so that would possibly be traffic for Vortex, who's just gone through Abbey, and that gap at the moment 7.2 seconds. Quadash in the pits, they're on the pit exit. Where is Impact in terms of them being able to get ahead of the Quadash car? Remember, if Vortex win, they are champions. If Vortex finish P2, Quadash need to finish 4th or lower. And at the moment, it doesn't look like it. In fact, it does look like it's going to be that way, because Quadash are now 4th. Impact Acura has got back up onto the podium in this one. NOP in the pits from the lead of the race.
But the worry that Vortex are going to have if the way it all pans out, the Project 91 are looking incredibly quick. The gap is absolutely coming down like nothing. 7 seconds separates them at the minute. So that Porsche is looking very racy and very fast and wanting to bring the gap down. We're on Delta V at the minute in the 25 car in P4 at the minute, and just chasing down the podium position for Pro-Am class at the minute, working his way through Maggots and Beckett's, and the fatigue now starting to probably kick in for some of the drivers. Obviously fresh drivers probably sat in the car right now, and a great run through Maggots and Beckett's for the Delta V car, and that brings that gap down to the car in front, and slowly working his way towards that podium position. But Delta have got a lot of work to do here. It's one thing catching, it's another to pass.
Velotti, P2 in LMP2 Pro-Am with a penalty. You see the black flag next to their name, so that will ruin a chance of gaining on the Alpine car. Jeffrey Ross there in that one is going to be serving a drive-through penalty, so they have fell foul of the rules, and that's going to hurt him in what they was trying to do in terms of catching Alpine. They have, though, came out of the pits right as Revolution and Delta V are about to be on their rear, and there they are. So they've stayed P2 at the moment of Velotti, so the drive-through's not hurt them too much.
No, not indeed, but at the same time, though, cold tyres obviously coming in. They're not going to be extremely cold, but either way, they're still going to take some time to get back up to pressure. Needs to fresh, hot, and racing at the minute, so they could be in trouble now, and that's really to good. Alpine out in front at the minute, so P2, 3 and 4 battling it out here on your screen for the 27, the 52 and the 25 all going at it, and you can see the Delta V has got a lot, and all contact there, and they've both gone round.
That's Delta V on Revolution that has gone up the inside at Luffield and spun the Revolution car into the gravel. Then it's slow, and I don't know who that is, who's just had to take avoiding action of the Delta V car. Bit of contact there from Delta V, and it spins another car around. I'm sure that one will be looked at by race control. There's a replay of what happened from the Delta V point of view. Just looking up the inside, went in too hot, bounced off the curb a little bit as well. Looked like the curb unsettled the car a bit into the side of Revolution, and just kind of shovels him into the gravel. And Gregory Books, the Australian, will not be happy with that one from Revolution. Just a reminder, we have lost a couple of teams in this race. No Limits Academy have been retired for a while. Sahara, Blown Engine, they've been in the pits as well for a while. The W2E Pro GP are out of this race, and Unity Racing Team Blue are in the pits for 11 minutes. So we're not saying they're out of the race yet. That could just be bad damage, but we'll see what happens. Velotti now in, though, for that drive-through penalty.
In pit lane they come, and Delta V, that may end up looking into a little bit more. So
apologies, they've just done a drive-through penalty, so that must be a second drive-through penalty that they've been given, because they've just done one, and that's what put Delta V and Revolution on the back of them. Now Delta V and Revolution have passed them. Just going to have a look at the incident report.
They look like they're coming in for a stop, so it's not good drive through. It's possibly I'm not sure.
Go.
I'm not sure, but either way, they are into pit lane, and they are forming either. It looks like a stop-go by the list of things.
Okay, so it was a drive-through for an overtaking track limits. As we see another replay, overhead shot, look, bang into the side of the Revolution car there from Delta V. Yeah, just went in a little too hot into Luffield. So they got a car 27, Velotti, got a drive-through penalty for overtaking past track limits, and then a stop-go 30 for an unsafe rejoin. So there we go. So a double penalty back-to-back.
Yeah, indeed. We are on board with your current overall leader, and that is the NOP car, but 154.0. They are being chased by the Murmur car that's only 10 seconds back. So the gap has been slowly coming down. A 154, what is the Murmur car going to do is they do a 53.6. So the gap is slowly coming down. And one little mistake from them as now Fury is now onto the back of the Delta Racing car, and this is a close fight at the minute. The Delta Racing car trying to stay ahead in class as they come down the back straight at the minute, and looking to go the inside is the Fury car, and they swoop to the outside, clearing the LMP2 Pro, and Fury goes through up the inside and gaining that position there.
Indeed, they do. The Fury Simsport cars had a few penalties today as well, so they've dropped down the order with penalties there. Now, Velotti's just come up with another black flag. So he's had another penalty to the Velotti cars. Now that'll be 3 in a row. I can't believe what I'm seeing here for Velotti. Jeffrey Ross must be spending more time in his pit lane in this stint than anything else. Car number 27. I'm not seeing any. I've just refreshed the page again. I'm not seeing anything else new pop up. Unless that was... Yeah, I'm not seeing anything new. So unless that was a potential speeding in the pit lane, and that's an in-game penalty that they've been given. But Jeffrey Ross, for a third lap run-in, bails to the pit lane. What a nightmare for the Velotti team.
This, yeah, if it doesn't go quite their way, it ends up getting worse and worse for him. And in pit lane, he comes once again for a third trip through there, and probably just thinking that everything against him at this moment in time. We now move on to your an LMP3 car. This is leader of the class at the minute, a 74 car going through the far end of the circuit with a 13.3 gap overall in class, and the Polish driver at the minute looking good at this moment in time, as we, like I said, coming to the 2.5 hour mark of this race, an hour and a half still to go, and now on board with your race leader, the Audi car of the Vortex Audi, working his way also down the old pit straight. And as you can see as well, the gap was 7 seconds the last time we looked on board with the Porsche, and the gap has come down once again, 6.2. The Project 9 car here, Matt, is really starting to pick up the pace and hunt them down as well.
Last time around, Dan, it was some 0.6 of a second quicker, so the Project 91 Porsche really on form today. But if they get ahead of Vortex by the end of this race, there's only an hour and a half left to go. Vortex need Quad Ash to be P4 or lower. Quad Ash are P6 at the moment, so they could still be crowned champions here at Silverstone in this race. It's been a frantic race. That's the Kitsune Racing team coming out from doing its pit stop, and Gianluca Donzi is now the man at the helm of that car. Prismatic into the pits as well. And the NL Academy down in 26th place. They've got themselves a penalty as well to their name. So Kitsune out from their pit stop. What a race it's been at Silverstone. We're into that final 1.5 hours now of racing. A bit of shocking move from Delta V. That's from the move at Luffield a little earlier on, and Velotti getting robbed in the chat. Well, they've not had a drive-through penalty at the minute. And Project 91 have just pumped in a PB for the race for them, which was some 0.7 of a second quicker than Vortex. So Joran Engelin at the moment not got the pace of Michael Sikorsky. The Project 91 Porsche that's looked racy all day. It just had that penalty early on. And this is on board with Mikkel Sundström, the leader overall in NOP. 13.7 to the Murmika car now, and is... I mean, it gained a little bit last lap. Murmika in the 53s, 54.3 last time around, so it gained a lot of time last time around. You can only imagine that there's been some form of traffic. Now the Revolution car, it's all happening penalty-wise in LMP2 Pro-Am. Now P3 Revolution have got themselves a penalty to their name, so it's all happening here in this latter stages of the race. Car number 52, we'll try and find out what has happened there against them. And I can't see anything for the 52 on our incident report card at the moment, but I'll bring you that as soon as we know what that is for. Gregory Brooks into the pits. Have they been penalised for the incident with Delta V? If that's the case, I saw that one the other way, but I'm not a steward, so they do the hard job. And into the pits comes Revolution then. Or is that potentially, with there being nothing on the incident report form, is that too many track limit warnings and they've had to now do themselves a drive-through in-game that obviously the stewards have no control of?
Yeah, possibly so, and I'm kind of have to sway with you as well, Matt. It seemed like a desperate move from the car behind, but it definitely hurts. We've got a lot of cars just rolling through pit lane at the minute, excuse me, as they now exit out of pit lane.
Yeah, indeed they do. They all come out from their drive-through penalties. Impact now take P3 in the LMP2 Pro-Am category now. Good day of racing. This is a replay of what happened to Revolution. Oh. And then they disappeared. Oh, yeah, huge lag moment there. That's the Fury Simsport car now that then gets past. A lot of cars disappearing for the Revolution car there. So not sure what that's obviously a little bit of an internet moment for them in that one. You see on board the Revolution here. This is how it looked from on board, with the cars just all of a sudden disappearing. Oh, he ran into the back of another one and then it vanished. And don't know where it ended up. So yeah, strange moment there on board the Revolution car. Clearly a bit of a lag moment for itself, a lag spike for itself. But let's see what happens. Mermic of 13.7 to NOP. Delta V is 25 seconds behind Alpine. CCR are 13.4 behind Velotti in LMP3. And then Project 91, 4.5 off the back of Vortex in this race. Impact Acura hasn't gone with the Project 91 car. That's been caught by the Rising Panda, and there's a fight going on there for third place in LMGT3 at the moment as well. As onto the back straight they come. 1 hour 23 minutes left in this race. What a race it has been for this European Sports Car Championship. Penultimate round, Portimão on the 25th of October. You won't want to miss that one. Season finale there. Should be an absolute cracker. And at the moment, good bit of racing. There is the Rising Panda gaining on the Acura that is just there with an LMP car in the middle of it. So the Rising Panda McLaren trying to get onto the podium at the moment.
Trying to work their way on the podium. But some of these names, by the way, are absolutely brilliant. The Rising Panda is such a brilliant name, and the Moose team as well. I might have to take these all in consideration for any events that I name into my drivers. So, but the Rising Panda, though, the 46 car, like I said, trying to work its way into a podium position. You can see the Acura just ahead, and the Impact car really seemed to be. It's had a kind of like a yo-yo effect this race. It's been 1 minute looking mighty, and now it's under pressure, and through the back end of the circuit we go, or the fast end of the circuit. And the other thing I've noticed as well, Matt, the Vortex car, once again, its gap has come down quite significantly. The Project 9 car really flying at the minute in that P2. The Porsche is coming for the lead as we now go on board with the Porsche, and there he is looking menacing at the minute. Can he bring the gap down to the leader and try and win this race?
Looking really menacing at the moment, and last time around the Porsche Project 91 was some 1.1 seconds quicker. Now you can only assume that you're in England may have had a bit of traffic. We've got Sikorsky with an LMP3 just behind him, about to put a lap on him, or not, maybe through Cop's going to wait to do it a little bit after. But yeah, so far Project 91 are in the pound seat, you have to say, in this race. At the moment, that is the delta between Sikorsky and Kilton in the Acura. You can see the pace that the Porsche's had over the Acura through this moment. There's the WOSR car putting a lap on the Porsche through the middle of Maggots and Beckett's. That's just going to hold the Porsche a little bit. The race leader overall of NOP is now going to put the lap on him on the hanger straight. And this is the problem for the Porsche at the moment. It's just got this bit of traffic where it may just lose a little bit of time. This lap to that of You're in England. If you look at the timing screens, though, it was 0.3 quicker in the first sector. It was 0.2 in the middle sector. So again, it looks like it could be another good lap of another 5 to 0.6 of a second it's gained over that Audi out front. Brilliant time for the Porsche. We've not seen the Porsche on the top step for a while, so it'll hopefully be a good day for it as the LMP3, car number 23 there, as the Tri-State car comes up the inside of Chris Cadiz, and through he goes, Chris, up past the Project 91 Porsche. Gaps last time round, gained 0.4 of a second last time, so Project 91 do they need to, and look, there's You're in England. He's now got this gaggle of cars putting a lap on him that the Project 91 Porsche's just had. The bonus for him is they're doing it on the Wellington straight, so he shouldn't theoretically lose as much time. You're in England in the Vortex Audi. There he is, look. It's just staying to that inside line. Probably been lapped in a better place than the Project 91. So we'll keep our eyes on what happens between your lead in LMGT3. There is Michael Sikorsky in the 91 Porsche. Second in class at the moment. 3 seconds now, so it has cost England a bit of time. This time around, you'd have to say. It matched Project 91 in the first sector, and coming through the middle sector of the lap, I assume it's going to have lost a good chunk of time. But this Porsche now, with a couple of cars behind it to put a lap on it, there goes one. The second may fancy a look in towards Maggots and Beckett's, and indeed it does. But the Porsche's not losing as much time in the traffic as what the Audi did.
What was the impressive thing there is the Porsche ended up obviously losing a lot of time through Maggots and Beckett's, and was able to still gain on the car. It was much faster than the Audi driver. So at the minute, Vortex are looking like they're in trouble with the attack of the Porsche. And here is the McLaren of the Rising Panda, rising to its opportunities now and trying to catch the Impact Acura. And at this minute, the Impact Acura just seems to be off the pace. The Panda sees its victim and trying to hunt them down bit by bit as they head down towards the Stowe corner. But again, I'm keeping an eye on the Delta, and again the Project 91 car cuts the gap down once again. So the Porsche is coming at some pace. There, the 2 minute 2.2, while the 91 car did a 2 minute 1.1. That's massive pace of gaining on the Audi. So the Audi is in trouble.
The Audi's in a lot of trouble at the moment, but it's not doom and gloom for the Vortex team, because they will know that Quadash are P6, so they will still take this championship. This is on board with the GazX car of Jordanovsky. Had pace at the early stints, but it's not gone the GazX team's way. They're 7th in class now, and they're on the back of that of an LMP2 Pro Am car, Velotti, for 5th place and 7th place overall. So interesting to see what's happened. And at the minute, going the way, not going the way of GazX. A few penalties have just ruined their race in this one. Project 91, though, it's had a bit of a bad lap. Look, gap's back up to over 3 seconds, and they come through some of the LMP3 traffic now in towards Cops Corner. Markino Jordanovsky also putting a lap on the LMP3 drivers as they look to get past Velotti, who's had several trips through the pit lane with penalties in recent laps. Is now trying to look and stay where it is on track at the moment. So NOP lead in LMP2. It is Alpine that still have a comfortable lead in LMP2 Pro Am. Velotti have a comfortable lead in LMP3. And Vortex, they're their team that's really struggling in the lead of their category. The LMGT3 car now has a lead of 2.8 seconds. So keeping our eyes on that. Keep your eyes on Impact and Rising Panda as well. 3rd and 4th in LMGT3. Because a fight could start to develop between them two in this race. With an hour 15 just over left on the clock. There is the number 16 car, Frida Sport in 7th place in this category. We've got a penalty coming their way. Liam Kilton up 10 places for Liam Kilton. So a good day at the office really for the Acura team. Up 10 places, not a bad day, and I'm sure they'd love to end it with a podium.
I'm pretty sure they would. A good job from the Impact guys to make such gains, but at the minute they looking like they are struggling at this point as we see a car in pit lane. That is your the second number 2 car from the LMP2 class, and routine stop, I think 70 in for their stop, and we'll see what the plan is from here. So with 2 hours and 45 minutes done, we have got an hour and 15 minutes left to go as we see a car splitting the GT3 class now, and that's going to help the Acura ever so slightly as the McLaren gets held up ever so slightly, but the LMP3 car should then clear it quite comfortably, and yeah, as they go through as well, and this has allowed the McLaren to get close.
Yeah, straight into the slipstream of the LMP3 car, but I don't think it's enough. The Rising Panda looks to have a look on the inside, can't do anything there, and yeah, we're just struggling at the moment for that little bit of pace. I assume we're going to see the Acura in the pits as well, coming up to the hour marks. It pitted on the 2 hour mark last time around, so that, I assume, the thing for the GT3s is their next stop could be their last stop. The LMP cars that are pitting around about now, they will at least have one more stop. This is where the LMPs now start to get tricky, and you have to start calculating it. They need at least 40 odd minutes to do their stint. Otherwise, you're going to have to splash and dash at the end, and it is a long and slow pit lane here at Silverstone. So the LMGT3s will make one more pit stop at least. The LMP2s and LMP3s may have to go and do a 2-stop, one around about now, one around about the 3 hour mark potentially, and then a one around about that the end of the race, or towards the last 15 minutes. So we'll keep our eyes on that, and we'll see what happens. You know what, just working it out, actually, they may have to 3-stop a little bit for the LMP3s and 2s, so just depends when they start to come in. The Murmica car's just pitted, hasn't it? So 40 minutes from now will take you to 25 minutes, may just get to the end, but it could be tight. So yeah, so LMP2 and 3 have got to try and extend as much as they can now to make sure they are only 2-stopping left in this race. This is the Mercury car of Adrian on the back of the Kitsune car. Not for position though in category. Although Kitsune not popping up on the timing tower there. Let me just have a look on our screen. At the moment, no, this is for position, apologies. This is for position. The timing tower just not registering Kitsune, NOP. Seiko sailing through, that was a little close on the entry into Maggots there, and now it's just going to be held by the Kitsune car through Beckett's and Chapel. It'll fly past onto the straight. Delta V in Pro-Am with a penalty coming towards its name, and that has huge implications because that should theoretically give Alpine an even more comfortable gap. They're at 1 minute 2 clear of impact, and Delta V with a penalty to their name, that's cost them any chance of what was looking very slim of a race win.
Yeah, definitely, and that's going to really impact there, because the Alpine team have just looked dominant in the Pro-Am class. They've not really been affected too much from this race, and with everything that's been thrown at them, a bit like the NOP cars as well. We're on the Mercury car at the minute that's right up the backside of the car in front. I'm not sure if this is full position, but he's looking quite racy here, the AAA, and trying to work his way through the traffic as best he possibly can. Oh my god, just further back there we saw 2 cars getting really close. The Mercury car goes wide as well, so I think this is full position. The Tri-State car is in front, and in 6th position. The number car in front at the minute, that's the P5 car, I think, as the times are a little bit thrown off at the minute, but it is close as we go back to the Moose car at the minute, the number 5, and yeah, it's getting a bit heated here as the Delta car now comes in pit lane to serve its penalty, but these two very close to double A, as we now also got the Delta V there. We see him coming into pit lane to serve his penalty.
It is Iron Lynx also in the pit lane for its stops. Keep your eye on the Murmica car. Turn 1 go past, but they've still got to stop. Rising Panda, well, they're still behind the Acura at the moment. It still just cannot find a way through. Have a look in towards the league. That's a lovely little lunge. Up the inside goes the Panda. Wiggle on exit. Acura's going to try and fight back. Coming through Aintree. Side by side now onto the Wellington straight. The Panda got it done, but at a moment on exit, nearly door to door. They nearly sat with each other. Into Brooklands, there you go. And the Acura on the inside gets the move back done. And the Panda there saw an opportunity. Was a little too hot on exit, and it cost it the run down the Wellington straight. They've now got to be careful of the number 6 LMP2 Pro car right behind them. But what a job that was. Great fight here for P3. And look at the timing screens, Dan. Project 91 are on the back of the Vortex car for the lead in LMGT. This is a juicy fight, not only for the podium, but for the overall lead in LMGT3 as well. Project 91, that is how close it is. And once again, it has gone very, very dark and gloomy.
Yes, indeed. Obviously, the weather has come back in. Could we possibly see rain towards the end of the race? We're not quite sure what the radar is doing at this moment in time, but we can see here the two Audi and Porsche going at it at the moment. The Project 91 car has had a lot of bad luck through this race, and it's really been put against him. He's now back on the Audi, and this is for the lead of the race. And I believe as it still stands, even if Vortex drop behind second, they'll still win the title, if I'm correct.
Yep, Quad Ash are down in 6th. They need to be at 3rd at least. Excuse me, if Quad Ash are 4th or lower, Vortex will still win the race from 2nd place. If Vortex do finish 3rd somehow, because it looks like they're pretty clear of Impact and Rising Panda, then Quad Ash would need to be P5 or lower. So as it stands, Vortex can afford to finish 3rd place. If it becomes P4, then Quad Ash need to be P7. So Vortex can win if they get on the podium as it stands with the Quad Ash Mercedes. But at the minute, it's all about that Project 91, as Dan's just said there. It's had a few penalties, it's been unlucky. By the way, Iron Lynx have jumped the Myrmica car in the pit, so they've jumped back into what would be a net second. I say that Myrmica's just got past them. Well, they're having a good little scrap at the moment for 3rd and 4th overall in LMP2. But this Project 91 car, it wants to get past, it wants to get ahead. It'd love a race win. And Mikhail Sikorsky in the 91 Porsche would love to get through. That's how close they are. The Iron Lynx and the Myrmica side by side down the Wellington Straight. That's the VR Racing McLaren in front. Myrmica back up into 3rd place. Gets slowed by the McLaren. Could this give the Iron Lynx an opportunity? Maybe on the exit, but I think Myrmica have got it done. And that's a lovely bit of driving from the pair of them there. Myrmica back up into a net 2nd place. Turn 1 have got to do another stop.
Here we go, round 2. Once again, these two have been at it quite a bit throughout the day, and it looks like the Iron Lynx car just struggling for pace at this moment in time, and the Murmur car just jumping it. It seems like as soon as the Iron Lynx get back behind the Murmur car, it seems to just find that pace once again and start coming back at them again. So the Iron Lynx seem to be better following cars rather than leading.
They've been under pressure from the Gazex earlier on. They've been under pressure from the Myrmica for quite a while, and yeah, they're just like you say. They just, when they get back in the slipstream, they just seem to be getting back into a nice little rhythm, but it's just taking them a little while to do so at this moment. Project 91's actually lost a bit of time to Vortex, just noticing there, and Impact pulling away slightly from the Rising Pandas now, so keep our eyes on that LMGT3 fight. It's huge for the lead in it. Half a second separate the Audi and the Porsche. Myrmica, look at that, clear more pace than Iron Lynx on the last lap at 1.1 seconds faster. Iron Lynx just not got the pace at this later stage in the race. 1 hour 7 minutes left to go here at Silverstone, and it's been nice and calm for quite a while, but we're getting now to that stage of the race where it all comes back together. CCR in the pits from 2nd place in LMP3. And NOP, who hasn't stopped yet compared to Myrmica and Iron Lynx, they've got to stop. They're 1 minute 22 in front. But if we can hopefully jump back to that LMGT3 fight, here we go. Project 91, as close as they've been to that Audi, just not getting close enough. Look at the momentum through the Maggots and Beckett section. They carry another 10th gained.
Yeah, another 10th game, but obviously just sat in the slipstream at the minute. And again, I'm not sure with the iRacing physics on this one, but the turn 1 car has a yellow flag. It slows out some of this damage ahead.
Yeah,
that was some form of damage.
Well, something's happened up the road. Sorry, Dan. Yeah.
Well, something's dropping something up the road. Something's falling apart ahead of these guys. The Rising Panda's yellow flag as well. So I don't know if that's maybe something to do with it as well. But we see here the 91 car looking to go around the outside of Club. Can't get the job done as the Audi holds off the position as well. The turn 1 car has got going once again. But yeah, this is really starting here. I mean, here comes 2 cars just behind them as well, as we do have the replay. You see a front bumper there. Not sure what that's come off, but it is just... It does look very GT. Possibly, is that from the Rising Panda, maybe? Because we saw a yellow flag with that, and it's still yellow showing flag at the minute. Turn 1 have now come through this lot, as the number 6 is also just behind them as well. But with these LMP cars and the GTs fighting at the minute, this is going to be really critical here as the turn 1 car goes way off, and the Porsche now looking to attack the Audi, or is it trying to get out of the way? 2 LMP2 cars split him, and his run at the minute is really being hampered here. And the Vortex car just managing to do everything right. But there's an opportunity. The Vortex goes wide. Here comes the Project 91 trying to go all the way around the outside, but can't get the job done there as the turn 1 car still has to patiently wait for these cars to stop fighting. And I don't think he's going to get that chance. And around the outside he goes. But there, the Vortex car splits them. And oh my God, this is getting very, very dicey as the 91 car still can't find a way through. The Audi driver doing a phenomenal job to keep him behind.
With a penalty coming its way. The black flag next to its name indicates at least a stop-go all-way drive-through penalty in this race. So I'm not sure what happened. It had the yellow flag. I'm wondering if the yellow flag, I know, is a bit more of a slow-down penalty than an off for exceeding the track limits. So I wonder if it's taken too many and that's what's giving it a penalty. But wow, that was close between the turn 1 car and the 2 LMGT3 leaders, who's having a cracking fight. They've pulled clear of the Acura, 20 seconds clear. The Acura's dropped the Rising Panda car as well, so that could be in for its 3rd place that it would love. But here, it is Audi versus Porsche, a battle of the VW brands at it at Silverstone. And it's Joran England versus Michael Sikorsky for the lead in this race. Remembering that Vortex will be champion at the moment as it stands, regardless of the win or second. But that Porsche would love a win. Joran England has been on fire all season. Can he bring this Audi home? He's got just over an hour to do so as it slides through form in towards Village now. This is becoming a real good scrap between these two in this race late on. Joran England absolutely having a look. He's just gone a little wide through the link. That gave the Porsche a sniff of an opportunity. Over through Aintree they go. Spinner, LMP Spinner in the front of them. Hopefully he can get back up to speed before they gain on it. It has indeed. And now the Porsche right down to the inside of Brooklands, and through goes the Project 91 Porsche of Sikorsky. Takes the lead in LMGT3. What a move.
Yeah, what a move indeed. And really used the slow LMP to really help him out. That LMP is still slow, so it could still affect him at the minute, but the Audi driver got caught napping, and what a dive. He pretty much went for it. You see the Audi unsure what the LMP going to do, and then the Porsche went sending it up the inside, caught the Audi off guard, and that was it. The Audi tried to come swooping back, but he was on the outside of the circuit, and that is it. The 91 car back in the lead of this race. And the Audi's those are going to stick with him as that LMP car is still there. It's still slow. Oh no, it's a different one now. But yeah, for a minute there, that LMP car really gave the opportunity to the Porsche.
What a move from the Porsche. You saw it jink to the right to look to the outside. Really sold England the dummy there, did Sikorsky. What a move at Brooklands. And that's the kind of overtaking that Brooklands can provide as the Project 91 Porsche now leads once again. And the pace it's had, you feel like it's going to just pull away from the Audi in this race. We're coming to that stage of pit stops for LMP 2s and 3s. Maybe some of the LMGT3s. The Acura pitted on the hour. We're expecting that one in any time now, which is 3rd place in class. This is back with the GazX car trying to chase down Velotti. Velotti's P3 in category. GazX P6. Velotti nearly inside of VR Racing in the McLaren. This is for a fight overall on circuit. GazX getting the run. Doesn't gain any extra points, but what it has done is it's put Quadash on the back of the McLaren. Down the hanger straight behind this fight. GazX gets through. Jordanovsky finally gets the move done. And look in the background. Can we see the Quadash Mercedes against the VR Racing? I think they've stayed as they was. But that will really have massive changes if Quadash gets through, but it needs 4th place at least. Jeffrey Ross in the Velotti car, P3 in class after all these penalties, and he's still doing a good job to be on the podium. But we're starting now, Dan. You just feel that the pit stops are happening because there's dramas everywhere.
Yeah, they are, and the tyres started to eke out, the fuel's starting to get light, the lap times are getting quicker again, but it's starting to get a little bit frantic once again, as this is really going to affect the GT3 class, and with obviously Vortex losing the lead of this race to the Project 91, the Quadash car needs to start working its way forward and start gaining to keep its championship hopes alive going into Portimão, but we're currently on board with the 27 car 30 class at the minute, and catching on to the back of an LMP2 car, and just being held up ever so slightly through this sequence of corners.
Indeed, it is Velotti then trying to fight back against Gazette, but they're not in the same category, so it's not going to matter too much. Points are up for overall. It's only 4 category points. What a race this is. At the moment, NOP yet to stop. They're at least having 2 stops to make in this race, and we'll see what happens in this one. So far so good. If you're NOP, Alpine, they've got it the most comfortable, haven't they? 1 minute 7 clear of the impact car in that Pro-Am category. They have looked really good, and look already, Dan, Project 91 1.3 clear of the Vortex car. Now let's keep our eyes on the Acura's times over the Vortex car. Last time around, we saw that the Vortex did a 2:01.4, matching that of the Acura at the moment. So, well, that's just under 2:02.5, so a little bit quicker last time around. Maybe traffic got in the way of the Acura, but so far, so good for Joran England and the Vortex team. They will still be champions because Quadash need P3 or better.
Running pit lane at the minute as well.
Yeah, so they're making this will be their last stop of the race as well.
Yeah, it is indeed, as someone in the chat saying it's starting to look a bit dark, and it is a little bit as Quadash into pit lane, but it just seems like their championship hopes just seem to be slipping away a bit more, as the like I said, the Vortex car just having to do everything it needs to do at the minute. Just even though there's scraps going on between that and the 91, it's doing everything that it needs to do. We're on board with your race leader though. The NOP car just looked absolutely dominant, has not put a foot wrong, and I think it's led pretty much every single lap of this event so far.
Has indeed. Just saw that I think Quadash have just put Tristan Engelstad. Now he's had some pace when he's come in the car to do the final stints of the race, so needs a good stint. This will be his final one, and he needs a good stint. The impact car there is just taking the track limits. That's going to have a slowdown, which is going to put the Rising Panda back on the rear of the Acura then. Velotti in from P3 and LMP3 with a penalty. Delta Racing in LMP2 with a penalty. It's got to slow down somewhere. Where's it going to slow down? It's done it, coming on the exit of Chapel, and the Rising Panda has got ahead.
Yeah, as we're busy watching the leader, the Rising Panda has gained a position there on impact, and the Rising Panda has had some pace here, and if anyone's going to chase the Vortex down, I think it's the Rising Panda can really hurt them there, as Impact now pit, so possibly coming to the end of its stint and possibly its last pit stop. If the GT3's cars can do an hour, that is the Vortex's last stop, as we'll see what is the cause of it, and it looks like a slowdown there, Matt.
Like the slowdown indeed. Just noting as well, the track temp has dropped 2 degrees. Air temp still 19. Track temp's dropped 2 degrees. So drivers going to have to be wary if this track is starting to get a little bit cooler. 57 minutes remain on the clock. The Acura there with that slowdown yellow flag to its name. VR Racing also in the pits. The Acura coming out the pits now, it's said. It's had on pit exit, now back in the pit. So keeping an eye on that. It's only just stopped in its box 7 seconds ago. So yeah, interesting one at the minute. NOP, interested to see their strategy in this race. Myrmica and that of Iron Lynx both pitted a while ago now, and haven't been able to really close that gap under 1 minute 20 seconds, have they? So they're running, I say that, the Alpine, no, sorry, that's the Alpine car actually. I'm just looking at there, the Alpine's running second overall, by the way, according to our timing screens. It's running second overall. That's how strong Alpine have been today. second overall. Bear in mind, the LMP2 car's exactly the same car, exactly the same paces. It's just the categories of the drive that makes them Pro-Am and Pro. And the Alpine car has been fantastic with its pace. Impact in the pits from Pro-Am LMP2, and Alpine will just carry on going, and they'll at least have one more stop. Any LMP pit that pits now aren't getting to the end. They've got anyone that pits after 3 hours 20 minutes should get to the end. Any pitting now has got another stop to do towards the end of this race.
Sure, as they all come into pit lane now, a mixture of GT3s and prototypes as well. The Impact car coming in, the APO racing car, currently 8th in class at the minute in the LMP2 class. And once again, everything's just seemed to have calmed down once again, as you see a couple of cars now leaving pit lane. But you see the Project 91 pulling away quite comfortably away from Vortex now, and that's kind of really shown what the pace the Porsche had. And yeah, the gaps all just eked out a little bit, and then as we said, this is where all the strategies start to come to an end, where who's on the right amount of stops, who's going to actually make it to the very end, not having to take another stop, because that's the worst thing that you could have right now, just at the very end. And here is your race leader, the NOP, just looking absolutely confident, strong, and really looked bulletproof today, Matt.
Dominant, I think, is the word, isn't it? Sundström been fantastic since getting in the car. The Alpine's just done the LMP2 Pro-Am fastest lap of the race with a 1:51.8. When you compare that to the Myrmica and the Iron Lynx last time around, it was 1.1 quicker than Iron Lynx and was some 7/10 quicker than the Myrmica car. So Alpine, with Tristan Adoa in the car, flying. But yeah, Mikael Sundström and the NOP team have been dominant. I think the word is they've not put a foot wrong. The bonus for them is the full course yellows and the VSC that we've had have come at the right time. Here's a fight, P3 for the podium in LMP2 Pro-Am. The Impact car and then the Revolution car that got put into the gravel there about half an hour ago is now looking to get back on the podium. He's trying to get past the Revolution car at the moment, and if we look at the pace between the two, Impact a lot quicker last time around, 1.4 seconds quicker. But again, at the minute, because of that virtual safety car and other pit stops, strategies are a little out of whack, a little out of sequence. Here comes Revolution to the outside of Maggots. This will be a great move, gets it done before they even hit the corner. Revolution up into P3, lovely move that from Thomas Martin, the Australian driver, putting on a clinical performance of overtaking there. Velotti in the pits, Rising Panda now in the pits. So let's see where he comes out in relation to that of the Impact Sim Sport car with Liam Kilton still on board. So the number 16, if I look at the track map we have available, the number 16 is just coming towards Maggots and Beckett's now, while the Rising Panda is in pit lane. Has it stopped in its box for its pit stop? Yes, it has, only just 2-3 seconds ago. So that's in for its stop. Liam Kilton now has got to put the hammer down to get the jump back in the pit lane.
Indeed, trying to get those good lap times underneath him and focus on trying to work his way back onto the Rising Panda, and the Rising Panda in pit lane 46. And like I said, it's just get your head down, get those last little bits done, and we have got literally under an hour to go. And this is make or break now, Matt. This is where all the hard work has come in. This is where you've really put the time and effort in. The strategies have all come into place. It is now pretty much down to the final stint and the final run. The Rising Panda leaving pit lane. It's on pit exit, and we'll see what it can do. But meanwhile, we got Impact racing the car in front of the 52, and these two are going at it at the moment. The Impact car looking very, very good out of the right-hander and looking to go into the old pit straight, heading down towards Copse now. Brave place to overtake. He's going to look to the inside, but thinks better of it and maybe save it to Maggots and Beckett's. And this is the fight for the final position on the podium. And I've got the P2 car as well in pit lane at the minute. So the Pro-Am class really batting it out for second, third and fourth, because the Alpine is long gone into the distance. That's also in pit lane now. But the 7 car of Impact really, really looking interested here to get on the podium positions.
Indeed it is. Vortex in the pits in the LMGT3. Rising Panda was 9 seconds clear of Impact after its pit stop. Alpine pitted, it's nearly a lap ahead of the Velotti car because the Velotti came into the pits before the Alpine, so that shows how dominant Alpine have been today. But Dorian here in the Impact car lost out P3 just a couple of laps ago, now wants it back in towards the club chicane. And this is the fight in LMP2. Velotti still in the pit lane, by the way, so these two could gain a place here and put them both onto the podium. They're obviously a lap down to that of the Alpine. They'll now go back onto the lead lap and have passed the Velotti car, so they're on both onto the podium. This now becomes a fight for second place in this race for these cars, who will both have one more stop to do at least. And here comes Impact up the inside of the link. Got the move. Lovely work. Through it goes up into P2.
Great way of catching the car, napping there into the link, send up the inside, a job done. And yeah, Velotti just behind these two now, and the Impact car doing exactly what it needed to do right there. And a great opportunistic move there, as you see at the flash of the lights, headed towards turn number 1 from the Impact car. And yeah, gain a position and moving on forward now, and to see what he can do with the pace he's got. Probably unlikely to get near the Alpine car, who looks pretty set in stone for the win in the class. But either way, we've got a great scrap for the final half of this race, the final part of this race between these two cars, and it's really going to hot up towards the end of this race.
Been told that NOP are possibly going to box this lap, so that will mean that they've got at least a splash and dash at the end with 10 minutes left on the clock. Here is your leader, Mikhail Sikorsky, about to lap the Quadash car in P6, so this is to go a lap down for the Mercedes-Benz in category. So Sikorsky here pulled away from Vortex. 1 second is the gap. The Rising Panda's only a second, Dan, as is the Acura of Impact, behind the Vortex car. There's Vortex just up the road, and there's the Rising... Sorry, no, there's Vortex. So... Oh, no, sorry, apologies. Vortex is a minute 3 behind. Project 91's not pitted, have they? Vortex have not long come out the pit lane, so the Rising Panda are some 26 seconds behind. Alpine's just taking a bit of track limits. They'll have to have a bit of a slowdown, but 1 minute 13 ahead, they can afford to do so. Now's not the time to stop making track limit mistakes and getting yourself some off-track warnings there for potential drive-throughs. Look at this little squabble. Impact and Revolution are still going at it for second place in LMP2 Pro-Am. What a fight this has been, and this is where, Dan, the 4 hours now all comes to its conclusion, and we start to see, Spinner in the background, that was on his own. Not sure who it was, but he's had a moment on its own. But this is where, Dan, after 4 hours, it starts to all come together.
Yeah, and it depends on how these guys run it. I'm not sure how the rules state in this series, but if the second driver now in the car, all the hard work's been put into place, and now it's just down to the last few minutes here, the last opportunities as the NOP car now does pit, but it's a lot of pressure towards the end of this, and the drivers now have got a lot of time to themselves to try and figure out how this is all going to pan out for them. And at this moment in time, the Revolution's car staying ahead. I think they've been caught by another car behind. I'm not sure what car that is behind them. I think it's a Pro car looking to try and clear them. But yeah, it's the Pro number 3.
Yeah, there we go. So that is the... Can't see that on the time screens at the moment. Yeah, the number 3 car of the Tri-State car, down in 21st in this race. So not up there really with these two, who are fighting as well, by the way. This is a fight for 6th and 7th. No, apologies, for 5th and 6th overall as well. So great pace by some of these Pro-Am drivers today. Alpine in the top 5. This is a battle for the top 5 overall. Obviously, points are based off of class, not overall positions. But yeah, a bit more LMP3 traffic coming up to lap now. NOP still in the pit lane, but they should come out with a comfortable gap back to the Mermica car in P number 2. The strategy, obviously, for NOP is last pit stop will be around that 50-minute mark, roughly, depending on virtual safety car or a full-blown safety car, because if we get one of them, they'll surely be able to come back into the pits, do their pit stop, and go to the end come that 3-hour 20-minute mark. And maybe that's what some of these LMP teams are looking at. If there is a virtual safety car, do they choose to box to, go to the end, or do they keep track position?
Yeah, it's a tricky position now. Like, it's a lot of the guys as well in this stage will start to think about fuel. like where are they sitting with fuel, what they sit with tyres, how far can they go, what's the best play for this, as NOP, meanwhile, once it's got its stop done, it's in the pound seat, but to be fair, the gap is quite it's still close to the top 3. It just takes the Iron Lynx and the Murmur car just to come back into contention if anything happens to the NOP, as we see a couple of cars now coming through the Maggots and Beckett section. That's an LMP3 car getting in the way of the Revolution's car that's being held up. There's another LMP as well. It's getting a little bit congested through the Maggots and Beckett section. We've now got the long straight, and there's GT3 cars here as well. So there's cars all over the place.
All over the place. Marcus Beidfeld is back in the NOP car. He's the one who was in for the first stint of the race that pulled that huge gap. So we'll see what his pace can be now as they all get through pretty comfortably at the moment. Still a bit of traffic up the road, and Impact are not going to want that LMP3 car in between them and Revolution, but I think it has tucked in between them and Revolution. So they've now lost out a little bit coming through the club chicane. Revolution's put a car between them for a little bit, and it's just opened that gap up here. Project 91 into the pit lane for the final time in this race. So they'll be a little lighter than what Vortex was when they pitted due to the fuel calculations, and you just hope they've got the fuel calculations right. Here's Bravo Snow coming through. GazX with a penalty to their name. Delta Racing are the car with a mechanical problem. I'm wondering if that's the spinner we saw in the background. I'm wondering if they had a problem earlier on. But this fight in LMP2 for second place, really, because they're not close enough to the Alpine, is really getting interesting now. Revolution have got to get on the back of Impact once again at the moment in this race. Another GT3 just in the way, making the Revolution car go the long way around. In fact, it's tucked in behind, so that's lost a bit of time behind the BMW M4 there. And NOP 16 seconds in the lead. Just got to get its tyres back up to temperature, and then it'll be able to start to put them laps in. So let's see what Marcus Beidfeld, who was in the car at the very first stint, can do, because he was rapid, wasn't he? First into this race, he was gone from the rest. Now he's got to get back into them low 51s and build that gap. They know they've got a splash and dash at the end, and Revolution looking to get back on the rear of Impact here as they do so through Maggots and Beckett's. It's really becoming an interesting race in this one now. It looks fantastic at the moment here at Silverstone. What a day it has been for everybody on this circuit. It's been a great race. We've only lost a handful of cars. Turn 1, they might actually still be in this race. Only a lap down in class. Unity Racing, they've retired. W2E Pro Group retired. Sahara retired. And NL Academy retired early on. This is the 88 car for P6 in its category at the moment. Not really in a fight on its own. It's a lap down to P5, so kind of is going to finish where it is at the moment.
Yeah, it's at the minute, and I'm just keeping an eye on the Delta above for the NOP car, 53.3, so not the best lap from them, but I know obviously the tyres still are getting up to temperature and trying to get back to where they were, but for a car that's been very dominant tonight, it just seems to be struggling to get going here. Here's your race leader, the 74, and it looks like they are just taking a little bit of heat from behind from an LMP2 car, but looking good. Your current leader for the LMP3 class, and pulling away quite nicely from the rest of the pack. 20 seconds is the gap that he has from the rest of the group, and there goes the Pro-Am driver up the inside through turn 1, and just easy as you like. That's what we like to see from multi-class racing, just nice and easy movements, as the VR racing car has a penalty by the looks of things coming, as the Tri-State as well is slow. They're possibly from track limits, I think, from those guys there.
Yeah, VR Racing, who's had a good race, obviously not had their season go their way. We spoke with Connor Swain in the build-up to the race, and yeah, penalty to their name. They've just come in flat, so that should allow Quadash to move up to P5, which doesn't help Quadash because they need third or better, while Vortex are second at the moment. This is now Prismatic. Scout Lawrence in the car for the Prismatic car down in P6 in LMP2 Pro-Am. Tri-State in for a penalty. And there is the VR car, Vermeulen, in that one. So penalty to their name. Quadash, they're a minute 5 behind, so maybe they'll stay out in P... Oh no, they've just crossed the line. So there they go. Through they go. That's a minute 5 to the leader, not to the next car. Matthew, read it right. Quadash move up to P5. Not enough though for Quadash. Vortex still in the pound seat. Vermeulen out the pits he comes and only loses the 1 place there. So, just breathe a moment at 51.9 for Marcus Beifeld in the NOP car. So he's back on that pace of the 51s out front, really now starting to get them tyres into its window and just maybe going to start to eke out a bit of a gap. Lost 2 tenths though to Hermisch in the Myrmica car. So Myrmica gaining slightly, but not enough at the moment. After Alpine pitted, by the way, stayed P4 overall. So Alpine, just a great job by the Alpine team today.
Yeah, great job. They've just looked dominant and not really phased by any of the other cars. If anything, it's looked like it's been giving the pros more of a headache rather than the Pro-Am. So the Alpine car looking quite good round her Silverstone and quite dominant at that as well. But the NOP car, like you said, back up to pace, but it could still be under threat from the guys behind because they are matching him at the minute. It just takes one mistake to lose out there, as they're now on board back once again with the 74, looking like it's trying to clear some traffic as it works its way through the infield section of Silverstone. And yeah, this race has been up and down. There's been moments of drama, moments of excitement, and right now we seem to be into a kind of like a lull here where there's not really much going on. And oh, as we see there's contact. The GT3 goes off as the LMP2 cars come through.
That's the leader. That's the Project 91 leader. He's got a penalty to his name as well, Dan. So a Project 91 penalty, and has had a spin with 2 of the LMP cars. This could put Vortex back in the pound seat in this race. What happens coming further forward? Project 91 comes in. Oh no, he's just been hit by the number 20 LMP3. The number, I tell you what, that's well stopped from car number 22 to not go into the back of the number 20. But the Scimitar car there wow, I can't believe, just right into the back of the LMGT3 leader. And did the LMGT3 car maybe get too many off-track warnings, track limit warnings, and that's what's possibly caused its penalty, because it didn't have a penalty before that.
Yeah, didn't indeed, and the Vortex car now is within range. You can just, oh my god, wow. Missing the brakes by a country mile there, the 20 car, and yeah, it's a little bit messy from him there, and the Porsche is the one that loses out because of it. And yes, the car loses a little bit of time, but it didn't really lose any positions either. So yeah, just a bit messy there, just a bit silly trying to clear the GT3 cars.
Porsche in for its drive-through penalty, so Vortex will somehow take the lead of this race again. Do you know what? With a 30-odd second drive-through penalty, the Rising Panda could be in the pound seat to go into second place as well. So let's keep our eyes on that. Jose must be absolutely fuming in that Porsche right now with what's just happened. Where's the Rising Panda? It's not come across the line, so it's too far back. There it is. It's only going to come across the line now. So the Project 91 loses out to Vortex. But now, with, 39 minutes, it's got 16 seconds to find.
Yeah, it's got a lot of time to find. But still, like I said, loads of opportunities still to come. And the way this race is panning out, anything can happen. A couple of drivers making silly mistakes. It looked like the Porsche was looking strong, looking like it was going to take class win. But in the end, it'd been hit by an LMP car, which is going to hurt anyone else now. It's still 16.5 behind, so it's still quite a bit of time to go. If they've not suffered a significant amount of damage, the gap could come down, and the Vortex car could still be yet in a little bit of trouble, because you saw the Porsche was much faster.
Yeah. Well, now it doesn't matter where Quad Ash finished, because if Vortex win, they will be crowned as champions. Who's this? This is Team Rex, with Felipe Borges coming into the pit lane here. Yeah, so he's in. Delta Racing also in for a penalty, drive-through or stop-go penalty to his name as well. My Project 91 will be livid with that from the Simatec LMP3 car there. Where are the Simatec car? They're not in the top 5, so not really in the fight for a podium at the minute. So, yeah, just crazy from the LMP3. This is back with third and second place in LMP2. Impact just pulling a little bit away now from Revolution. They've got 10 seconds back to Velotti have Revolution in this one. So Impact's got themselves in a nice little rhythm. Obviously, pit stops will be coming to the end. If any LMP2 now pits for a pit stop at this stage of the race, they will go to the end. So that's for both LMP2 and LMP3. So we'll keep our eyes on who pits anytime soon. But yeah, Project 91, I'm sure the team, management and drivers will be absolutely livid with that one then. And yeah, they've got to go again. There's a car in the background into the pit lane. See if anything pops up for any of the cars. Can't see anything, so it must be one down the order. There it is. It's the Tri-State car P8 in LMP2 in for its final stop of the day.
The GT3 lap times at the minute, and the Rising Panda is actually just matching the Vortex car. The Porsche there lost 19 seconds with that contact, so it's really hurt their race there. And like I said, it doesn't. We've got to see if it's made significant damage to the rear end of the car. It's about 16.9 behind, so we could see what really can the Porsche do if it's carrying that damage, and what pace it can produce from it. But either way, we have now got some LMP2s coming in. The Murmur car is now in, and we're currently still on board with the Revolutions car of the 52, still close to the Impact car in front of them, and then 9 seconds further back is the Veloci car right as well behind them. So this is going to get, and then contact there with the LMP3, a little bit cautious there. The Impact car that really could have ruined this race right there. It got a little bit too close trying to clear the LMP3s.
Close. It's a little bit strange from some of these LMP3s. Just drove into the back of the Impact car there. Looks like the sun's coming out a little bit more in this race now as we get towards the end. But wow, and then that checked up the Revolution car, so it couldn't take an advantage because it got checked up by the contact from behind. So yeah, crazy stuff involving LMP3s at the moment in this race. Murmica are in and done their final stop. They are done. They are now going to the end. But for Dorian in the Impact car, he's looking for second place. Look who's in the background of all this traffic. It's the NOP car of Marcus Beifeld. So he's going to want to make sure he clears this all as clean as he possibly can.
Yeah, pretty quickly. The Impact car there of the Acura was earlier on looking quite good, and slowly been working its way back. But here comes this number 7, fellow Impact car clearing the Acura as they now go and start another lap here. Just further back, you see in the background is the NOP car, and all these pit stops are now going to start coming in relatively quick and fast, and the Impact car got held up. Oh, and I'll just say the Acura there, I think, was trying to stay out of the way as we switched to a car in pit lane. That is the WOSR car, and that's got a penalty drive-through by the looks of things. But for a moment there, the Acura looks like it just held up the other Revolutions car as that gap has got close again. Meanwhile, the Alpine car long gone into the distance as now the WOSR car returns back on track.
It does indeed. At the minute, Alpine look pretty comfortable in their race so far. So last pit stops being done by a few teams in this one as we head through into the final 30 minutes, 34, 33 minutes left in this race. What a race it's been here at Silverstone. Remember, October 25th is our next and final race of the season at Portimão. You will not want to miss any of the action of that one at all. You will love to see what will be the end in there, and all the champions will be crowned at the minute. 2 champions could be crowned today, and then it could be the chance of the LMP2 Pro-Ams and the LMP3 to be crowned as champions at Portimão in a month's time. So going to be interesting to see what happens here. And this could really be an interesting one as they go through the rest of this race. Right, Murmica's got a penalty, Dan. Murmica have got a penalty to their name, so any chance of a race win has just gone.
They're slow. They're quite slow. Coming through the link, they look very, very slow there. So maybe, or possibly, some contact has been involved, but they have got a penalty. Yeah. Not sure what's happened there. The number 70 there looked incredibly slow going through there and been passed by an LMP3 car. So not sure what's happened to them and also what to get them that penalty. But that's kind of really just thrown them out of this race now.
I assume by possibly going off track. Let's see what happened here. So if they've gone off track, That could have... Oh, they've just dropped the rear. And if the car's gone off track on the rejoin, which it hasn't, no. So they've been given a penalty for an earlier incident, unless they took another track limit elsewhere. They've got a penalty for that. Either way, Mermica, a spin on their own. When they've looked so good for second place as well, that could really give second place now to Iron Lynx.
Yeah, whatever penalty has been handed to, probably a drive-through by the list of things. He's kind of just given Iron Lynx that secure second place. And they're still, to be fair, 22 seconds behind NOP. So, yes, that's a big gap, but half an hour still to go. And silly little incidences that have been happening. NOP could just get involved in a little contact between a Pro-Am driver and a GT3, and he's in the middle of it. And this is the risk of multi-class racing. And around the outside goes the Iron Lynx car on the Corvette. And I said, just one silly little incident like that can really put Iron Lynx back into a potential race win here. But like I say, you've got to be in it to win it.
You have indeed. NOP's not put a foot wrong all day, so hopefully it keeps that way for them. We're coming up to 30 minutes remaining, the last half an hour of the race. Pit stops still to be had for certain LMP2s and LMP3s on the grid. Mermica out the pit lane. They keep hold of their P3, but they are now well behind the rest of the field in this race. In fact, NOP's just crossed the line, so NOP's nearly lapped the Mermica car here now as a result of that moment. Now, don't forget, in LMP2 you have a limited set of tyres, and that is, as I'm just finding it now, they only have 4 tyre changes. So they could be running a double set of tyres. So if them tyres are starting to go off, they could be a little, that could be a used set of tyres they've got on for this last stint.
Could be starting to hurt them towards the end. And again, I don't know the physics of this game, but it could obviously offer a possible puncher towards the end. If you're running the curbs a little bit too much, then the tyres could eventually just give way. Maybe that's what's happened to some of the cars earlier on. Just maybe they've reached the limit of grip and they've had to come into the pits. But we're on board with the Bravo Snow car. Lucas on board with him at the minute. And yeah, it's been a bit of a topsy-turvy race for Bravo Snow. Look, one minute they looked quite good, and then next minute they dropped further back, and then they're back in it again. So to get their heads down and focus and try and clear the cars, as we have the DSDF racing car in pit lane, the 55 in the LMP3 class, currently sitting 8th at the minute, and that's a penalty as well by those things, as the NL Academy. So a lot of drivers tonight being caught up in silly little incidences and moments as well.
Trying to pull your attention while we've got the interval on screen. Rising Panda 6 seconds off the back of Project 91. Project 91 have not made a dent into Vortex's 16-second gap, so the Rising Pandas here, they may fancy the chance of a P2 over that Project 91 car. Keep our eyes on the pace. 29 minutes to go and only just under 6 seconds now, so yeah, at the minute the Rising Panda's sitting in a good seat to try and catch Project 91, so maybe just a bit of damage on the rear of that Porsche after its contact with the LMP3 car is just hurting its light. It's now under 6 seconds, so damn, they've lost a lot of time. A bit of traffic may have played its part in that one as well. The Rising Pandas have surely put on a fine display here.
They took 9/10 of a second out of the Project 91 car. They did a 2-minute 0.9, while the Project 91 car did a 21.8. So the Project 91 has been kind of sat thereabouts on the Vortex lap times, but obviously since that contact, maybe hot tires, maybe damage to the rear of the car. There you can see the Porsche up ahead. The Rising Panda can see an opportunity ahead and is looking to try and hunt down and gain that P2.
It is indeed, so good pace from the Rising Panda at the minute. Maxime in that car is doing a stellar job at this moment in time for the McLaren. And what will he be able to do for the rest of this race? That's going to be the biggest question then. And that is pretty much for the Revolution. In fact, actually, look at the battle in LMP2 Pro-Am. Revolution 2.7 off the back of Impact. They've got Velotti 4 seconds, just under 4 seconds now off the back of them. So, great little scrap here for second, third and fourth in the LMP2 Pro-Am category. So a real good fight in this one at the moment as well. This is on board the Revolution car. That is an LMP2 Pro driver going up the inside at Stowe. yeah, really starting to get interesting here now, as we can see, with all these categories just starting to get everything coming together in this race. And this is going to provide us with a dramatic end at this one here at Silverstone. What a day it has been, what a race it has been as well. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Who can do what? Iron Lynx have done their final pit stop, so they are done. They're going to the end of this race. They're now second place, 24 seconds clear of Myrmicus. That's pretty comfortable there. That's nearly a second a minute that Myrmicus got to go to try and catch them. You feel that's pretty tough to do, unless the Iron Lynx have a few moments here or there. Rising Panda back over 6 seconds, so maybe it was just traffic that caused the Project 91 to lose a bit of time last couple of laps. 26 minutes left on the board. It's going to be an interesting end to this race here at Silverstone, that is for sure. And what has been a great day of racing. We'll bring some driver interviews at the end of the race as well. And it really has been a fantastic day for all of these drivers up and down the grid. What has been a great Silverstone, just going dark once again after that sun did come out for a little bit. The rain, Dan, has stayed away, so the rain hasn't come and hit us, but Silverstone still provided the drama that we was expecting.
Yeah, obviously we didn't need the weather to cause this chaos, but still these moggy conditions, probably the low temperatures as well, may not be helping the drivers, and that's still caused a little bit of drama. But yeah, the rain stayed away, thankfully, so the guys had quite a straightforward race ahead of them, and it's been relatively easy for them to focus on what they need to do. But Silverstone once again offers many opportunities for cars to clear through the leaders and try and bring opportunities for people to capitalize. And obviously with the safety car earlier on really did open the door, but this team, NOP, once again, the 89 just looking absolutely mega. Whatever the race has been thrown at them, they've been able to react, they've been able to handle. Ooh, they get a little bit close. So I believe that's the impact car. They get a little bit too close to the back of them. But the NOP, though, they've just looked on rails, unfazed, and anything that's been thrown at them, they've been able to handle.
As well, it's been fantastic to see in this race, and yeah, it's been a good one at the moment. We'll see what happens to continue and develop in this race as well, because it's not done yet. Still got that 24 minutes left in this race to go. And yeah, what a day it has been here at Silverstone, the home of British motor racing, as they go through Woodcote now, and NOP just looking to put a lap on the Impact car. Remember, Impact needed P4 to stay in this race. If NOP won, Impact needed P4. They're not near P4. That's been their problem today. They are down the order, and they're now about to be lapped by the NOP car. Marcus Byfeld has been fantastic in this car all day. Him and Sundstrom have been really good, and it's been fantastic to see what has played out between all these cars on the grid. Really has been an interesting day of racing here at Silverstone. And like we said, Portimão, Algarve in a month's time, and yeah, this is interesting to see. Right, Prismatic P7 drive. They've got a penalty to their name, and also Velotti and LMP3 have got a penalty to their name. So they've got a penalty coming. Project 91 Porsche coming lap under here. And there in the background is the Rising Panda. Back under 16 seconds is the Rising Panda. So they're just slowly creeping on the Project 91, but that also could have been a bit of the traffic playing its part. And I'm assuming this car's going to bail straight into the pit lane for its penalty. Yes, it does. CCR in the pits in LMP3. That'll be for its final stop of the day. We're not expecting a GT3 car into the pits unless it is for a penalty, because they all did their pit stops around the hour mark. They go just over an hour, so they should be fine to get towards the very, very end in this race as well. But what a day it has been here at Silverstone. It's been fantastic racing throughout. And not just the NOP car that has been on fire, the Alpine team have been absolutely dominant as well, Dan. 1 minute 23 seconds clear of Impact. They've looked really good, mixed it with the LMP2 Pro drivers as well. They've been really good today of Alpine.
They've really been sticking it with the pros, and kind of like your LMP2 classes seem to have one car that just seems to be dominant to the rest, and everyone else just seems to be tripping over one another. So you had the NOP car looking mighty in the lead class, and then you have the 48 here of the Alpine team. And again, same story, whatever scenario or situation that has been thrown at them, the Alpine has been able to react and pull out the best strategy for that. And obviously with the I believe it's the Union Jack on the back of the car, well, it's things, and obviously big helping here at Silverstone, being a British circuit, and it's really been a good omen for them around this circuit as they now try and clear the BMW. We go on board with Jesse as they head down the back straight, and at this point, the drivers are getting tired, they're getting fatigued. Even the second drivers now who have been in the car are starting to feel the wear on this race. And it's only a couple of more tours around this circuit with only 20 minutes left to go of this race. It's been a long and enduring race, but for some of these guys, it has been worth every minute of it. Others are going to look back and go, wish I'd done that, wish I'd changed this, and hope that it would have gone in their favour. But either way, we'll be going to Portimão for the next round of the championship, and I'm pretty sure it'd just be as dramatic as it has been here at Silverstone.
Indeed. Revolution into the pit exit now, so they've come in for their final stop of this race. So where will they feed out in terms of impact and velocity when they do their last stops of the race? This is Delta V in for a pit stop, the Fury Simsport car with another penalty to its name, so they'll have to come back in for a stop go or a drive through penalty in this one. But like Dan said, what a day it's been. Drivers will be able to reflect on what has happened or celebrate, maybe even two of the teams celebrating a championship win. But still 20 minutes to go, still anything can happen. You know, we've had excitement and drama, incidents, spins. We've even had an engine blowout during this race under the safety car of all places during this one, which was bizarre earlier on in the race. And with 20 minutes left to go on the clock, NOP comfortable, Alpine comfortable. It's then Velotti who are... Have Alpine pitted?
Possibly so, because that's 6.6 now, the gap, isn't it?
Clocked that. It was over a minute, so surely they've had to have pitted there.
Yeah, possibly so. Fury now coming into the pits, obviously for a penalty by the looks of things. And yeah, the Alpine losing a quite significant amount of time there. Now into 7 seconds. There is the Alpine car. Is it?
Yeah, got back up to 1:23. Alpine, Velotti's just crossed the line and the Alpine's just coming to the line. So yeah, not sure what was wrong with the timing tower there, but I saw that and was instantly worried about what had happened to the Alpine after we've just picked them up. But no, they're still pretty comfortable. Velotti, 20 seconds out of Prismatic and LMP3, they look pretty comfortable. And Vortex, pretty fortunate, because if Project 91 didn't get caught up in that incident with the LMP3 earlier, they may not have had the off track to get the drive-through penalty. So Vortex may be a little fortunate to be in the pound seat, but you know, as you said, you've got to be in it to win it.
Yeah, indeed, in it to win it. Stay on track, keep it clean, and you'll end up on top. And the Vortex car has done that and has stayed out of trouble, and losing a little bit of pace to the Project 91 car, but it possibly had some traffic. There's the BMW in the background.
The Acura's got a drive-through.
It has indeed. Now, where is Quadash to them? Are they close enough to capitalise on them? They are. So that'll put them up into 4th place. And still Vortex will win the title, if I'm correct with that.
Yes, because they're winning the race. Yeah. So yeah, Vortex will still win the title.
They could really do with the Project 91 catching them, but with 15 minutes left to go and a 16-second gap, I don't think that's going to happen, as the WOSR has had a moment somewhere. Yellow flag pinged up for him. Could be a slowdown or could be an off. There is smoke ahead there as we go through the infield section. Not sure what that was that for, but there is the impact car right behind the Quadash Mercedes-Benz. So this could be getting interesting between those two towards the end of this race.
Leaders come through them. So yeah, the Quad Ash car did jump the Acura in the pit lane after its penalty that it received in this race. So the number 16 car just dropping down to P5 at the moment. But so far, so good for Vortex. So far, so good for LMP in terms of taking them championships today at Silverstone. And this is going to be an even better feeling knowing that they can wrap the title up going into Portimão. Pressure will be off them. They'll obviously want to go out there to win that race, but the pressure will be off in this race. I'm sure the drivers have done all their calculations and worked everything out going into this. But yeah, what a day it has been here. 25th of October for Portimão. As the sun trying to creep through this gloomy day here at Silverstone. Wipers just on momentarily. There they go off again now. So that must just have been to clear the windscreen of any dirt or debris. Make sure the driver can see crystal clear through his windscreen there. But yeah, no rain at the moment, although now would be a spicy time for a drop or two.
Yeah, would it indeed. And we've seen races like that before. You see the entire race go with nothing happening and then out, and then it's just an absolute downpour, and that can ruin races. You've been dominating, you've been confident, you've been fast all day, and then the rain comes in and just takes it all away. But a little flick from the Audi, everyone else not seeming to put their wipers on at the moment in time. Again, very little knowledge from myself about iRacing, so I don't know if the dirt really does make that much of a difference, and a quick wipe clears them off. But a 51.3 from your race leader, and again, the only car in the 51s currently at the moment. So looking very, very comfortable for the NOP class. And the only real close fight at the minute is the LMP3 class for the overall win. There's 10 seconds separating that, and coming down relatively quickly, to be fair. But we see a couple of cars clearing here as they get past the McLaren. But the Project 91 still not really making any inroads on the Audi at the moment.
No, it's not. Neither's the Rising Panda. That gap's gone back up to 7.5 seconds as we see an NOP just lapping the VR Racing McLaren around the outside of Luffield. There you go. This is where you don't have any mistakes and all gets through nice and cleanly. But yeah, been an interesting day. NOP still to do their final stop. We're expecting a splashing dash within the next couple of minutes. A lot of headlights on these cars now. So it looks a bit brighter. A lot of headlights on the cars. So keep your eyes out, because
they've pretty been most of this race, to be fair, Matt. But obviously, with I think the dark, gloomy conditions, the lights may not obviously just light up the circuit, but also light up their controls as well. So possibly had the lights on just to be able to see all their controls as well, possibly.
Let's see what happens either way. We've got possibly to keep our eyes on Impact and Velotti and LMP2 Pro Am, because Revolution made a pit stop, so keep your eyes if they've got to pit at the end to bring them back into play in this race. But for NOP, been a good day. Here is Revolution at the moment, coming around with Thomas Martin in the track, bit of gravel being kicked up there from somebody ahead. Yeah, what a day it has been for all these drivers. This is your leader in LMP3, the Velotti car, which will have a good, comfortable lead in the LMP3 Championship going to, there we go, Impact in the pit lane. So this could be huge for Revolution for that podium finish. Velotti, do they have to pit again? I think they might have to splash and dash. Keep your eyes now on Revolution. Well, it'll be a shorter stop for Impact. But this Velotti car you're seeing on screen, P1 in LMP3, this will mean that they are going to extend their gap at the top of the championship screen tables, and look to wrap that up at Portimão. Velotti now up to second in LMP2 Pro, the Velotti team, and then Impact pit exit. Where's Revolution in regards to Impact? As Velotti put a lap on the Impact Acura there, and this is Kitsune ahead of Mercury. The battle for 6th place raging on. Adrian in that Mercury car just on the back of Kitsune.
I think the fight for the LMP3 class is going to get very interesting towards the end, because I'm just looking at the race leader, the 74, did a lap time of 1:58.4. Compared to the second car, the 60 car, that did a 1:55.3. So they nearly lost 3 seconds that lap to second place. So LMP3, I think, is still an opportunity for a win for those guys, as we've seen the Mercury car trying to work its way up to P6 to get a GT3 car right in the way there. The Italian job car really in the way, but obviously sticking to the racing line and the Mercury car around the outside of club. But I do think P3, LMP3 race win is still up for grabs here.
Well, let's keep our eyes on that then. Velotti versus Prismatic. Prismatic not in the championship fight, but they love to take a race win. Velotti now in the pits for LMP2, so let's see where they come out in regards of impact racing then in that category. Here is Velotti in LMP3, currently running 4th place. Prismatic and Velotti both in the pits in LMP3. Velotti have 2 teams in LMP3, so the 2 leaders, Dan, in the pits in LMP3 at the moment. Let's see who has the better stop, because Velotti stopped in their box, Prismatic now stop in their box. Can they find any time in the pits? All down to the strategists and the team management to make sure they've calculated the fuel. A 12-second stop for Velotti. And a 12-second, they gained a 10th in the pit stop. So, interesting there. We'll see what happens between Ivory Balfour and that of Bartosz Piecki in the Velotti car. They're the leaders in this category. Can Prismatic get on the back of the lead of Velotti in this race?
CCR are also back in it. Sorry, CCR are also in this fight. They're close as well. They're only 4 seconds off the back of them as well. So this is hotting up. As you can see, there is the 76, and it's working its way through. The NOP car has got a penalty.
Oh no, and it's got to do another stop, because surely it's not going to get to the end on its fuel. We said it had to do a stop around this time, and it's now got at least a drive-through penalty. Let's take a look at the incident report. We'll have a quick refresh of the page there. And the car number 89, closed pit lane violation. He's entered the pit lane several seconds after race control and an immediate full course yellow period. So, according to rule 6.1.1 of the regulations, pit lane entry would be closed due to an imminent full course safety car. Full course yellow was announced. That would have been from earlier in the race. They've now got a drive-through penalty and have got a splash and dash at the end of this one. Now, all right, the splash and dash we've just seen from the Velotti car only cost them 44 seconds altogether. But if Iron Lynx can get within that time frame of NOP now, I tell you, it could benefit. If these guys haven't got to pit again, Alpine could win the race outright here, because they're only 9 seconds off the back of them. We'll see if they've got to pit again. I think they have. Where's Iron Lynx? Because according to my timing tower, they're 56 seconds behind. So NOP need a great stop here. This could have blown LMP2 and the race went wide open.
Obviously not been tuned in for the majority of the season, but has a Pro-Am driver won outright?
Nope.
So Alpine could be on for the first Pro-Am win, and NOP, like we said, have been bulletproof all day, and Alpine could be on the verge of their first outright win. I think that Union Jack on the back of the car seems to be helping them out massively now here. As you fight for LMP3 also, that's come down to 4 seconds to the leader in the 74, and then 3 seconds to CCR. It's all hotting up here, Matt, right at the very end of this race in every class other than the GT3s as well. That's come down.
Yeah, the Project 91 cars have got under 9 seconds to them, so it's all happening in the final 10 minutes here on the European Sports Car Championship. Have NOP got enough left to win this race? I think Alpine have got to pit again, but I'm not 100% sure. This is blown it wide open. Prismatic, second place in LMP3 at the moment. They're chasing down Velotti in this race. They've got CCR coming with them. Project 91 would love to try and take a race win back from Vortex. Impact within 2 seconds of Quidash. It's all happening at the final stages here at Silverstone. 4 hours of racing could come down to the final 10 minutes here. This is interesting at the moment. 4 seconds Prismatic to Velotti in LMP3. It is all coming down to the wire. Who's in pit lane? Alpine. So Alpine could not win this race outright now. That's a shame for them. Because that would have been brilliant for them to have taken that one. They will surely win this race outright. Now, what was their stop? Because their stop could be crucial for NOP. It was 43 seconds. Sorry, no. It was 23 seconds, 26 seconds in the box. No, they're only just hitting their box now. So, this is crucial for NOP in terms of Iron Lynx. So let's see how long Alpine take in this pit stop. I was looking at the wrong car there.
Yeah,
It's gone
Alpine
over
are on
40.
pit exit. They're on pit exit. They're back on circuit now, so they really have to put their foot down and get on with it. If NOP don't have to stop again, although that drive-through, if it's fuel they're worried about, that drive-through would have helped them save a little bit of fuel, of course, and lose a little bit of time. So with only 7 minutes still left to go of this race, if Iron Lynx don't need to stop again, which we're pretty sure they don't need to, they're still in the pound seat here. They're still in a great opportunity to capitalise if anything happens. But Alpine, with the stop now, it's all wide open, and the GT3 class still close. But the LMP3 class, once again, that's gone from 4 seconds previous lap to 2 seconds for both of them. The CCR car is flying at the minute.
It's absolutely flying. LMP2 has been fantastic. We'll keep our eyes on NOP pitting. If they get to the end, that has been some major fuel saving and a good job from their drivers. But Prismatic, 2.7 off the back, was 1.1 quicker. But look at the CCR team, the cool Camel Llama Racing, as they're called. I had to read that twice there. The cool Camel Llama Racing team, they was a 1:54.9, so they nearly took 2 seconds out of Velotti. LMP3 is getting interesting. And let's see what happens now in this race. Impact have got a slowdown coming their way in this one. The World of Sim Racing team are in the pit lane. They was on the back of Quadash, but they've got to yield some time somewhere. This is on board with the leader of Velotti. Look in the background. There is Prismatic and CCR coming for them. What a dramatic end to this race this could be.
It could be all the have gone in 4 hours worth of racing, and it all comes down to the very end of this race. The WSR, they've just pitted, so it's really coming down to who's really figured out the strategy perfectly here. Obviously with pit stops and slowdowns and obviously the virtual safety car and actual safety cars really throwing out the strategies for them, some of these guys. Impact is on the back of Kodash, which if 91 do catch Vortex, if for some bizarre reason, then Kodash would still be in the championship hunt. But at this rate, it's not looking that way, and Kodash are going to be champions. But right now, your LMP3 fight is getting down to the wire.
This is Velotti P3 at the moment, not really in any. They're only 3 seconds actually off the back of Impact for second place in LMP2 Pro Am, but yeah, that's going to be an interesting one to keep. Prismatic are under 2 seconds down towards Velotti in LMP3, though. The leaders in LMP3, it's getting tight there. Last time around, Velotti was a 56.6. And we'll wait to see. And then, Prismatic was a 55.6, and CCR was a 55.0. There they are. 1, 2, 3 for the lead in LMP3. This could go any way in this LMP3 fight. NOP are in the pit lane for the final time in this race. Keep your eyes on the number 48 coming towards the back end of the lap. I'll let you know when NOP have done have hit their box, because at the minute they're still driving towards it. 24 seconds has ticked by of driving through this pit lane. The time is coming down, and Prismatic now within 1.6 of the lead of this race. That is an LMP2 car that's just put a lap on them, so that'll hopefully there make that interesting. NOP are out the box. Where is Alpine in regards to NOP? There's Impact second in the LMP2 Pro Am category, and Alpine 17 seconds off the back of NOP. So Alpine just not enough to win this race outright, but my days, I bet they'd have loved to. Impact, though, they've only got 3.5 seconds back to Velotti in this race, so they've got a huge task as well to get this job done. What a race this is turning out to be. Absolutely magical here at the end of the European Sports Car Championship here live at Silverstone. Remember, Portimão, title decider for some drivers in a month's time, just over a month's time, 25th of October for that one. And this is back with the Velotti leader in the Prismatic second place car in LMP3. It is 2.4 behind Velotti. Last time around was only 0.2 quicker. The CCR car was 0.4 quicker. This could go any way. Project 91 with a slowdown coming their way as Vortex pump in a 2:09 at this stage of the race. That's impressive time from the Audi there. But what a race this is going to end up being. Prismatic just on the verge of that 2 second marker. The LMP2 car's got to put a lap on Prismatic, I do believe that is, just behind. Yep, here he comes. Try not to through Maggots and Beckett's, because this could really interrupt this race. Now do it on the hanger straight, get it done. 2 seconds the gap, 2.5 minutes remaining. Dan, this has been down to the wire.
It's going right down to the wire indeed. It's really hotting up, and the LMP3 class has really, it's been quite quiet for majority of the event. It's been not really much going on, but right to the very end, the gap has come under 2 seconds, so it is still hotting up here, and it's going to be down to the very end. The GT3 class kind of where it is as well, but the Kodash car has lost out to the Impact car. Impact have now got back in front, so they're now back up to 4th place. For the number 16, they've made that position gained, obviously missing that one, but this fight between the LMP3s is where, there we are now, we're on board with the Acura and the Mercedes that are going at it, and while these two are scrapping, the LMP3 class are coming through here as well. They're literally going to be right behind them in a few moments time, so while these two are having their own little scrap, the LMP3 cars could be affected by this as well.
Yeah, indeed they could, and Dan, the CCR team just pumped in a 54.4, 1.6 quicker than Velotti, 1.1
I think they're going to run out of time.
They possibly will run out of time. It's going to come down to the wire, that is for sure. Traffic could play a huge part in this race. 0.6 of a second, Prismatic to Velotti for the lead in LMP3 here. What is going to happen? The Italian job Ferrari stays right out of the way. There's your leader in the Velotti car, Prismatic there, and then the CCR car there. It is all happening at the end of Silverstone. NOP, where are they on the circuit? Sector 2. They will come round to take the checkered flag. So this is the final chance, really, for these two to go at it in this race. We'll jump on board with the NOP car towards the end of this one. But what a race from NOP. And here we go.
Yeah, here we go. The GT3 car's just holding up the LMP3 class, and here we go down the main straight, and we got checkers here. I think that's the end of the race by the looks of things. But here we go, the last few moments here, and all three are with them together, heading down towards the main straight now. As your winner crosses the line, the NOP wins the event, but LMP3 down the inside goes to CCR. There's more GT3s. It's coming right down to the wire.
The Ferrari's right in the way. The leader of Velotti's taken to the outside line. CCR's going to try and fend off the inside from Prismatic, who mounts the curb. Here comes then the CCR car. It's just going to run out of time. It's just going to run out of a corner. And the winner in LMP3 at the end, Velotti, hang on in there. One more lap down, they'd have been done. NOP winning LMP2, Alpine in LMP2 Pro-Am. We just await Vortex, the winner in LMGT3 to cross the line. But what an end to the race there. One more lap, Velotti would have been in trouble. There is your winner, Marcus Beidfeld in NOP. There is Jesse Ado in the Alpine car. We've seen the Velotti car, and here is Michael Van Look in the Vortex Audi. Maybe a little fortunate to take this win. Impact's got a penalty at the end, Dan, that's dropped him to 6th place. So the Acura dropping to 6th behind Quadash and VR Racing. But NOP will potentially be champions. Everything will be looked at by race control, and another champion to be crowned, Michael Van Look, will come into club now and will take another LMGT3 win and will win the LMGT3 championship. Vortex Racing are your champions here. What a race at the end.
What a race indeed. Every single class up for grabs and all of that, and we've had drama from the beginning all the way to the end. There's the Porsche just in the background taking the 2nd place, and then the Rising Panda just finishing in 3rd. But what an event. It has been dramatic, it's been chaotic, and yeah, it's NOP that come out on top of this one, but a spectacular drive from the Alpine, nearly getting class win as well. And there is the Iron Lynx taking 2nd in class and 3rd overall. So a solid job from them. But wow, what a dramatic 4 hours worth of racing.
All came down to that last 10 minutes, especially in the LMP3 category. It really did get entertaining. One more lap down and Velotti would have been in a lot of trouble there from both CCR and Prismatic. But your final classifications, all provisional. NOP are your race winners from the Iron Lynx, Myrmica P3 from the Bravo Snow, WOSR P5 from APO Racing, GazX P7 with Tri-State in 8th, Delta Racing P9 from Impact in P10. with turn 1, 34 laps down, retired from this race, rounding out the LMP2 Pro category in 11th place. LMP2 Pro Am. Alpine, your race winners from Impact. Then it was Velotti P3, Revolution P4 from Delta V, Prismatic in 6th from Fury Simsport, VGTR 9 laps down, and we lost the W2E Pro Group with a retirement as well. LMP3 very close to the end, but it was Velotti who won from CCR. Prismatic was P3 with Velotti, the second Velotti car P4. Tri-State P5 from Mercury in 6th. Kitsune was P7 from DSDF. And L Academy P9 with Team Rex from Simatech down in 11th place. And LMGT3 then, it goes the way of Vortex with the Project 91 P2. Rising Panda was 3rd place from Quidash. VR Racing P5 from Frida Sport. Impact down in 7th from Delta Racing. The Italian Job Ferrari was P9. Eagle Speed in P number 10 from Fisher. And then it was Delta Racing by Tri-State P12. A couple of others down the bottom of the pack. What a race this has been today. Absolutely fantastic. And a memorable Silverstone race, to say the least. We'll wait for a few of the drivers to come in for interviews. But, Dan, not a bad first pro event for yourself.
Yeah, that was definitely entertaining, and definitely a race for me to remember. It's definitely more entertaining than Formula One, I'll give you that. But one of the more entertaining Silverstone races I've ever watched for sure. But yeah, that's what I love about multi-class racing. No matter where you look and how the race pans out, you can really see opportunities going for all cars, all opportunities, and it's not done to the very end. 4 hour worth of racing, and we still had people fighting right to the very end. So that's the fun of endurance and multi-class, and it's all down to the final race down at Portimão.
It is indeed, especially in LMP2 Pro Am and in LMP3. But what a day it's been, just awaiting drivers to join the broadcast waiting room for a chat or two. We've got our first one in, and we'll bring him straight into the commentary box. It is Fabian Elbers who joins us from the Alpine car, the Alpine team as well. So Fabian, in fact, Jesse's just in the waiting room as well, so let's get your teammate in. Fabian, Jesse, you're live on the European Sports Car Championship broadcast. First of all, one heck of a drive. Massive congratulations. That was a great performance.
Yeah, thank you very much. That was an amazing drive. A bit lonely at the end, but the first 2 hours were very nice. I could follow the pro cars a little bit in P5, I think that was. As good to have a reference and follow those lines. And yeah, then in the end, Jesse finished it off, bringing the car home.
Yeah, it did indeed. Second place overall as well, so got to be happy with both of your guys' pace this afternoon. The car seemed absolutely fantastic for you.
Yeah, I mean, setup worked really well. Spent a little bit of time on it with Fabian. Car was just all stint through quick. Like, out of the box it was quick. Last few laps it was quick. It was just quick all round.
Just talk us through a bit of the race towards the end there. NOP got themselves a drive-through penalty. Did you at one moment think that the overall race win may have been on?
Yeah, we were looking at it, but it was mostly in my first stint. When we were gaining, I think we gained 7 seconds on NOP. And if we were able to keep that up for the second stint, then we would have had them with the drive-through. But second stint, they just got so much more pace. We just could not keep up with that.
Overall, have to be happy. Great for the championship standings as well, because that's really put you in a good position. Obviously, being ahead of Delta V, that's closed the gap quite a lot. So, realistically, going into Portimão, game on for the championship.
Yeah, it's going to be a good fight. It's nice to be in control as well, to be in the lead of the championship going into the final round. And yeah, just like the whole season, it's going to be a tough battle. But we'll try to make sure we prepare and we get the car in the right window, and then I'm certain we can fight for victory once again.
And Jesse, heading into Portimão, what do you think you will be able to do around there?
I think we'll be fast again. We'll just have to put in some time again, get the car in the right window, and then it's just the same as the last few rounds, I guess.
And lastly, anybody you'd like to thank today?
I think let's thank Extra Esports, Billy as well, behind the scenes for giving us the opportunity this season as well to drive, and let's hope we can give him a championship at the end of the season.
Brilliant. Fabian and Jesse, congratulations on the race win. We'll see you next time at Portimão.
Thank you very much.
Have a good one.
We're going to let's bring in the LMGT3 winners, Maiko Van Luck and Joran Englund. You're live on the European Sports Car Championship broadcast. First of all, that was one heck of a race between yourselves and the Porsches. Didn't know which way it was going to go, but you came out on top. Hello, Joran. Can you hear us?
Hello. Yeah, I thought Michael would answer, but I will answer. Yeah, the Porsche was really strong on this track. Yeah, just staying out of trouble, just putting the laps in, consistent laps. And yes, unfortunately for the Porsche, it had a contact, but yeah, we managed to win, and that's
now
very nice.
Now, by my calculations, obviously results are all provisional until the end. You are champions in LMGT3 by the calculations I've got in front of me. That must be some good feeling as well to do it around early.
Yeah, it feels amazing. I will answer this time. So it feels amazing actually. After such a long and good season where we really enjoyed it. So yeah, big congratulations to everyone, you guys and ESCC, for making this possible, because you know the way you're doing it, make it so realistic. It makes it feel a lot more to win a championship. So yeah, it feels really amazing. Feels good.
Now just talk us a bit now. You obviously championship done. Hopefully for next time out at Portimão, that kind of takes a bit of pressure off of your shoulders, doesn't it?
Yeah, it definitely does. Also, Portimão, I never drove any meter of it. So I wasn't really looking forward to go there and fight for the championship, actually. So yeah, we are very happy we finished it today. Also, we need to wait maybe till the results are officially, but I think it will be okay. So yeah, we are very happy. At least I'm very happy that we did it here in Silverstone.
And Joran, Portimão, what can you do around there in the Audi?
I don't know, first time I practiced it on Portimão, it was a little bit difficult, but maybe with the BOP, less power is maybe better for the Audi. Let's see, hopefully can also win or be on the podium.
Well, congratulations to both of you. The Vortex team, provisional champions of the LMGT3. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Who can we look at next? Let's get Liam de Kock in for a chat. Trying to just see if his teammate is in there. Can't see his teammate. Liam, you're live on the ESCC channel. First of all, how was that one out there for you?
Tough. I had a tough ride along the way. Honestly, I came in the call to join Bartos, but yeah, this is fine either way. We fourth. It was a comeback. Of course, I got in an incident in quali, which put us in the pit lane start. But yeah, we came back, and then we got another one because we got pushed off the track, and the stewards didn't like my rejoin. And that gave me a drive-through and a stop and go, so we had to do another comeback, and then we somehow got it back in third position. Almost second, but just came a few minutes short. But it is what it is. So yeah, third, it's fine.
Yeah, third podium for yourselves. Points in the bag. Obviously keeps the championship open for LMP2. Like you say, just the penalties just kind of put a bit of a dampener, don't they, on a decent day?
Yeah, it was going to be a great day. In terms of pace, we were really fast. I know, yeah, Jesse was a bit faster than than Jeffrey was, but Jeffrey in terms of pace was really similar to me, and I was a lot faster to Fabian. So I think if we didn't get the stop and go and the drive-through, then I do think we could have at least challenged the win a bit more than we did now. But that's what it is, and we got it in third, so we're at least still in the championship fight for Portimão. So that's at least one of the goals done.
Looking at Portimão, what can you do around there?
Nothing. Because they gave me 4 penalty points for the rejoin thing, so now I'm over 8. So me, nothing. But my teammates, I'm sure they can put some good stuff together. I have still have a pretty good lineup, so yeah, we'll do our best. I'll be on the sideline for the next one.
Shame to not see you out there on the track. Lastly, anybody you'd like to thank?
I am gonna thank Jeffrey for being such a great teammate and keeping up with me when I'm getting mad for the penalties. So yeah, thanks Jeffrey, and next one is gonna be fun. We'll get it. We'll do our best.
Yeah, well, it's unfortunate on the outcome today. Sad to see you not be on the grid for Portimão, but Liam, congratulations on the P3. We'll see you next time.
Thank you.
We've got Fabian Elbers, so let's bring... No, we've spoken to Fabian Elbers, so just Mikael Sundström in the chat to go. Mikael, you're live on the European Sports Car Championship broadcast. First of all, massive congratulations. That was one heck of a drive.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that was pretty hectic, or more hectic than it seemed. Maybe I don't really know. I don't really know what happened in the rest of the race, but our race was pretty hectic.
It looked pretty comfortable, didn't it, out front? You had a great gap to build to start with. Then the virtual safety car come out, which obviously put everything back together. You didn't really get that big gap back, did you? You was always kind of just under 20 seconds to the Mermica and the Iron Lynx team, which was always a window with that drive-through at the end that was a little nervy. Yeah,
we knew we had that drive-through. We were going to get the drive-through because of the that full course yellow at the start. It came at the worst opportunity for us. Like, we were going down the hill from Stowe and full course yellow, so we were completely out of fuel, so we had to pit. So we knew we had that hanging over us, and then we tried to sort of drive around that to the best of our abilities.
It's kind of been like that all season, hasn't it? Where you're saying that the safety cars came out at the worst times. A couple of your races this season have kind of been affected by full course yellows or virtual safety cars, haven't they? So just another one that's possibly just caught you out a little bit. Obviously didn't affect your race position in the end.
No, I think we've generally been fairly lucky. I think other people have had it worse. But yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. Sometimes it rolls in your favor and sometimes it doesn't.
From my calculations that I've got in front of me, you and the NOP team are provisional champions for the LMP2 category. That must feel great to wrap it up with a round to go.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, we've had some... It's been good fighting this season, I have to say. So if that's the case, then yeah, I'm looking forward to the last round still. But that would be incredible to... If that's true, we would... It's a big change from last year, where it came down to being tied on points, as far as I remember. So yeah, that would be amazing.
From what I've worked out, or from what we've worked out here at ESCC, that you had to win with impact P5 or lower. So that's what I've got in my notes. So I believe you are, but again, wait for the final results to come in and see what happens. We move on to Portimão in just over a month's time. What can we do around there? Because the NOP car's been pretty good. You and Marcus have been pretty quick all season. What can you do at Portimão?
Let's see. I mean, we can go in with a bit more sort of fresh minds. It's been both this and Spa we've spent so much time prepping for and sort of making sure we had all our ducks in a row. So yeah, I guess we just have to go do the same thing again, and we'll see. It's a cliche, but we take it one race at a time, and we definitely don't take anything for granted.
Anybody you'd like to thank last of all?
Simrace Technique and Hagström Systems, our usual partners. Thank you to Seb, who is our setup guru helper. Without him, this would not be possible. And thank you to Marcus as well for being a super good team.
Well, Mikael, congratulations
and
on
Oliver,
what
I
is...
have to say.
Yeah,
Sorry.
There we go. Congratulations on provisionally champions at the moment. Wait for final confirmation, but Mikael, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And we're going to get Liam de Kock back in, who is going to chat to us about the 74 Velotti car. Liam, welcome back.
Long time no see.
Yeah, long time no see. You want to chat to us about the 74 car?
Yeah, no, Bartels isn't available, so he asked me if I can do the interview for the 74.
Sure thing. How was the 74 cars race?
Yeah, from what I could see, it was pretty good. Yeah, the prep was really well. That's for sure. We had quite a lot of drivers testing for us and cooking up some setups. And for once, we had 2 cars in again, so that was also really nice. 2 cars that did pretty well, in my opinion. But yeah, for the 74, honestly, we cooked up a really, really good setup. It was basically on rails, but also really aggressive, if you understand it. So it felt, I drove with it myself as well. It was a really fast setup. It drove really well, and yeah, honestly, until the end where it got tight with the tires, it was all about just managing the track and managing the tires and managing the traffic. So overall, from what I could tell and what I got from the radio, the 74 had such a good race today. Yeah, it was just at the ending with the 2 other cars joining in, it got really tight, and yeah, no, I'm very happy with what Bartels did and what Paul did as well, and yeah, they put together a really good race in my opinion.
Yeah, it was. It looked fantastic from our end until that last 10 minutes. They come under a bit of pressure. I think one more lap they'd have been struggling to keep hold of the lead. I suppose the same way it's going to go in for all cars, isn't it? Hopefully you'll have a lot more of the drivers back on testing, ready for that Portimão setup for the end of this season.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, we're lucky with the amount of people that we have in the team now at the end of the season. So yeah, no, we're gonna put together another great show. I think it was almost, there was a chance that we could have been champion today, but that's wishing bad luck on your enemies. So no, we're gonna fight it and at Portimão, and being champion. Being a championship contender in the final race is going to be really good, and we're going to give it our all. The fight's not over yet, and we're going to take it to the end.
Indeed. Well, Liam, thank you for filling us in on the 74 car. Enjoy the rest of your time, and we won't see you obviously next time at Portimão, but we'll see the team on there, and yeah, hopefully get to speak to you again soon.
You know what? There's one thing that I can do. I'm not driving, but I will be there. So I can be in the interview booth a lot more, like in Barcelona.
There we go then. We'll try and get you in to have a few chats during the race, and you can let us know how the race is going for Velotti.
Yeah, okay. See you there then.
See you there. Thank you very much, Liam, once again. Dan, that wraps up the interviews with the looks of things in the broadcast room. What a day Silverstone has provided us. 4 hours of racing came down to 10 minutes in one of the categories. That must have been an enjoyable 4 hours for yourself.
Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed that. I thinking it was going to be a long race, obviously being an endurance race, but it definitely produced some fantastic racing, and very, very exciting to head into Portimão, which will be the next round, and obviously championships will be up for grabs there. Obviously the Audi looking phenomenal. All the results are not finalised just yet, so we'll see how all that will pan out in the end. But yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed that, Matthew. It was enjoyable to watch, and for me, the Alpine tonight in the Pro-Am class just looked brilliant tonight, and threatening for an overall win, which by the sound of things has not been done before. Looked like it nearly had the opportunity. If they can continue that pace on heading to Portimão, could we see that possibly happening? Who knows?
Going to be an interesting one to see what will happen at the end. Thank you, Dan, for joining me in the commentary box today. Who will be with us in the commentary box come Algarve? We'll see whether Ashley or Lorenzo's back. If not, we may have to get Dan to come and join us once again. But that is Silverstone done and dusted. The penultimate round of the championship is in the bag. Congratulations to NOP and to Vortex for their provisional championship wins. Again, all I think it's 45 minutes left of the stewards window left open for any incidents to be looked at. So when the results are finally out, you will get to see them on all of our social media platforms, especially on Instagram. Make sure you check them out to see if they have won or not. The drivers will know in the Discord as well, so keep your eyes peeled for that. But Portimão, in just over a month's time, the 25th of October, is going to be our destination. Ramiro, I'm going to say, our broadcaster in the background. Thank you for filling in for Samuli today. Pleasure to have you bringing us all the camera angles and the replays along with it. But that has been Silverstone. 5 rounds in the bag, 1 more to go. If you're at the European Le Mans tomorrow, please enjoy yourselves at Silverstone, and hopefully the weather stays dry for you all. That has been European Sports Car Championship. I've been Matthew Duffin, Dan Davis in the commentary box as well. Thank you all. We'll see you in a month. Goodbye.